Hello to all my dear followers. Today I have the pleasure of welcoming you to a new fanfic on the channel. Today I want to welcome you to the first season of What If Naruto Was a Genius and Kurama's Friend Since He Was a Child. Remember that if you want a second season, all you have to do is hit the like and subscribe buttons. Now without further ado, enjoy.
Konoha, or simply Konoha, the most powerful shinobi village of all. Despite all the difficulties, Konoha remained standing, firmly believing in the will of fire, for years after the attack of the Kyuubi no Yoko, the most powerful demon. October 10th, 4 years had passed since the Kyuubi's attack and the citizens celebrated the fall of the demon, thanks to their greatest hero, Minato Namikaze, Yondaime Hokage of Konoha, fought and saved the village that day, sacrificing his life to seal the demon in a newborn. Believing in the villagers of his beloved village, believing that he would be treated as a hero, as the prison that held the demon, and not as its jailer. Sadly, Minato believed wrongly. People fear what they don't understand, and the villagers of Konoha are no exception. They hated and mistreated the Jinchuriki. Not applicable. Jinchuriki is the name given to people inside whom one of the 9 existing Biju is sealed. He was condemned to a sad and lonely life at an early age, with no one to support him in the entire village. As a result, the child was forced to mature very quickly, to grow up always alert, without trusting anyone easily. At this moment, the boy was running as fast as he could, trying to escape or hide from the villagers and some shinobi who decided to attack that day, like the year before poor Naruto. Fearing for his life, he ran at an incredible speed for a child of just 4 years old, but that was necessary for Naruto if he wanted to survive. He ran until he reached his refuge, a huge forest that for some reason immediately drove away the villagers. Since the vast majority of shinobi were chasing him, running he reached a huge hollow tree, hiding in that place and keeping complete silence so that nothing and no one would find him in that forest. While hiding, he began to reflect on the events that were happening day after day. Contrary to what he let on, Naruto was a brilliant young man, quite childish, but brilliant. The moment he started making decisions for himself, Naruto decided that he needed to go unnoticed in the village. This is because Naruto discovered at a young age that if he stood out from other children in the orphanage, he would be severely punished, while if he did anything wrong, he would only be mildly insulted and humiliated. For Naruto that meant that if he could make everyone believe he was a fool, then he wouldn't draw attention to himself and could do whatever he wanted or needed to in any situation, he could survive. So in the village he always used his childlike and exuberant attitude, while planning his next move. At this moment Naruto was debating a simple, but dangerous idea. This consisted of entering the Hokage tower, while his grandfather was busy, and reviewing the scrolls of incredible techniques in his 4-year-old imagination. It was simple since with his jokes, he developed exceptional stealth, to be able to outwit almost any shinobi in the village, and be able to escape the crime scene quickly and without them knowing he was there. First he decided to spend the night in the forest, until the villagers stopped hunting him. That's another thing Naruto pondered, why the villagers hated him so much, why they always gave him that look between fear, caution and hatred. He thought about his birthday, October 10th, on this day the villagers were always more aggressive and tried to hunt him. He spent his first birthdays in the orphanage, where the caretakers beat him and locked him in a completely dark room, leaving him there for hours on end. Naruto, using his brilliant mind for his age, linked all the pieces he had at this moment. His birthday was October 10th, according to his grandfather the Sandaime Hokage. His parents died in the Kyuubi attack, which coincided with the day of his birth. In addition, whenever Naruto channeled chakra to his stomach a strange tattoo appeared. He asked his grandfather what it was, and the old man replied that when he was older he would tell him. Besides that, the villagers always called him Demon, Fox, Brat, etc. This gave the young Naruto an idea, however it was very incomplete since he did not have enough information to draw a conclusion. He returned to his task of entering the Hokage tower. He needed a plan. At this moment he only knew how to do the transformation jutsu, and the substitution jutsu. This was because he always entered the library of the Shinobi Academy, since there he could learn really useful things, like how to hunt, set traps, cook what he hunted, low-rank jutsus, and to achieve that he only had to avoid the librarian. A really easy task considering that he could avoid high-rank shinobis. Thanks to that library he learned to read and write by himself. At first, the blonde didn't like going to the library at all. He thought that by going there he would never become strong enough to protect his grandfather, and why not, he could kick some ass while he was at it. For a while, he wanted to stop going to the library until he read in a book that the information was extremely valuable to Shinobi. So he figured that if he read a lot he would be more powerful than his enemies, exactly what he needed. So in a couple of months, he had read and stolen several books, such as books on basic chakra control, how to fish and hunt, how to cook outdoors, basic survival books, etc. All of this served him wonders since he did not need to buy anything to eat or sleep, because he could go to the forest or any river to fish and hunt fish and any unfortunate animal that crossed his path. This allowed him to live relatively away from people, since he still needed to buy some things if he wanted to keep his physique and health in perfect condition, although they always charged him more. That's why he played his jokes on people who treated him badly simply for existing. Thanks to this he maintained a facade of a joker, and he was able to get many things from the shadows. Sadly he was forced to steal on several occasions. This allowed him to keep his money in the relatively safe place, in his apartment, but for now it was what had to be done. The things he stole were usually civilian clothes, since stealing from a shinobi was stupid. Although he could do it, he would rather not risk it. If he stole from a shinobi he would have the Uchiha police after him, and he didn't want that. Those guys were always cold with him and often joined the mobs to hunt him down. That's why he limited himself to stealing small things, very far apart from each other, so that no one would connect the facts, and everything would eventually point to him. He also tried to show as little of what was stolen as possible. Luckily, no one could link him to the thefts. Once Naruto came out of his thoughts, he decided to go to sleep, so he quickly set basic traps to protect himself from the animals and slept peacefully. The next day, Naruto woke up, and prepared to do a little warm-up, before going to a nearby river and fishing for 2 fish that he cooked on a campfire that he had created with stones and dry wood. After eating the fish for breakfast, he decided to go to the tower right now, but not before transforming into a random shinobi, and with some of his saved money, buy several dozen blank scrolls, a brush and ink. Then he set out to get ready. When he arrived at the Hokage tower he hid as best he could, and checked the time of the ambu guards patrolling the tower. After observing the guard schedules for several minutes, he discovered an opening in the defense that lasted 22 seconds, between the moment the first patrol passes and the second. Taking advantage of that gap in the defense, he prepared his things, and when he saw the gap in the defense he shot out, reaching the window opening and entering. Inside, he walked quietly through the place. His objective was the vault of the Hokage's scrolls and techniques. He was searching for about 5 minutes until he found it. It was not guarded, and that made him smile with excitement. He entered and found a room full of scrolls on shelves, with different kanji, and they were perfectly arranged. There were scrolls with the kanji for fire, which were the most abundant. There were also ones for earth, lightning, water, and several for wind. In the center of the room, there was a huge scroll, so going towards it, Naruto took it, opened it, and prepared to copy every last technique on the scrolls he had bought earlier. Naruto was excited and wanted to be able to use kick-ass techniques, as he called them. After copying the techniques that interested him from the giant scroll, he went to the other scrolls and continued with his task. An hour later, Naruto came out with a huge smile on his face, running to a safe place. Once he reached a shelter he had built inside a tree in the forest of death, he began to organize everything he had collected. But halfway through his homework, Naruto didn't want to wait any longer to learn a technique, so he opened one of the first scrolls he had copied and began to read. Inside were instructions for a jutsu called Kage Bunshin, but what caught his attention wasn't that. The fine print stated that information could be gathered with these clones, so he decided to learn the technique. After many attempts, Naruto managed to create 5 functional clones, and ordered them to arrange the scrolls while he rested a little, since although he awakened his chakra at an early age and tried to control it since he was little with the knowledge he found in the books, the jutsu consumed a lot of chakra, and it exhausted him trying to perform it over and over again. After a rest, with all his chakra at maximum, he ordered his clones to dissipate, and something curious happened. In a moment, memories and images that were not his came to him, images of him organizing all the scrolls, from different points of view. Thinking about what had happened, Naruto realized, whatever his clones learned he would learn too. That was an extremely useful skill. Although he realized that his clones did not last long, so he searched among the scrolls to see if he could find some longer-lasting clones. I quickly found a scroll that had a very interesting type of clone. It was very similar to the shadow clone, only that it was created with a little of the user's blood. this would make a real clone not only made of chakra but with blood, which would last much longer. However, it is not useful for battle since the clone is not very powerful, but it is extremely durable. It could easily last for years. Naruto could make almost the same amount of reinforced clones as normal clones, so he decided that he would only use them for different tasks, so after dispelling the first ones he created, he sent more blood clones in their place. These clones could last for weeks, so he ordered them to continue with what they were doing, while he began to do physical exercises. So it was for the next 2 weeks, when he returned to the clearing, his clones were ready to dissipate, so he gave the order. I want you to dissipate in pairs every 5 minutes, so that I don't have a headache later, he ordered, to which all his clones nodded. After a while Naruto was meditating, an exercise he read in a book, which helps to control emotions, and the chakra of the person. He was organizing the memories of his clones, with which he achieved great progress. His clones would last a month, and practically could not be dissipated by blows, since the chakra that ran inside him reinforced his skin to the point that it was as resistant as the originals. Naruto trained for several weeks, using his clones to learn all the techniques he could. Of all the ones he copied, he could only use a few, since according to what he read he did not have the affinity with most of the elements. In addition, he trained his chakra control, with his normal chakra, thanks to a book he stole from the Shinobi library, which specified exercises from low level to high level of control. With his clones he already mastered water walking. Thanks to this he was able to create many more clones that at this moment were practicing an even more advanced exercise of chakra control and molding. With his blood clones, he decided to send them to the village, with a transformation, for several reasons. First, he wanted to get information about the elemental chakra, since that is the next level of his training. Second, he needed even more books about the chakra itself, its composition, since he had a crazy theory that would help him a lot. Besides that, he was still looking for the reason why everyone hated him. Naruto knew that he couldn't be trusted in the village. Everyone hated him and no one would do anything for him if he was in trouble. From a very young age Naruto noticed the looks they sent him, and although at that time he didn't know what it was, Naruto felt a slight emotion from each villager, but each and every one was negative towards him. He felt hatred. The villagers emanated hatred when he was around, along with fear. He still didn't understand why, and he didn't like it. He knew that the information was necessary to discover what was happening to him, and that's why he sent clones who talked about him with the villagers. They commented on him walking through the streets to gauge the villagers' reaction. It should be said that he was surprised when he discovered why they hated him. Apparently he was a Jinchuriki. At first he didn't know what it was, but going to the library, he discovered that a Jinchuriki itself is a sacrifice. He discovered that he contained the powerful Kyubi no Yoko. He discovered was sealed in it by the Yondaime to save the village. The day of his birth, the same day the fox attacked, he learned everything possible about the Jinchurikis. He decided to be neutral with the fox, since if he thought about it, both were hated, both were seen in a bad way. People used to say that the Kyubi is a mass of hatred, but Naruto wouldn't believe a single word those foolish villagers said. They couldn't differentiate between a jailer and a prisoner, so why would he believe their words without thinking? If he hated the fox, he would be just like the foolish villagers and shinobi of the town, who only lived in their hatred. At this moment Naruto was very interested in having a charade with the fox. He was not stupid. If the fox was as powerful as they said in the books, it would be excellent if he could lend it his strength. He could protect his friends, because although at this moment he was alone, in the future he would have friends and he would have to protect them. That's why he became strong. He read in a book that many Jinchurikis, to meet with their beast, meditate for several minutes, until entering something called a mindscape, where they could interact with the Biju inside. Naruto, impatient as the 4-year-old boy he was, went to his refuge in the forest and began to meditate. Then in a few minutes, in complete silence, with the occasional noise of the forest and the animals, he began to hear drops of water. Every few seconds a drop could be heard falling into a puddle. Surprised, Naruto opened his eyes, to find himself in a different place. It was similar to a sewer. There were conduits in the ceiling and walls, some shone blue and others in deep red. He theorized that the blue was his chakra and the red was the powerful chakra of the fox. He walked down the dimly lit hallway for several minutes until he came out into a large room, with a huge golden gate, where in the center was a paper with kanji that said seal. Walking until he was in front of the cell, he spoke. "Hello, Silence was the only thing that could be heard for a couple of seconds, then a huge blood-red eye with a slit pupil opened in the darkness, staring at Naruto with such intensity that it made him unconsciously take a step back. Grr, the sound sent shivers down his spine. So my jailer comes to visit me. I didn't expect to see you around here for a few years, the fox spoke in a deep voice. It's a pleasure, I'm Uzumaki Naruto. I'm here because I recently found out that I'm a Jinchuriki, and nothing less than the most powerful Biju. He spoke with a little fear that wasn't noticeable. Humans, all they want is power. Surely you come here to steal my chakra or demand that I give it to you. The fox spoke without trusting the human in front of him. For the fox, all humans were disgusting beings who only wanted power at all costs. Actually, I'm not here for your power, I'm here because I decided to be neutral with you. I'm not going to base it on what the stupid villagers who don't even know what a kunai is say about you. I'm going to try to get along with you since we're both together at the moment. I'm hated and so are you. I have no reason to hate you other than the death of my parents. According to the Sandame, they died the day you attacked. But hating you would be stupid. I really don't know your reasons for doing what you did. He spoke with a little sadness. The fox was amazed. No one had ever tried to be neutral with him. Since his first experiences with humans, he was always called a monster, hated for no reason, and tried to be hunted for his power. Although amazed, the fox wasn't going to trust his host that easily. While he didn't feel any negative emotions from his host, he was still a human, and the fox didn't want to trust him only for everything to end up worse than before, although he would give him a vote of confidence. You are an interesting human. No one would ever try to get along with me. My previous hosts didn't exactly appreciate me. It's horrible to be locked up. There's nothing to do. I would love to be able to go out and sleep on the grass, inside a forest surrounded by life. The fox spoke honestly and a little sadly. Naruto felt sad for the fox. He wouldn't like to be locked up either. He didn't understand how people could be like that. The fox didn't bother anyone, but people with a thirst for power took away its freedom. He also became curious about its previous hosts, but decided not to ask since it seemed that the fox really had a bad time back then. I'm sorry you had to go through all that. I really wish I could free you, but I can't do that. I have to become strong. I can't die now. I have a goal to accomplish at all costs. The boy spoke with great determination. And what would that objective be? The fox asked with real curiosity, although a little surprised that the boy really wanted to free him. I need to protect my friends, the people who know me. I need to be strong to protect them from anything. If I become strong enough, I won't lose them and I won't be alone again. He spoke in a whisper at the end, but the fox could hear him clearly. It's a good goal. I understand your reasons, they are respectable. The fox spoke. At that moment Naruto realized that he hadn't asked the fox's name and almost hit himself for forgetting that. Hey, could you tell me your real name? I don't think Kyubi is your name, I think it's more of a title, the blonde spoke. The fox began to debate whether or not to tell him his real name. For a while now, he had been thinking about the possibility that this child was the one his creator, Hagoromo Otsutsuki, the Rikudo Sennin, had told him about. The fox thought that the blonde boy would be the one who would save this world and reunite all his brothers, so he made a decision. My name is Kurama, don't forget it. The fox spoke proudly of his name. It's a pleasure Kurama, I'm Naruto, he spoke with a big smile. Hey Kurama, I was thinking about something, maybe you can help me, the blonde spoke again, thinking about his crazy theory. Tell me, maybe I can help you, Kurama spoke calmly. If I remove a piece of the seal in theory it would give me more freedom in my mental space, right? He asked, to which the fox replied. If I gave you more freedom in this space you could do things you couldn't do before, the fox replied calmly. Naruto approached and broke a part of the seal tagged on the cage, then he closed his eyes and everything began to shake. The curious fox stared at what was happening. After a few seconds the place shone and changed. Now they were both in a large forest, with trees taller than Kurama, which stretched for kilometers. Now on Kurama's paw there was a kind of bracelet where the seal was. Kurama was truly amazed. He had his own forest to walk through. In the distance he even heard footsteps of something large, which meant there was prey to hunt. He looked at Naruto with gratitude. The blonde was on one knee, while breathing a little raggedly. Changing an entire mental space and making it seem like a huge forest was not an easy task. He looked at Kurama with a big smile and said, "This is a gift, so you can walk around and hunt your own food. It's not the same as being free, but it's the best I can do for now." "Take care Kurama," and then he disappeared from his mental space, leaving a thoughtful fox behind. 3 months had passed since his first talk with Kurama. In this time Naruto sent dozens of clones to copy the jutsus from the shinobi libraries, as well as to obtain metal to forge their own weapons and shinobi tools in the Forest of Death. In this time the blonde noticed that every year and a half, many shinobi from different villages entered the Forest of Death and left behind many weapons, shinobi tools, soldier pills, as well as money in the bodies of the shinobi who did not survive the dangers they find in the forest. Naruto had to be quick, and collect whatever was useful, before the collection team swept through the forest and took whatever was left behind once the shinobi who entered the forest left. Naruto discovered that those shinobi were there to participate in the Chunin rank promotion exams, and that this was a test. They had to spend 5 days inside the forest and survive. Any other task was random and apparently changed year after year. Naruto got some really useful stuff from the forest, like kunais with chakra conducting metal, several ninjados with very good metals, bow staffs, katanas, and even a naginata. Not only did he get weapons, he also got survival materials, as well as materials for making traps. He also got good quality ninja thread, smoke bombs, and found explosive tags that caught his attention. In one of his many talks with Kurama, the fox told him that these tags were made with a rare shinobi art called fuinjutsu, the art of sealing. He also explained that the Uzumaki were famous for their seals, but when Naruto wanted to ask about these Uzumaki, Kurama told him that it would be better if he told him in a couple of years. Thanks to that talk, Naruto became very interested in fuinjutsu, asking Kurama to teach him everything he knew about it. A being with more than 1,000 years was very useful when it came to knowledge, not to mention that his previous containers were experts in this art, and at that time Kurama did not have much to do inside them, so he learned as much as he could. Naruto started with the basic fuinjutsu books that he stole from the library, and continued with Kurama's knowledge. At first, he wasn't very good, but at this point, with the help of many clones, he was at level 3 of the 15 levels that the Uzumakis have to call themselves masters of the art. Thanks to this, Naruto was able to create storage seals and explosive tags without any problem, as well as create his own ideas and capture them in seals, such as the explosive paint seal, which he commonly uses for his pranks on the villagers. In addition to that, Naruto decided that he would learn and perfect his handling of all possible shinobi weapons and tools with the help of his clones, and was already beginning to have good results in that area, although he had his favorites, such as his ninjado, a weapon that he himself had forged, using different metals that he melted from the weapons he got from the Forest of Death. It was made of an excellent metal, which was very resistant and was also a chakra conductor, in addition to taking very good care of all their tools, cleaning them and doing their maintenance, all learned thanks to the books and scrolls that he stole and copied, to be able to handle any weapon, and take care of it. Despite this, he did not neglect his training in any area. His ninjutsu was quite good. He already knew quite a few jutsus, although they were not the most powerful of those he had in scrolls. They were very useful. His chakra control was going very well. Thanks to his shadow clones he was making enormous progress in that area. His studies were also going very well, with several dozen clones reading everything they could find, on any subject, from ninja arts to geography. He studied everything he could, and each time he left his childish attitude a little more behind, although he still kept it because it was better for him. He didn't want to be bitter, he wanted to keep his personality, and use his seriousness when he needed it. As for Kurama, the fox watched in amazement as his container grew by leaps and bounds, from time to time giving him advice, helping him with what he needed, and he was beginning to seriously think that his container would be the next sage of the 6 paths, if he was the person his creator was talking about. Every day they got along better, they became friends soon. Kurama liked his container, although he was too proud to let him know. He often boasted about being extremely powerful, something that made Naruto laugh, although he agreed with him completely. Kurama explained that he was only half of what he was before being sealed, since the Yondaime decided to seal half of Kurama into himself. The only problem with this is that Naruto decided to join the 2 Kuramas back into one. That made Kurama happy, who opened up a little more to the blonde. During this time the blonde and the tyrannical fox had many talks in which they told each other dreams, or ambitions, where they told each other tastes and got to know each other. Naruto was thinking about something. A short time ago he discovered a jutsu that he had copied from the forbidden scroll of the Hokages. This jutsu was extremely dangerous, but if he could use it for what he was imagining, he would be unstoppable. although first he needed to improve a lot in Fuinjutsu. The jutsu that the blonde speaks of is none other than the Edo Tensei. At first the blonde did not want to use it since it seemed immoral, but seeing the benefits he decided to learn and even improve the jutsu. For this reason he and some of his clones along with Kurama, brainstormed about what to do and how to improve the jutsu. In the end they decided to use it to bring the greatest shinobi of the elemental nations, and with a partial control seal, they would make each of them either train him in any shinobi art or write all their knowledge in scrolls for later use. This idea pleased everyone. The only problem with this would be that they would use it as a vessel for the soul they wanted to bring to the world of the living. They thought of different ways to solve the problem. At Kurama's suggestion, they thought of using, as instructed, people killed at that time. Several options would probably work, but Naruto still hadn't decided. It was decided that they would use the jutsu as soon as Naruto reached at least level 12 in Fuinjutsu, so it became a priority to advance in that art. That's why Naruto decided to send triple the clones daily. Another thing that happened during this time was that the blonde discovered his chakra affinity, which turned out to be wind, and in 3 weeks with the help of his clones, he was able to cut a leaf with his chakra and cut a waterfall in the forest. In addition to that, as an extra exercise, Naruto set out to cut a kunai, with the goal of further improving and polishing his wind control. Time skip. A year had passed, and the blonde continued training hard day after day. In this time he became very good with all the arts he practiced. He was very good at throwing kunais, shurikens and senbon, the latter thanks to his interest in medicine. He enjoyed helping people who deserved it, and he liked being a doctor from the beginning, so he learned as much as he could to be an Iryo nin. He learned several jutsus to heal, such as the mystical palms, the chakra scalpels, and he learned from head to toe about the human body. He really loved his clones. Without them he would never be able to learn everything he knows so far, and he would probably have terrible control of his immense chakra reserves, which only grew day by day. At this moment his chakra control was practically perfect, all thanks to the dozens of clones he sent every day to improve and maintain it. With his improved chakra, he also learned a cloning jutsu that would last for years and currently occupied one that he was in charge of acting in the village pretending to be a complete idiot. The jutsu was the blood clone. He decided to do things this way since he didn't want anyone to find out he was powerful, because if they did, they would hate him and fear him even more, since realistically, people don't fear a dumb and weak demon that much, compared to a powerful and very intelligent demon for his age. In the past year, Naruto developed his shinobi skills very well, polished his stealth, developed his awakened sensory and empathic ability, courtesy of Kurama, developed his combat style mixing extremely powerful styles of great shinobi, from different clans. Another thing he did was sneak into the libraries of each clan and copy their techniques, to discover several things, such as their weaknesses, in case one day he faced shinobi of any of those clans, as well as discover how to do each of those jutsus. He discovered that the shadow manipulation of the Nara clan was a variant in the blood, which made their spiritual energy more powerful than physical, which was reflected in their normally lazy attitude, and thanks to this they were able to perform their special jutsus. Thanks to knowing that Naruto was able to perform some jutsus as well as improve them thanks to his many ideas, with the Yamanaka clan he learned psychological torture, how to easily get information, as well as discovered a way to use their techniques. In addition to that he created his own thanks to his connection with Kurama. He was able to make a technique that allows him to enter a person's mental space solely with eye contact while he focuses chakra into their eyes after a short sequence of hand seals. This allows him to manipulate someone's memories, extract information that he attaches to their own mental space, to absorb it as if it were his own memories. This causes his clones and it worked perfectly. Although for the moment he wouldn't try it with living beings, there were too many things that could go wrong. From the Akimichi clan, he discovered his expansion techniques, as well as manifesting butterfly wings made of his own chakra. Thanks to a special seal that he created, the Akimichi techniques instead of consuming his calories, consumed only chakra that he stored in a seal, which is directly connected to his chakra network, constantly absorbing and replenishing his immense reserves. This chakra thanks to Kurama was replenished faster than it was consumed. From the Hyuga clan he learned very interesting things, such as their taijutsu style along with their different techniques. Thanks to his extensive knowledge of the human body and the chakra network, he could use the style perfectly without the need for the eyes of the clan. He learned the Kaiden, as well as the 32, 64, and 128 palm techniques that were very powerful. Thanks to all the information about the style, he was able to implement it in his personal style, along with other equally good styles such as Goken, Strong Fist, from which he learned many techniques, reading scrolls from the Hokage Tower. It is practically the opposite of Juken, Soft Fist. Joining both styles, he gets an unparalleled taijutsu style, which combined a defense with almost no blind spots, with a devastating attack, with equally impressive techniques. During this time, he discovered that his fox friend's chakra healed his injuries and helped him recover in a superhuman way, so he abused this by training his body to the max, using special gravity and resistance seals throughout his body, which increased as his body got used to it, and could only be removed by sending chakra to the seals on the wearer's body. This did wonders for his speed and strength. Without adding chakra to his punches, he could make a crater in the ground not very big. But the feat was respectable. Adding chakra would make his skin more resistant and his muscles stronger, so he would practically Kopiriya twice as strong. It is not Tsunade's technique, it is simply adding chakra to the body. Tsunade's technique is much more complex. Regarding the techniques of the Inuzuka clan, he learned a lot, despite not having a canine companion for battle. For the moment, he learned the most interesting techniques, and improved them as much as he could. With the Uchiha clan he had a dilemma. Naruto knew well that the Uchiha eyes were very powerful and useful, so despite his morals, he decided to get several copies for himself, since according to the stories about Madara Uchiha, and Kurama's own stories, those cursed eyes were extremely powerful, and if he got them for himself, he could transplant them and assimilate them successfully easily thanks to Kurama's healing properties and his own, albeit basic, medical ninjutsu, adapting them to his own eyes. The only problem was how to get the eyes without the village going crazy. For the moment he decided to wait. He needed a chance, and he had plenty of time. He could afford to wait. As for what he learned from the Uchiha, he stole and copied many techniques. All of these have been copied by Uchihas with their eyes in the past. He copied from ninjutsu, genjutsu to taijutsu. Regarding the Aburame clan, he couldn't really use his techniques immediately, and if he snuck into the library his stealth wouldn't help him much, since their insects would immediately warn them of an intruder. Although he still took the risk, he entered the clan compound and copied everything he could about the clan shinobi and their techniques. Just before leaving, he found an insect greenhouse and in a stroke of luck, he was able to successfully steal a hive. After that he learned everything he could from what he copied, and set out to take care of the hive, which over time accepted him as its companion/food source since the insects ate its chakra in exchange for them helping in combat. In the other shinobi arts, he advanced very well. His kenjutsu, art of the sword, was very good. He could rival many shinobi of the leaf. Although he was far from being considered a master, he lacked experience, and a style since not having a teacher to explain it to him, he tried to do the best he could. His ninjutsu was very good, since he mastered wind manipulation to a high degree. He started with the other natures. He started with fire, the most complex for him since its main element was the opposite of this one, which is why it was complicated for him. But in 3 months he had already completed a large part of the exercises on that chakra manipulation and could perform fire techniques like a person related to this element, without spending too much chakra. Then he continued with the manipulation of water. It didn't cost him as much as fire, but he still dedicated 3 months to it, and improved everything he could in that time, thus mastering his third element. With this he could create water from the humidity of the environment if he tried hard enough, in addition to being able to perform ninjutsus of this element with ease. Then he continued with lightning. It cost him a bit to use it, but he managed to master it as well as its other affinities. He learned several techniques of this element, all that Konoha could offer, although the one he liked the most was an S rank called Raikiri. It was a technique created by the famous Kopi ninja, Kakashi Hatake, an umbu of the village. He liked this technique since he could finish off the enemy quite easily. The only problem that arose was the tunnel vision that the user suffers when performing the technique, but he is already thinking about how to solve it. He theorized that with the Sharingan he could avoid that problem, another reason to get those eyes. The earth techniques were quite good, as well as with water. Thanks to his clones, he mastered it in 3 months, learning several techniques of this element. However, he continued training his chakra natures. He also learned various very useful non-elemental techniques such as Shunshin, a short or medium distance movement technique. Naruto enthusiastically experimented with this technique, and with much effort and many clones, he was able to do continuous shunsins without getting tired and could do it even for long distances, so it quickly became one of his favorite techniques, since it allowed him to move at an inhuman speed. He was easily among the fastest shinobi of the elemental nations. He was probably on par with the Yondaime Reikage with his lightning armor. How did he know this? Well, he got into the village's shinobi records, which specified the abilities of some of the most powerful shinobi of the elemental nations. Another thing he discovered there is that he was not the first person to experiment with shunshin. The first person was a shinobi from the village, named Uchiha Shisui, a prodigy of the Uchiha clan who improved shunshin to a high degree, earning himself the nickname Shisui of the body blinking, known throughout all nations. Read that Shisui could leave copies of himself wherever he went due to his amazing speed with the technique, so he set out to match him and with great effort surpass him. Even so, he did not leave aside his pure speed, without any technique. As for his Fuinjutsu, he improved a lot in a very short time. At this time he was already level 13, with this he created extremely useful seals, as well as placed storage seals on himself where he carried not only thousands of kunais and shurikens that he collected over time, both seals on his wrists, hidden from view. In addition to them he carried his katana, forged by himself, which had the same characteristics as his ninjato. It was a chakra conductor and very resistant with a normal design. Nothing flashy, adapted. He had shinobi accessories such as ninja wire, which he used with his shuriken, something he learned at this time, smoke bombs, pepper gas bombs, and several other things. He no longer carried explosive labels, since by molding his chakra he could create the seal of the labels with just a touch of his hand. This could explode by means of a timer, or by activating his chakra, since they were connected. In addition to that, he created a seal, which sent a small electric shock to his chest every time it was put into a genjutsu. Thanks to that, he could easily escape from them. Besides that, there weren't many important situations, except one day when he entered his mental space. Flashback. Naruto walked through the forest that was his mental landscape looking for Kurama, since he wanted to talk to him a few things. He stopped when he heard loud footsteps in the distance, so he ran towards the source of the sound. There he found Kurama preparing a clearing to take a nap, so he decided to call him. "Oi Kurama," shouted the blonde, drawing the attention of the fox, who turned around irritated by the shouts. "What do you want, brat?" the fox growled in a bad mood. "What's up, you flea bag? You woke up in a bad mood, and stopped calling me a brat." The blonde spoke with a vein in his forehead. Kurama growled at the boy's insult. "Gur, who are you calling a dwarf flea bag?" The powerful fox shouted angrily. Naruto sighed, trying to calm down. He needed to talk to the fox, not argue. "Kurama, I came to talk to you about the day of my birth," the little blonde spoke seriously. I guess I could talk to you about that. You may be young, but you are very intelligent for your age." "Very well, I will tell you what happened that day," the fox spoke calmly. "That was a special day. I was still sealed inside a woman named Kushina Uzumaki." Before he could continue, he was interrupted by the blonde. "An Uzumaki? She was part of my family," the blonde spoke in amazement. "Gur brat, don't interrupt me. And if she was your mother, she was my container since I was approximately 10 years old." Returning to the story, that day everything was prepared for your birth. Since I was sealed in your mother, the process was carried out on the outskirts of the village in a safe base so that your mother could give birth while your father kept my seal. Since it is known that when a female Jinchuriki gives birth the seal weakens, I was obviously trying to get out of my confinement. I hated humans and I still do. You are an exception since you are my friend, the fox spoke calmly, while Naruto listened attentively, trying to contain his questions about his parents, whether they loved him or not. Seeing this, the fox continued with the story. "Everything went well, your mother was able to give birth. The problem came next, the moment one of the nurses, Biwako, the wife of the old monkey, the Sandaime, fell dead to the ground. She was killed by a masked man." He growled with hatred as he remembered that man. "He snatched you from your mother's hands, and threatened your father Minato with killing you if he did not get away from the Jinchuriki. After Minato took a step away from your mother, the masked man threw you out of one of the windows of the room, so your father, using the Hiraition, a space-time jutsu, caught you before you fell and released your blanket that was full of paper bombs. After that, Minato teleported away, while the masked man used a strange space-time technique to travel with Kushina to a remote place, where he tied her with chains to a rock and released my seal. The moment I was free, I tried to move alone to make eye contact with the masked man. and put me in an illusion, with his disgusting Sharingan, he said with hatred, remembering the cursed eye of the Uchiha clan. After that everything was blurry. I have choppy memories, where I am destroying the village, but when I tried to free myself from the illusion it simply became blurry again, until at one point I regained control of my body, and I found myself in the middle of the almost destroyed village. A few moments later I felt something huge fall on my back. It turned out to be the head of the Toad summoning contract, who was trying to hold me back. Obviously a simple summoning wouldn't be able to beat me. The great Kurama, he spoke, puffing out his chest proudly, while Naruto looked at him with a drop of sweat. Coughing, Kurama returned to his story. The next thing I knew is that I was teleported to the outskirts of the village, and before I could escape, I was caught by extremely durable chains, which were summoned by your mother. Although she was exhausted from giving birth to you and she was still able to hold me back, that tomato always, she was stubborn. You look a lot like her. Going back to the story, your mother, who had appeared out of nowhere with your father, who was holding you in his arms, summoned an altar, where they placed you, while your father Minato began a sequence of hand seals, to summon the Shinigami, so they could seal me. Seeing their intentions, with effort I freed one of my legs and tried to kill you, he said with a little regret, which was noticed by Naruto, who could only give him a reassuring smile, although he himself was crying a little. But your parents got in the way of my attack, receiving it full on. Before dying your mother said a few words to you. I don't remember very well because everything happened very fast. Your mother wanted you to try hard in your studies and not give too many problems, not to be picky with your food, to respect the 3 rules of a shinobi, and to get yourself a woman who loves you, who is similar to her. I don't remember much else. After that, I woke up sealed inside you. I was very angry, but I couldn't do anything anymore. He spoke, watching as his container and friend cried to know what happened on the day of his birth, but at this moment he only had one doubt. Kurama, did they love me? He asked with his eyes full of hope to know if his parents loved him and didn't hate him like everyone else in the village. They definitely loved you more than anything. I remember the reaction of the tomato, Kushina, when she found out she was pregnant. I could feel some of her emotions. Although I'm not very good at feeling positive emotions, it's easier to feel the negative ones. Your mother radiated joy. She was very happy. It was pure joy, along with anxiety and nervousness, but mainly joy. Your father too. I felt a lot of joy coming out of him the moment he found out about you. Both of them waited patiently for you the 9 months that you were in your mother. Kurama, I need to become more powerful. We have to stop that masked man, if he has enough strength to control you. I don't want to imagine what would happen if he wanted to use you and your brothers as weapons. Besides, it is most likely that he will try to control you again in the future. The blonde spoke seriously after recovering from the joy of the news that his parents loved him so much. Returning to the serious subject, the masked man would be very dangerous for both of them, and for all people. You're right, at the moment we can't do practically anything more than strengthen you. You have to train your Fuinjutsu even more. I have a crazy idea regarding the space-time Fuinjutsu. It could be extremely useful, and it could help you train my chakra and in the future synchronize our chakras. That would give us extreme strength. Really, brat, you could be more powerful than my creator. If you get the cursed eyes, I can integrate them into your body, and you will be even more powerful. It's going to be crazy. The fox spoke with a smile, knowing that his friend would be so powerful in the future. That's why, brat, in a year and a half, you're going to polish all your skills and you're going to use every last drop of chakra, sending twice as many clones to each art to improve even faster and learn even more. After that, you're going to leave the village and will travel through the nation so you can gain combat experience and not just be raw power. As you are now, a Jonin could beat you with little difficulty since you have no experience, so we'll change that. And while you travel, we're going to get anything that's useful to us, as well as we're going to infiltrate the hidden villages, to create our own information network with your most durable clones so as not to take risks and know everything that happens weekly in the nations. In addition to that, we're going to copy all the information we can, from jutsus to important information from each village. Blackmail is a powerful weapon. You can use it against the villages to make them do what you need. We'll do that for the next few years, then we'll do what I have planned with your Fuinjutsu. Kurama finished, watching an excited Naruto who was talking about kicking ass and saving princesses. After that, they stayed talking until Naruto fell asleep and Kurama allowed him to sleep in one of his tails this time. 3 years had passed, and an 8-year-old Naruto was walking calmly through an unknown place, while remembering the events of the last 3 years. Flashback. After the talk with Kurama, Naruto meditated on leaving the village for a long time. It was true that he needed the experience, and if he played his cards well he could learn important techniques, as well as learn arts that are not widely used in Konoha with teachers who do not hate him. Naruto knew that this decision would be one of the most important for his future as a shinobi. Naruto knew that he was probably the most powerful 5-year-old boy in the world, and that is mainly because he knew how to take advantage of all his opportunities correctly. Since he was little he learned things that many do not learn until much later in life. He learned to know who to trust and who not to. He had to steal and survive. Although he lacked a social life, he knew that in the future he could make good friends and form a large family, so as to no longer feel alone. He considered the benefits of leaving the village, and the negative aspects, which really aren't many, so he made his decision, sealed all his belongings and waited for the right moment to leave. It was late at night. The shinobi on guard were running across the rooftops occasionally. Others, like the gatekeepers at the village's main gate, were asleep, making Naruto sweat drop at the scene. He slipped through the shadows as if he were part of them, his blonde hair covered by a dark hood and his face, covered by a face mask, which covered half of his face. He ran to the door when he was sure that no one was looking, and began a race to the border of the country, thinking about the conversation he had before leaving with Kurama about who would take his place while he was away. In the end they decided to leave a blood clone, and with enormous reserves, which with a seal could be recharged with the chakra of the trees or plants with a touch. This clone would act as a noisy meathead, who would shout to the four winds that he would be Hokage, so that he would not be labeled as a flight risk. In addition the clone had orders to be the worst in the entire class, since he had to graduate with the children of clan leaders of the village. Another mission of the clone was to store information of everything relevant around him. For this, Naruto sent hundreds of clones to train the Hiraishin no Jutsu, a jutsu created by the Nidame Hokage, and taken to a new level by his father Minato Namikaze, Yondame Hokage. Naruto wanted and needed to learn the jutsu, since it would be extremely useful to solve many problems. He could keep in touch with his clone in the leaf, and could go there in case they needed him for anything of importance. The clone had to maintain that attitude to go unnoticed. He did not want the village to find out about his real strength. Time skip. During the 3 years that Naruto left the leaf, many things happened. He traveled through the elemental nations from top to bottom, doing occasional jobs of all kinds. He had his first death, something that made him feel really bad. He had a pretty bad time for a while until he returned to his usual self. Thanks to the help of his friend Kurama, he met and learned everything he could from each nation he visited. He learned some interesting things like the day he snuck into Takigakure, and copied most of their techniques, along with a forbidden technique that caught his attention called the Jiangu. Jiangu is a jutsu used by a guy named Kakuzu, where the user of the technique becomes a kind of rag doll, since the person is joined and formed by a large number of long thin black threads. But the use of the technique in him was different. The threads did not highlight his skin, but were intertwined throughout his body, making it stronger and more resistant, in addition to being able to use the threads for combat by removing them from his body. Therefore, he decided to experiment how to improve his threads to the maximum, so he thought of the most useful and versatile material he knew. The chakra conductive metal. It is very versatile since it can channel the elemental chakras. So he got a huge amount of chakra metal, stealing it from isolated caravans that went from Tetsu no Kuni, country of iron, to any neighboring nation. After getting the metal, I use almost all of it, except a handful that he would keep to analyze it. The rest he used by mixing his chakra, and the threads of his technique. After a few hours, he managed to mix his threads with the chakra metal. Thanks to this, his threads could channel all the natures he possessed, and made them extremely malleable, being able to shape them. This became one of the favorite techniques. Besides all that, he was gaining experience and preparing for a future project, while his clone continued to send him information on the situation in the village. During his time in Tsunade, he learned how to handle a war fan, watching some shinobi train and with some training scrolls that he stole and copied, so he bought the best fan he could with the money he collected from his missions using an advanced transformation jutsu that he created thanks to his Fuin jutsu and applying extreme amounts of chakra. Unlike the jutsu taught in all the academies, this one was actually a true transformation, rather changing his physical structure, condensing his chakra and giving it shape, so there was no way to know if it was a transformation or not. Returning to the fan, the weapon was a beautiful black fan, which he kept in his special storage seals on his wrist. Besides that, he learned that there was a kunoichi who could use the burn release, the combination of the fire and wind releases, so he spied on her in some of her training, and copied the jutsus of this element from the village library, as well as several of her wind ninjutsus. During that time he met another like him, a boy named Gaara, but he couldn't talk to him, since the boy suffered numerous assassination attempts at all times and was kept under surveillance most of the time, so he couldn't just walk up and talk to him, it would draw too much attention to him, so he limited himself to giving him a simple gift. He bought him a small gourd where he could keep his sand, leaving him a note, in which he said that in the future they would meet and become good friends. When he was in Iwagakure, he had to stay on constant alert, since the entire country was in a civil war. This was an unfortunate situation, although he could still see several Kikei Genkai users. Some caught his attention. He knew, thanks to Kurama, that he could learn to use those elements since he had control over the 5 chakra natures. And by combining them he could use those elements, so he spread his clones throughout the country to try to copy all the possible techniques of the sub-elements. Being able to copy in some confrontations between the rebellion and the loyalists some interesting jutsus, such as the manipulation of lava, steam, some ice users. Another thing he got was information about some of the mist swords, the kibas. At this time they were in the possession of a guy named Raiga, who was in a small mining town and had some low-ranking bandits under his command and tormented the people of that town, so he wrote down that information to get those swords. Another of the swords, the Kubikurabocho, at this time was in the possession of a guy named Juzobiwa, one of the 7 swordsmen. The other swords had no discovered whereabouts. Only rumors, so he wouldn't make a move, for now he didn't want to attract the attention of a nation at war towards him, so he would let things develop. In Kiri he didn't find much else of value, for the moment. In Iwagakure, it didn't cost him too much to infiltrate. He wandered around the village, watching the patrol schedules. He was gathering information for a while, so the day he decided to sneak into the libraries he didn't have many problems. He was able to easily pass the ninja squads that had the building, so he managed to reach a room full of scrolls of techniques from ninjutsu to taijutsu. He found scrolls of many powerful earth techniques, and what caught his attention, he found scrolls of the dust element, which was and is used by the 2nd and 3rd Tsuchikage. He discovered that they are deadly techniques, which could turn your enemy into dust, or with enough practice, absolutely erase the enemy. Quickly, along with his clones, he copied the techniques his own scrolls before leaving there without leaving anything that would betray his actions. Not only did he collect techniques, but he also collected information about the village in general. With his excellent stealth, he had almost no problem. He also discovered that the Jinchurikis of the Yonbi and the Gobi, who were currently out of the village, found that they weren't exactly treated well by the people, so they both isolated themselves as best they could. In addition to that, he discovered that IWA had hired a group of shinobi for some jobs. This group called themselves Akatsuki, and was made up of rogue S-class shinobi. He discovered that the bearer of the Kubikurabocho was in this group. They were an extremely dangerous group, and their leader must be even more so if he could control these powerful shinobi. He tried to find more information about its members, and the only thing he gathered was that there were at least 6 members, that they always went in pairs, and that a shinobi he had heard of previously when he was in the waterfall village, Kakuzu, a rogue ninja from Taki. It is said that he even fought against the first Hokage. Naruto found out everything that was known about this organization, but he couldn't find much more information. They hid very well, so he decided to leave them aside until he got new information and knew the objective of this group, since it was not at all normal for ninjas of such caliber to get together for whatever their reason. During his time in Kumogakure, he repeated the process with the other villages. He spent several days looking for information, mainly in bars with his advanced transformation jutsu, listening to conversations of some Chunin and the occasional Jonin, although he did not learn much from the whispers and rumors, so he decided to infiltrate the main building for the village's shinobi, copied all the relevant information for blackmail, and then infiltrated the shinobi library, sneaking into the advanced sections of the library. He learned very useful techniques such as the Raitun no Yoroi, from the Reikages, although he only found level 1, so he decided to take the risk and infiltrated the Kage Tower, until he found the main library of the Reikage, where he copied the techniques, along with the lightning armor at level 2 and 3. In 2 years, Naruto had toured the main villages, and at this point he had many things to learn, and he needed experience, so using his clones he set out to train until exhaustion. 5 months had passed after the start of training. His clone in Konoha informed him of something disturbing to say the least. That day he was training until he received a call from his clone, so using the Hiration, he appeared in a flash in his apartment. Once he found his clone who seemed worried, he ordered him to dispel while he meditated to sort out his memories. 10 minutes later Naruto got up from his meditative pose, with a worried expression on his face, thinking about what his clone had found. Flashback. Naruto clone entered a meeting of the Uchiha clan, in an old shrine, because the clone found it strange that so many people gathered in a place that was not guarded, in addition to the fact that the clone noticed that the Uchiha clan was increasingly isolated from the village, so using his maximum stealth, along with an advanced transformation that turned him into a small insect, he listened to what was being discussed at the meeting. Comrades, today we all gathered to discuss a very important matter for the integrity of our clan. The Leaf Village has been increasingly pushing the Uchiha clan away. They accused us of the Fox attack 8 years ago, they moved us away to an isolated part of the village, they look at us with suspicion, us, the Uchiha, the most powerful clan and the founding clan of the village, this is something we cannot tolerate, spoke firmly the leader of the Uchiha clan, Fugaku Uchiha, to all his relatives and companions. Everyone listened to their leader's words, seeing the truth in them. It was true, the village trusted the Uchiha less and less, they blamed them for the Kyuubi attack years ago, and moved them to a complex far from the village itself, using the Uchiha military police, as a way to keep the founding clan calm. That's why I came today to tell you my idea. It consists of carrying out a coup d'état in the village, taking it under our command. The Uchiha clan is a powerful clan, we can finish off those who oppose us in that village. Finally an Uchiha is going to take the Hokage hat. Who's with me? Fugaku spoke forcefully, while the vast majority of his clan cheered except for 2 black-haired men, who had blank expressions on their faces, staring at each other. The meeting continued normally, they talked about some strategies to carry out the coup without many problems, they also talked about how to divide the village after the coup, what they would do with the Jinchuriki, with the village's ancestors, etc. He also discovered the names of the 2 guys who were with blank faces. Apparently it was Shisui Uchiha, a prodigy of the clan. Naruto knew him, thanks to the information he found about Shisui in the past, he learned to use Shunshin to an even higher level. The other was Itachi Uchiha, another prodigy of the clan, both belonged to Umbu, and from the information he could gather from both, they were loyal to the village, so he would keep an eye on them, to know which side they would choose. By the end of the meeting, the clone was determined to give all the information to his boss, so he ran to his department. End of flashback. Naruto was worried he really didn't care about the civilians of the village, they treated him badly since he can remember, but Naruto does not like revenge or like people to suffer, despite how the past was, so he did not want people to die because of the ambition of a clan. In addition, Naruto wanted to avoid a war at all costs, that would only bring suffering to more people. So he decided to watch everything from the shadows before intervening. This could benefit a lot, depending on how it turns out. For the moment he would send his clones to check the activity of the Uchiha clan, while he would be watching Itachi and Shisui. Naruto believed that they were loyal to the village, so important business would pile up around them, they would be the ones to communicate everything to the old Sandaime, and Naruto wanted to know what would happen. The days passed while Naruto and his clones watched the Uchiha. Several things happened in these days. The clan had several meetings to prepare the coup, and they began to suspect a little of Itachi and Shisui, while they acted as double spies, informing the Hokage of the clan's plans. While the clan was given information about the Umbu patrols of the village and important areas, the Sandaime tried to negotiate with the clan, but was rejected again and again, while the counselors, some greedy old men, wanted Sarutobi to order the death of the clan, especially Danzo Shimura. But the old man believed that things could be solved. Things were tense between the village and the clan, there were only a few days left until the coup, and Shisui proposed to the Hokage to use his Kotoamatsukami, the most powerful genjutsu, a genjutsu capable of giving orders to the brain of the affected person without being able to notice it. The plan was to induce the clan in that genjutsu so that they would be loyal to the village. The only drawback would be that Shisui would lose his sight, but as a shinobi it was a risk he was willing to take for the good of the village. It was decided to use the Kotoamatsukami the next night, but there was someone who was not happy with that, and was now interested in the power of Shisui's eyes. This was Danzo Shimura. The next day, Shisui was standing on a tree branch, thinking about what he should do. Itachi had gone on a mission, so Shisui decided to use the Kotoamatsukami even without him in the village. I don't regret anything. I'll use my Sharingan and project an illusion to stop the blow. It won't be difficult. It should be over quickly. Itachi will probably get angry with me for doing this without him. But this will keep his family together, that's the important thing. I would do anything for it. Well, Shisui thought with the Sharingan active, preparing to execute his plan. At that moment he had to use a quick shunshin to dodge a barrage of kunais that stuck into the tree he was standing on. Appearing on a nearby tree branch he quickly pulled out a kunai from his ninja pouch to block his attacker's charge. Kunai collided with kunai sparking, the attacker jumped back but was immediately followed by another attacker, so Shisui quickly jumped off the branch he was standing on. Blocking in midair another charge from another attacker, all of them wearing a dark hooded cloak. From below, another attacker charged at him, again kunai against kunai bringing out many sparks, but this attacker had a light-colored cloak instead of a dark one. Quietly on a branch, looking around with his guard up for another attack, he spoke. But what? But he quickly had to look up to his right to jump, dodging a barrage of kunais that embedded themselves in the branch he was standing on. Jumping quickly from branch to branch, he landed in a clearing where he shuffled to slow his speed, looking back to see his attackers falling into the clearing in front of him. There were 5 of them, 4 in dark cloaks and 1 in a light cloak, all wearing white masks with different designs. The 4 in dark cloaks removed their hoods, while the 5th, standing in the center with his light cloak, did not. So it's the root, he thought, hardening his gaze, so the person behind this is very fast, and well-reasoned. Shisui of the blinking body, a man spoke, entering the clearing between the trees with his one eye closed and his face blank, walking up to the front of the umbus. Danzo, Shisui spoke angrily. You guys stay back, Danzo ordered. What are you thinking? Why are you getting in my way? Shisui spoke angrily. Kotoama Tsukumi, a visual technique that creates false experiences. Such power, what a waste to use it just to stop a blow. It's a shame an Uchiha doesn't know how to use the Sharingan properly. Even if you were to use your visual technique on the clan. As long as the Uchiha clan exists, it's doubtful that another blow could be avoided. Even if your plan worked it would be just this once. There's no guarantee that the same thing won't happen again. On the contrary, it probably will happen again. Sooner or later, the Hidden Leaf Village will have to face the Uchiha. But if we exterminate the Uchiha now, the future of the leaf will be safe. Don't you think? He spoke calmly, opening his only eye at the end of the speech. Danzo, you've been planning this from the beginning, the Uchiha spoke angrily. All this is so that the leaf can reach true peace. Don't worry, Shisui, I'll put your eyes to good use, he spoke, launching himself at Shisui who was preparing for combat. Several minutes of intense combat had passed. At this moment both opponents are facing each other with several meters of distance between them, panting heavily while sweat runs down their faces. How persistent, you live up to your reputation as the strongest of the Uchiha. I guess I'll have to force things, he spoke irritably, gesturing with his hand, causing his umbus, who had hidden among the trees, to jump up. Starting to throw volleys of kunai and shurikens that the Uchiha blocked with his own kunai. While he was watching his 5 opponents, he lost sight of Danzo, who was able to get on his back. Feeling a presence behind him, he turned his face back, looking sideways with his right eye, seeing Danzo, who launched himself at him with his one eye open and his hand forward in a pincer, heading for his eye. Before he could react, Danzo had gouged out his right eye, causing him to take a few steps back as he staggered and clutched the right side of his face, before falling to one knee in great pain, groaning as he did so. One less, the old man spoke calmly. Looking up with his one eye, his face sweating and in a lot of pain, he thought. I can't. Let him do it, he thought in pain. Gritting his teeth, he quickly pulled a smoke bomb from his ninja pouch and threw himself to the ground, filling the clearing with smoke that blocked visibility of the area. He quickly jumped out of the clearing into the trees as Danzo took steps back and covered his face with his one arm. Danzo-sama, the umbus spoke in unison once the smoke cleared. Follow him, he can't be far away, he spoke in frustration. Hi, they spoke at the same time before jumping into the trees. As Naruto, who was watching everything, dressed in a completely dark suit and an equally dark mask, jumped into the clearing in front of Danzo, surprising him and making him put on guard. So you planned everything from the beginning, old mummy, Naruto spoke calmly, with his hood on his head and the mask obscuring his gaze so they couldn't see his eyes. Who are you? You can't be one of Hiruzen's dogs, that old man is too soft to spy on his own people, he spoke with his eyes narrowed at the younger shinobi, who remained calm. I'm not really affiliated with anyone, but that eye you have there, doesn't belong to you, so I'll make you give it to me, by fair means or foul, he spoke calmly, knowing that he had the advantage. While the old man was exhausted from his fight, he was fresh, and although he had less experience, he was sure that he could beat the old man. Danzo narrowed his eyes even further, and spoke. You're not going to get this eye, to have it you have to tear it out of my corpse, the old man spoke calmly while he was on guard. That's easily solved, he said, launching himself at great speed against the old man with kunai in hand. Danzo quickly drew a kunai of his own to block the incoming attack, however he didn't expect his attacker's kunai to be wrapped in wind chakra so he quickly jumped avoiding a slash. He didn't have time to think as he had to jump off the ground before arms grabbed his feet. Doton, Shinjuzanshu no Jutsu, spoke the clone of the blonde underground. Before he could hit the ground, Danzo had to dodge a barrage of shurikens, which curved in the air and kept attacking him, so he quickly blocked them with a kunai, before they could tie him up with the ninja wire that could barely be seen attached to the throwing weapons. Doton, Dosakiryu no Jutsu, was heard in the clearing, before a huge earth dragon tried to catch the old man in its jaws, who quickly used a substitution with a log to escape the deadly jutsu. But he didn't count on the fact that the moment he appeared, 3 clones were waiting for him, 2 with kunai and 1 with a ninjato, all 3 imbued with wind chakra, so trying to escape, he dodged a quick slash from a kunai and quickly grabbed the wrist of the other clone with a kunai, but he couldn't dodge the slash from the ninjato that cut him in the solar plexus. Luckily not too deep since he was able to step back at the last second. Jumping back, he used his arm to try to stop the bleeding, achieving partial success. He quickly thought of a way out of his difficult situation but before he could continue thinking he heard the voice of his attacker. Give up old man, you're tired, low on chakra and already hurt, on top of all that you're surrounded by my clones, and as you've seen they're nothing to make fun of, the blonde spoke calmly. He knew that Danzo was scum, because he was one of the first names he investigated in the village, but really leaving him alive wouldn't affect him in the short term, he could kill him at any time in the future, and he didn't want to continue revealing information in addition to risking being discovered or Shisui losing his other eye against the old man's umbus. Surrender and hand over the eye, you can just leave after that, I don't care, he spoke calmly again. The old man was undecided, he knew that he would probably die if he didn't surrender, but he would lose Shisui's Sharingan, which was extremely valuable. Equally if he managed to continue with his plans, he could get more Sharingan from other Uchiha, or Shisui's other eye if his men got it, so he made his decision. Very well, I will give you the eye and I will leave, the old man spoke with pain for his wound. He then threw a vial of green liquid at him, where he had placed his eye after sending his men after Shisui. Quickly a clone took the jar and checked that it was the real eye. Once he had his confirmation he nodded to the original and handed him the jar. The original sent them a mental order and they all used a shunshin, to go in the direction of Shisui while the original gave a few last words to the old man. Take good care of your actions, mummy, don't get too confident, he spoke calmly and then disappeared from the clearing. Meanwhile with Shisui some time ago. After leaving the clearing, he began to jump from tree to tree until he heard something behind him so he turned his gaze and saw that it was the 5 umbus that were chasing him. He quickly ducked down onto a branch and used a quick shunshin to dodge a barrage of kunai and shurikens thrown at him by the one who appeared to be the captain. Once he appeared on the branch of a nearby tree, he turned around to block another barrage of kunais that another umbu had thrown at him along with a bomb of a strange gas, so he quickly used a shunshin. Appearing on a tree branch a little ways from his previous location, he staggered and had to duck to avoid falling as he felt dizzy. I must have breathed in some of that gas, he thought, breathing heavily, as his vision blurred and became increasingly blurry. Damn, he spoke with frustration while his eyes narrowed a little due to tiredness. He was quickly surrounded by the 5 umbus who stood a few meters away on branches slightly higher than his. It's over, Uchiha Shisui, the captain spoke coldly as the others prepared kunais with explosive tags in their hands. Shisui whispered tiredly. Aim for the legs, not the face, the captain ordered. Hi, the other 4 said in unison. Now, he ordered making the 4 throw their kunais towards Shisui who was not moving. As the kunais rapidly approached him, Shisui spoke. I'm not done yet, he spoke as his Sharingan changed from the classic one with 3 tomos to a black 4-pointed shuriken, while the eye would be red. An explosion echoed through the forest as the 5 umbus jumped back, kunai in hand, on guard as the smoke slowly dissipated, revealing a giant humanoid silhouette. Quickly, from the smoke, volleys of green projectiles began to rain down on the group of umbus. 2 managed to jump out of the way, the captain and one of his subordinates, while the other 3 were not so lucky and were hit by the projectiles, ending their lives instantly. TCH, the captain clicked his tongue as he looked back at the smoke where his men were. The smoke in the area quickly cleared, revealing a huge green humanoid silhouette, wearing a mask, and with a red symbol in the center of its chest. What is that? The captain spoke with a little fear and surprise. Within this silhouette, Shisui was breathing heavily as he hunched over slightly, deactivating his eyes, causing the humanoid armor to fall apart. Captain, shouted his subordinate, as they both threw their kunais at Shisui, who was falling to the side before disappearing, surprising the ambush before being hit by a fireball from one of the newcomers. Far from the area, 3 people quickly appeared, one of them carrying Shisui while the other remained expectant, showing no aggression. While the one carrying Shisui stood on guard, leaving his friend against a tree and taking out a kunai. Calm down, Itachi-san, I have no reason to attack Shisui-san or you, the masked blonde spoke calmly. How can I trust you? I asked without letting my guard down as Shisui watched all this from his position. Because I know what happens with the Uchiha clan, and I took Shisui-san's eye from Danzo, he spoke calmly as he slowly took out the jar with the Uchiha's eye from his ninja bag so as not to alert Itachi, surprising both of them that he has Shisui's eye. Hand it over, the stoic Uchiha ordered seriously. I'm sorry, but I can't do that, unfortunately Shisui-san is beyond saving, it seems he was poisoned, and despite my medical knowledge, the poison remained in his system, and from what I see it has already affected Shisui-san's body a lot, to the point where there is no return. If I were to give him back his eye now, be sure that Danzo will steal his body and extract his eyes again, and that would be very dangerous. The power of these eyes is too much, and if someone like Danzo gets them, many people will be in danger, he spoke calmly, explaining his reasons, making both Uchiha think. I'm sorry to have to give you the bad news, I would have liked to be able to cure Shisui-san but at this point no one but Tsunade, the Sannin, could do anything, he spoke with true sadness, since he never liked to see people die without being able to do anything, plus he knew that these 2 were good people, since sometimes they were in charge of taking care of his clone in his apartment, and he didn't feel any hatred coming from them. He only felt a little sadness coming from them every time his clone cried from feeling alone. What I can do is extend your time for a few minutes, so you can say goodbye. I know you don't trust me, so I'm going to reveal my true identity. I can't expect you to give me your trust if I don't trust you, he spoke as he slowly removed his hood and mask, revealing Uzumaki Naruto, greatly surprising both Uchiha. You. How, was the only thing a very surprised Itachi could say, before composing himself and returning to his normal attitude. So it was you, I would never have expected it, please help Shisui, Itachi spoke, so that the blonde approached the shinobi in poor condition. After a few minutes using what he knew of medical ninjutsu, which he learned during his travels through the nations and in Konoha, he was able to stabilize Shisui a little. This would only last a few minutes, but at least he could say goodbye to his friend. Together with Itachi, they lifted Shisui up, and quickly moved to a cliff, on the bank of the Naka River, at Shisui's request. The first to speak was Naruto. I know that you still don't trust me 100%, and it's understandable, but I want to ask you Shisui-san to let me have your eyes. I know it sounds bad, but in my travels through the nations, I was in all the important villages, and I learned a lot. Recently there is a group of renegade S-rank shinobi called Akatsuki. I recently learned that they are after the tailed beasts. Thanks to the hundreds of clones that I have in all the villages, this group is very dangerous, especially its leader, who is in the Rain village. It is the only one that I could barely infiltrate clones, but they say that the guy has a purple eye with rings. It is without a doubt the Rinnegan, according to the fox. The only thing he can think of to have to bring all the tailed beasts together, is to bring back the 10 tails. That would undoubtedly be the end of the shinobi. The 10 tails is the fusion of all the bijus, he spoke seriously, letting them know part of the situation, surprising them with what he told them. If that's true then we're all in danger, the power the 10 tails would have is terrifying. Itachi spoke, still stoically but a little scared. I understand, then yes, I will leave you my eyes, I hope you use them well, please protect the village and its people. He spoke with regret for the dark times that awaited the world. It seems fine to me, thanks to the fox and my blood, I can assimilate the Sharingan as if it were mine, so it will not be complicated for me to awaken it. I need all the strength possible. I have been training for years with hundreds of clones and everything I can. I am quite powerful for my age, but I have no experience, and I am still far from being able to face the 10 tails, or any member of Akatsuki. I have years of hard training ahead if I want to protect my precious people, but I will do it. He spoke with determination. Shisui smiled at that. He hadn't been wrong with his decision. He quickly took out his left eye while turning his back to the cliff, giving it to Naruto, who kept it along with his right eye in the jar with green liquid, saying goodbye to Itachi and Naruto. Shisui threw himself backwards, dying in the fall. Itachi cried in pain as his Sharingan changed from the classic three-tome to a three-pronged shuriken while his eyes bled. Itachi-san, I have to ask you a favor. I know you have to solve the clan thing, since they are going to order you to do it, but once you do, I will need you to join Akatsuki, and inform me of what you can. It is very likely that they will try to recruit you since until now they only recruit S-class renegades. If you do that, I can take care of Sasuke in the village, so that the mummy does not try anything funny. He spoke sadly. Okay, I'll do it, he spoke, hardening his resolve. In a couple of nights he would finish off the Uchiha clan, but he would leave his foolish little brother in Naruto's care, and he would infiltrate the Akatsuki. Naruto is seen jumping at full speed between the trees while dodging volleys of throwing weapons that came towards him at an enormous speed by his pursuers. Looking back for a second, taking out a kunai, he saw his 5 masked pursuers looking at him while one of them launched himself towards him and the other 4 prepared even more kunais. But how did we get to this situation? Flashback. Minutes after Uchiha Itachi massacred his clan, we see Naruto running through it. He was masked and wore a hood to protect his identity. As he slipped into the shadows, running towards the main house of the head of the Uchiha clan, Naruto's goal was to protect as many Sharingans as possible from Danzo's shinobi, since a massacre like this gave him the perfect opportunity to get the cursed eyes of the clan. Since the old war falcon was not going to sit idly by after losing Shisui's eye, on the contrary, he was going to try even harder to get his hands on those eyes. Speaking of which, Naruto over the course of Shisui's death up until now, about a week, had been testing the eyes of the deceased Uchiha as he wanted to be 100% sure that he could assimilate the eyes into his body without any problems, so he had guaranteed that it was compatible with the eyes since the Uzumaki clan was a very distant relative of the Uchiha, in addition to KURAMA'S chakra. Along with his medical ninjutsu and a small seal, would leave the eyes as if there had been no change. They would remain blue thanks to the assimilation of Shisui's almost pure Uchiha blood, so he would have no problem activating and deactivating the eyes and would have no real inconvenience in spending chakra. To ensure all this he carefully studied the eyes, and discovered something extraordinary. It turns out that Shisui's eyes had evolved a couple of years ago. He really did not know how the Uchiha prodigy had accomplished such a feat, but the fact is that the eyes, when applying more chakra than normal to activate them, almost triple, they formed a 4-bladed shuriken pattern, as he learned from the books he had stolen from the Uchiha library, which really cost him to steal since they were very well hidden and guarded. This eye was commonly called Mangekyo Sharingan, and the abilities that were obtained with this taijutsu really amazed him a lot. There was from an extremely powerful fire ninjutsu to practically unbreakable illusions. From what he had read, these abilities were totally random among the clan, except for one of them, one of the most powerful without a doubt, called Susanoo. Basically it is a jutsu that creates a spiritual humanoid in the shape of a samurai warrior. It is a gigantic spirit which surrounds and protects the user. According to what the books say, it is the maximum defense and offense, and Naruto had to agree if what the books say is true. Susanoo is an extremely powerful ability. Probably no shinobi less than class S could break through its defense and survive its attacks. Susanoo is the general ability for Mangekyo Sharingan users, but in addition to this, several very powerful abilities are named. For example, Amaterasu. According to the book, it is the highest level of fire ninjutsu. Amaterasu produces jet black flames at the focal point of the user's vision, which in most cases makes it impossible to avoid given the speed with which they are generated. However, if the target is fast enough, Amaterasu can miss despite having been fixed with the user's vision. The flames cannot be extinguished with water or other common methods, only the user is capable of extinguishing them. The black flames have high temperatures that burn with the same intensity as the sun. It is capable of burning any type of material until nothing remains but ashes, and even consume other flames, as well as continuing to burn for 7 days and 7 nights. Definitely an extremely dangerous jutsu, extremely difficult to dodge and capable of burning anything, very dangerous but also useful. Naruto could think of many ways to use it in combat. If he could control these flames, well, he could shape them and make it even more deadly. He could use jutsus as inspiration. Naruto could imagine a dragon of completely black flames coming out of nowhere near his enemies. That mastered ability would be very dangerous. Not only ninjutsus, there were also extremely powerful illusions, such as Tsukuyomi, a practically unbreakable illusion, which only required eye contact with the enemy to activate it. This illusion locks the enemy in the user's own personal world, being able to control everything from the landscape to the time within the illusion. They could be days inside the illusion, and in the real world it would only be seconds. Within this world you could torture your enemy for days with no chance of escape by conventional methods. Inflicting pain on yourself would not break the illusion, since inside it you could inflict pain on your opponent, and a chakra pulse would not be effective either since the illusion is too powerful to fall apart with just a chakra pulse. It was a very useful technique to get information out of someone. Besides, Naruto had the theory that he could train for full days inside the Tsukuyomi alongside his clones, where for him it would be full days, but outside the illusion he would dream of being seconds. It would be extremely useful if he could do that. He could learn too many things fast. Already with his clones he could learn things at an incomparable speed. He did not want to imagine with the Tsukuyomi. Unfortunately, Naruto knew that Shisui's Sharingan did not have the Tsukuyomi, because he investigated why Shisui was so valuable to the old mummy of Danzo and discovered that it was because Shisui possessed in his eyes the ultimate genjutsu called Koto Amatsukami. This technique allows the user to control their opponent's mind. It is a genjutsu of the highest class, as the victim doesn't realize they are being manipulated. The only drawback is that it takes a full decade to use it again, but according to what I found out thanks to the mummy's plans, this time could be shortened with the cells of the Shodame Hokage Hashirama Senju. Naruto was really amazed by the capabilities of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Besides the already named abilities, there were other equally powerful ones. Thinking about that, Naruto was sure that with Shisui's eyes he could use Amaterasu, since he had the illusory technique and the Susanoo, so he could only use an offensive technique, in addition to the special abilities. The Mangekyo Sharingan granted an even better vision than the Thritomo Sharingan. You could see and predict attacks much better. Of course, power always comes with a price, and the price for using these eyes was that gradually as you used the eyes you would go blind. That was a huge inconvenience, and the bad thing is that the book did not say how to avoid this problem. He searched the entire library and had no luck either, so he decided to ask his friend Kurama. "Oi, Kurama," the blonde said inside his mind without receiving an answer. "Hey, Furball, answer what I'm talking to you about." He spoke again in his mind with a small vein standing out on his forehead. Only this time he did receive an answer, although it wasn't the one he expected. Snoring, it was the only thing that was heard in his mind, making the blonde sweat a drop. "Oi Furball, wake up," the blonde shouted in his mind, managing to wake up his furry friend. "Grr, what do you want, brat?" "I was taking a nap," said the Titanic fox angrily. "You're lazy, you're taking a nap all the time," the blonde replied to his partner. "Well, there really isn't much to do in this place, and unless you have a fight, I can't help you with anything else," said the fox. "And why not explore the mental landscape that creates for you, or hunt some prey in the forest?" asked the blonde, forgetting why he spoke to his friend in the first place. "The prey in this forest are too easy for me to hunt. I am too powerful for them to escape from me, the great Kurama," he spoke, puffing out his chest with pride. "Yeah right, I'm sure you're too lazy to get up and hunt them, haha," the blonde mocked his foxy friend. "Gur insolent brat, you're talking to the great and powerful Kyubi," the fox growled angrily. "Haha big and powerful ball of fur," he continued mocking, angering the fox even more. "Gur, if you're just going to make fun of me, I'll continue with my nap, don't bother me," he spoke angrily in fox, but before he cut the connection with the blonde, he stopped him. "Wait, Kurama," the blonde said hastily before his friend went back to sleep. "What do you want, the fox said with annoyance. I'm sorry for making fun of you, I just wanted to bother you a little, I didn't mean for you to get mad at me, and the other thing I wanted to talk to you about was Shisui-san's eyes. I learned something new and discovered many things in the books I stole from the clan's library, said the repentant blonde, and then got excited when telling his discovery to his furry friend. And that would be, it makes me curious, he spoke curiously like the fox that he is. Well, I discovered that Shisui-san's eyes evolved into something called Mangekyo Sharingan, and from what I could find out, they can use 3 very powerful abilities. I know for sure about 2 of them, but I still don't know what the last one is, but I'm almost sure what it could be. Shisui-san's eyes can use something called Susanoo, he spoke excitedly, surprising the fox a little, since he recognized that jutsu. I know that jutsu, the only person I saw use it was that disgusting Uchiha Madara, he spat out the name with clear disgust, that trash controlled me using his eyes, and summoned that armor around me in the fight against Hashirama. He also spat out that name with hatred, astonishing the blonde who didn't know that, on his own with that armor he could face any of my brothers and even defeat them. But obviously he couldn't defeat me, I am the powerful 9-tailed fox, the fox spoke, arrogantly taking a drop from his jailer. Of course, returning to the topic, it is undoubtedly a powerful technique. In addition to that, Shisui-san's eyes possessed an extremely powerful illusory technique called Kodo Amatsukami. According to the book, with this technique you could control the mind of the victim without even noticing that they are being controlled. The only drawback of this is that to use it again you need to wait a decade, he said, surprising the fox with such a technique. It is undoubtedly a powerful technique, with it you could take control of everything if you play your cards right. He narrowed his eyes for a moment, because despite being the blonde's friend, he still didn't trust humans completely. 100 years locked up don't go away overnight. The hatred and resentment he felt towards all humans didn't disappear completely. However, he analyzed his friend's reaction to his words and didn't feel any increase in his negative feelings. Controlling everything was never one of my goals. At this moment I could not take care of that. It would be necessary to achieve a lasting peace, something necessary in that case, but there would always be someone who ruins everything. No matter how hard I try, I would never make everyone happy. I prefer to simply take care of my precious people, starting with you, Kurama, my friend. He spoke seriously at first, to end with a warm smile directed at his fox friend. Kurama was speechless. He already knew his jailer, but hearing this from his mouth was comforting. He liked the way the blonde thought about him, because Kurama, despite his strong exterior, felt very lonely and quite sad, since he never really had someone who cared much about him since his father died and he and his brothers separated. For years he was alone and did not know the affection of anyone. From humans he only received fear and hatred. No one took the time to get close to him to get to know him. They simply called him a monster. They treated him like a beast without reasoning. They attacked him and tried to use his power, but the moment he defended himself, he was treated like a being of pure hatred, who only lived to destroy and kill, and deep down that hurt Kurama. But there he was, this human. Barely a 7-year-old boy treated him like his precious person. Remember that the entire massacre arc is in a flashback of Naruto's 3-year training journey, and that they had only passed 1 year of the same, so the blonde was only 7 years old at that time. This made Kurama very happy. Although proud as always, he limited himself to smiling a little and giving the blonde a comment. HMP, feel honored that I, the great Kurama, consider you my friend, he said, hiding a little embarrassment at the boy's words, since he had never been treated with so much affection. Ha ha ha, of course, the little blonde boy laughed softly at his friend's attitude. With a warm smile, he thought about how much fun they had together with his friend, knowing that their friendship would only grow with time. Cough, coughing falsely to hide how embarrassed he was for being so important to someone and for him to openly show it. Deciding to return to the previous topic, he decided to speak again with curiosity, although with a small smile at his friend's previous words. And what do you think would be the third ability of that Uchiha brat's eyes? He said curiously. Well, I believe he has an ability called Amaterasu, since it is one of the only purely offensive abilities, and it is usually common whenever you get an illusory ability in the eyes, said the blonde. Thinking about that possibility, Amaterasu is a very useful ability. With this technique you can summon completely black flames, which can burn any material to ashes, focusing on the point at which the user looks. These flames cannot be extinguished with conventional methods, they can only be extinguished by the caster. These flames burn for 7 days and 7 nights. It is undoubtedly a useful and dangerous ability, said Surprising the Fox with such a technique. It is definitely a powerful technique. It would be very useful if I hated to use it at will. You could go through practically anything, and burn absolutely everything, said the fox, thinking about the possibilities. However, I am aware that power has a price. I know more or less what the price is for the power in those eyes, from what I could hear in the conversation between Madara and Hashirama. Madara said that he got the power thanks to his brother's eyes. He probably implanted them, and his brother awakened the same eyes before dying. Since it would not make sense if they only had a 3-tomo Sharingan, this could solve the problem of blindness. All this is a hypothesis. It really can be completely different, but it is probably the most accurate. Thanks for your help, Kurama. I'm going to think about what you told me. Now I'll let you go back to your nap, he said with a smile. Okay, call me when you need me. Yawn, said the fox lazily, cutting the mental connection. Returning to the blonde, he was running down an alley in the Uchiha neighborhood when he collided head-on with a group of Danzo's shinobi who were recovering several pairs of eyes from shinobi of the Uchiha clan. The moment he saw him, one of the 2 umbus that was on guard launched a barrage of kunais at him that he quickly blocked with his own kunai, alerting the other shinobi who stood next to their partner the next moment. There were a total of 5 shinobi, all with white masks and a trench coat that covered their body, along with a hood, although the blonde could see the ninjato that each one had hidden after a deeper review of their adversaries. Tensing his muscles in preparation, the masked blonde quickly pulled a smoke bomb from his ninja pouch and threw it to the ground, where it exploded, releasing a huge cloud of smoke in the area, which the blonde used as a distraction to get away from the complex, since if they fought there they would alert the shinobi of the village and they would discover the clan too soon. Running across the rooftops with a slight advantage over his pursuers, the blonde jumped dodging everything the umbus threw at him. The blonde didn't want to reveal anything about himself, that's why when he fought the old war falcon he only revealed that he was proficient with earth techniques, which is a common nature among shinobi from the different villages, perhaps not so much in Kumogakure due to their opposite elemental affinity, but really the Doton was probably the most common. Chakra nature. Returning to his current situation, Naruto jumped between the trees at great speed, being followed closely by his pursuers. After a few minutes of dodging and blocking projectiles he crashes head-on into a clearing, so jumping from the last tree before reaching the clearing, he turns to his right in the air preparing a kunai as he falls and drags himself, slowing his speed on the ground, falling prepared for an attack. This turned out to be the right decision as almost instantly he had to block a barrage of kunais, which he did easily, putting himself in a fighting stance with a kunai, ready for any attack while the umbus tensed their muscles for the fight, without taking their eyes off him. Quickly one of them launched into close combat with him, launching a quick thrust with his kunai that is dodged by the blonde who tries to bite his rival's neck only to be blocked with difficulty by his rival's own kunai. Jumping back, the blonde dodges a shuriken that was going for his neck in a quick movement. Again raising his guard he prepares for the next attack. This time there are 2 attackers, both with a ninjato. They attack from both sides at great speed. The blonde takes out a second kunai in a reverse grip and blocks both cuts. What he did not expect was a third attacker who quickly appeared in front of him, launching a precise slash towards him. Quickly at the last second he uses a substitution and in its place a log appears with 3 tags stuck to it. However, one of them is very different from the other 2. Quickly 2 of the umbus move away from a kind of rope made of kanjis that comes out of one of the tags while the other 2 were burning. These were high-grade explosive tags, made by Naruto, while the other was a movement suppression seal. By itself it would not work for long on any shinobi beyond the Chunin, however by taking one of his enemies by surprise, he did not have enough time to escape before the explosive tags activated, killing him instantly. By the time he appeared after his replacement, the blonde was already drawing stamps at high speed and then saying, Doton, Dosakiryu no Jutsu, creating a huge earth dragon that swallowed one of the umbus thanks to the speed at which it moved, killing it instantly. Luckily for the blonde these were the umbus that were on guard, since he wanted to recover his eyes in good condition. It really was a mixture of luck and that he pointed on both occasions to these 2. First he put the suppression tag on the side of one of the umbu that was on guard so the others had more time to escape, while that one did not. And with respect to the other, he specifically pointed at him with the earth dragon. Quickly the blonde used a shunshin not before taking his ninjato from his seal on his wrist, appearing on the branch of a tree before jumping and falling behind the back of one of the umbus. He quickly realized the presence behind him and tried to take out a kunai to turn an attack or block an attack, although it was too late for him since in a quick movement Naruto made a cut in the solar plexus and stabbed him in a kidney. The cut was deep, but he died instantly from the stab in the kidney. Falling to the ground, after that Naruto jumped again to a tree, only leaving a blood stain where the umbu was before since he took his body with him. In the tree he quickly searched the guy before his companions find him. Once he found some jars with Uchiha eyes and some mission documents. Apparently this was the leader, however he did not find anything incriminating towards the old mummy. After searching it he released the body that fell to the ground with a noise deaf, drawing the attention of the other two, who turned around only to see their captain dead, but before they could do anything, they were pierced by Naruto and a shadow clone. The clone stabbed a lung while Naruto went for the heart. After that they checked the shinobi, finding the same amount of jars, before the clone gave the original the jars and dissipated. After that the blonde returned to the complete Uchiha clan and continued patrolling the area without any inconvenience. Time skip. 3 weeks had passed since the Uchiha massacre. During this time the blonde remained hidden, examining the Sharingan eyes that he stole from those umbus that day. Upon examining them he learned that the umbus only took the eyes that were already mature, that they had the 3 tomos. That was quite useful, since he could look for a way to evolve some of the eyes to transplant them once Shisui's eyes begin to lose their sight. From what he found out in the books, to evolve in Sharingan, the bearer should go through a situation of extreme stress, and experience very strong emotions. An example of these situations could be losing a family member in front of you. This would cause the bearer of the eyes to experience an emotional surge that would result in the evolution of their eyes. The process was much more complex, but Naruto was a little bored of reading it all, so he read the most relevant. The eyes he recovered were from Uchihas who saw their family die before their eyes, so they only needed a gentle push for their eyes to evolve. So Naruto, deciding to take a risk, took a pair of eyes and slowly sent chakra into it. At first the eyes that until that moment were black as night, began to change, first to the mature Sharingan, then as chakra was added to them, the tomos in the eyes began to spin violently, until after a while they began to form a new pattern in the eyes only. After 10 seconds they returned to the Sharingan, so Naruto quickly deduced that to evolve a monstrous amount of chakra would be needed. No Jonin in the village could produce that much chakra except perhaps a few. Unfortunately Naruto still could not produce that amount of chakra without hurting his growing coils, because Naruto was still young. His reserves had not yet grown because of his still immature body, and his chakra coils could be shattered if he started to be expelled by this amount of chakra, so Naruto opted for the second option. He still had 7 months of training left. After that he was going to return to the Leaf Village. Once he returned to the village he was going to transplant Shisui's eyes, so he would have to train and learn a lot about medical ninjutsu, in order to successfully transplant his eyes. After doing so he would have to train his eyes to get used to using them and learn their techniques. Another thing he wanted to learn would be genjutsu. Thanks to the Sharingan it would not be difficult for him to use them, so he decided to master that art. For that he was thinking about something with his friend Kurama. They both knew that Fuinjutsu is an art too powerful, you could do anything with Fuinjutsu, so Naruto and Kurama devised a more efficient way to train. For the moment it consisted of a pocket dimension, whose door would be a set of extremely intricate seals. Within this pocket dimension, things like the perception of time, gravity, air resistance could be adjusted. With this he could train for years without problem within the dimension, while outside days or weeks would pass like a lot. Unfortunately it was a project that was still an idea, but Naruto was determined to do it, but not now. He would do it when he returned from his trip. He wasn't sure if it would work or if it would be partially successful, so he didn't get his hopes up. Time skip. Naruto walked through the busy streets of a village in the Land of Fire. He was here because the clones designated to watch over this village had spotted something interesting, which could undoubtedly be very useful if he played his cards right. It was rare for Naruto to go specifically to something like this. Usually if his clones found something interesting they themselves would go see what was happening, but this was not a normal occasion. The clones of the blonde had spotted a blonde woman with amber eyes, walking alongside a young, black-haired girl who was carrying a small pig in her arms. At first the clones did not pay too much attention to them until looking more closely the blonde woman became familiar to them, so they tried to remember. After a few seconds they realized, this was Tsunade Senju, one of the legendary Sannin, the Sannin of the slugs. A powerful and beautiful woman without a doubt, who had earned her title. Along with her companions in the war, after a fight against Hanzo of the Salamander, who named them the Densetsu no Sannin, literally, 3 legendary ninjas due to their individual abilities and as a team, but that was not all. Tsunade Senju was also known throughout the elemental nations for being the best medical ninja in the world. No medical ninja could compare to her ability. She was extremely talented with chakra control and medical ninjutsu, as well as being powerful in his own right. It is said that one of his punches could level a mountain with ease, and that his chakra control was perfect. Naruto quickly went to check the village in charge of his clones, and indeed, the legendary Sannin, the legendary ninja of the stories, the most powerful kunoichi of the elemental nations, was at this moment gambling and losing her last cent. While around her were many bottles of sake, clearly the kunoichi was drunk, evidenced by the blush on her cheeks, while the people she was betting with had smiles on their faces as they counted the amount of money they had won. Naruto was a little disappointed by the sight in front of him. The girl accompanying the Sannin was clearly desperate, trying to get the blonde to stop drinking and betting the money they had left, while the little pig was lying on the table between the sake bottles. Entering, Naruto looked around. There were several tables where people were quietly gambling and drinking. There were also different types of slot machines that were eye-catching. Looking towards his target, he saw her lose again, while she bet again with money she didn't have and that she thought she would easily get. Although the people around her didn't seem very convinced, most of them slowly and discreetly left, leaving the woman alone, drinking sake from her glass. Sitting across from the woman, Naruto fake coughed to get her attention, which he succeeded in doing. Tsunade, looking up in her glass, saw the blonde and raised an eyebrow before speaking. "Brat, what are you doing in a casino?" said the blonde looking at Naruto. "I needed to talk to you about something important, Miss Tsunade," said the blonde with respect to the powerful woman. Raising both eyebrows, the blonde woman spoke again. "Oh, so you know me, brat. Tell me, what do you want?" he said with a little surprise. "Actually, I came to talk to you since some of my clones saw you and Miss," pointing at Shizun, "walking through this town, and I was wondering what one of the legendary Sannin was doing here," he said calmly, although he noticed that Tsunade tensed a little upon learning that the blonde was a shinobi, since he mentioned his clones. So you're a shinobi, aren't you too young yet?" he said, narrowing his eyes. "In fact, I am still young by shinobi standards. However, I have not yet graduated from the academy. I just train myself out of sight of people. After all, I am a ninja. It never hurts to keep some skills secret and go unnoticed," he said calmly, although surprising the two women a little with the new information. "Back to the topic, what is it you want from my brat? I don't think you just want to talk," he spoke, deciding to get to the point with the matter. "What I want from you, Miss Tsunade, is training. I really can't talk much in this place, but I'm aware of some threats that are too dangerous even for a shinobi village to handle, and these threats are specifically after me," he said seriously, making the seriousness of the matter known. "I understand, however I want to know, if I were to train you, what would you use that power for?" he asked as his gaze hardened, his previous drunkenness disappearing in a second, as he looked seriously at the boy who returned his gaze with determination. "My goal is to become powerful enough to protect my precious people. Right now my only precious person is my friend Kurama, but I'm going to get more precious people and I'm going to become so powerful that I will be able to protect them from whatever is coming, and sooner or later I will bring peace to this world, so that there will no longer be people suffering from losing their family," he spoke with great determination, looking directly into the blonde's amber eyes as he thought of the children he met throughout the nations, all those orphans who suffered because of the world in which they had to live. The kunoichi was sincerely amazed. This boy was too mature for his age. She couldn't understand what kind of things he had lived through to see things that way. However, that didn't mean that his goal was one she could respect. She had lost her loved ones in the war, but seeing this boy of no more than 8 years old sacrifice his childhood to train and take care of his friend, and change this world moved her. Looking at the boy with quite a bit of respect, smiling again, she spoke while her companion Shizun, who until now had remained on the sidelines, also smiled, looking with admiration at the younger blonde. "An admirable goal without a doubt. Very well, brat, I'm going to give you a chance. We're going to go to the outskirts of the town and we're going to have a fight. If you manage to land a single hit on me, I'm going to teach you everything I can in the time you stay with us," said the blonde, smiling. Sounds good to me, Miss Tsunade, he said with a big smile. Now, excuse my manners, I haven't introduced myself yet, he said embarrassedly scratching the back of his neck with a nervous smile. My name is Uzumaki Naruto, I was born in the Leaf Village and I am 7.5 years old, he said giving a bow of respect before both women. What a well-behaved boy, surely your parents are proud of you. My name is Tsunade Senju, and this here is Shizen Kato, my apprentice, the blonde said with a smile, while her apprentice bowed and smiled at the blonde. At that moment, they both noticed that the blonde man put on a sad smile at the woman's words. Thank you very much Miss Tsunade, I also hope my parents are proud of me. Unfortunately I was never able to meet them, since they died shortly after I was born the day of the Kyuubi attack, he said with a sad smile thinking about his parents, and then said with a sincere smile the following, however, Kurama told me that they loved me very much, and protected me until the end. The one who taught me everything was Kurama. He said that he did not want me to be disrespectful, and he took the time to teach me and told me to read some books on etiquette. Kurama helps me in everything, I owe him a lot, that's why he is my first precious person, and I will be strong to protect him, he said smiling. Both women felt a little sad for the boy, but smiled when they saw that he wasn't completely alone. Deciding to finish the test before nightfall, Tsunade ordered them to follow her to the outskirts of the village, where they quickly went. Once they found a clearing in the forest, Tsunade turned to her companions and told the blonde to get ready. Okay brat, get ready, I'm not going to be that easy on you even though you're little, he said, the last bit of mockery trying to make him angry. Oh, is that right? Grandma, she said with an innocent look, although the blonde could clearly see the amusement in her eyes. With a vein in her forehead, the blonde yelled at Naruto. Who are you calling grandma, brat? She said, clearly angry. Oh, I think I'll tell you, looking around mockingly, I don't see any other grandmothers around here, he said with a mocking smile, while quickly deactivating his gravity and resistance seals upon seeing the look on the woman. Snarling, the woman glared at the blonde before taking a few calming breaths, then thrusting out a hand, a single finger extended. I only need one finger to walk your snotty ass, he said mockingly. We'll see, old woman, said the blonde, now with a blank face, completely prepared for combat. They both stared at each other, on guard, waiting for their opponent's next move. The first to move was the blonde, who ran toward the woman at a good speed. The blonde wasn't amazed by the boy's speed, so she quickly lowered her finger and hit him on the forehead, sending the blonde flying and calmly crashing into a tree, then exploding in a cloud of white smoke, making the blonde's eyes wide open. Kage Bunshin, she thought, amazed that a child knew that technique. Hearing a small whistle in the wind, I quickly jumped to dodge some kunai that came out from between the trees at high speed. While on alert, he tried to sense the blonde without success, before hearing a whisper and feeling the air heat up rapidly. Katan, Bukakyu no Jutsu, came the whisper from behind the blonde, who turned around to see a huge ball made entirely of fire coming towards her at great speed. So using a quick substitution, she swapped with a log only to see 3 blondes waiting for her with kunais and a ninjato. But she wasn't just any shinobi, so she quickly hit the ground with extreme force, cracking it and making a huge crater, dissipating the clones, while she looked around. Jumping back into the clearing, the blonde saw Naruto standing calmly there, with no signs of fatigue and without taking away that blank stare. What's up brat, your tricks don't work on me, he said mockingly, causing the blonde to narrow his eyes almost imperceptibly, before putting on a small smile. Say what you want, old woman, said the blonde before disappearing in a shunshin, appearing behind the Sannin, giving her a kick that she was able to block out of pure luck due to Naruto's speed. Opening her eyes wide, the Sannin saw the blonde disappear again in a shunshin, only this time he had a ninjato with him. He appeared and disappeared so quickly that it seemed like he left clones of himself when it was only an afterimage. The blonde quickly attacked the Sannin with a slash that she was able to dodge before trying to hit her with a blow that the blonde was able to dodge with a new shunshin to appear behind his rival, who attacked by pure instinct and experience with a devastating kick before he could do his attack, so disappearing again he appeared in front of the blonde, breathing a little raggedly due to the expenditure of chakra. Doing so many techniques in a row and the shunshin so quickly exhausted him quite a bit. I'm very impressed brat, you're probably the most powerful 8-year-old boy in the world, you could probably handle a Chunin easily, even a Jonin. What kind of threats do you have to face to want to be so strong, she said with curiosity and amazement. An organization with more than 10 S-class renegades is after me, and they are trying to revive the 10-tailed beast, gathering all the bijus in a container," he said, making Tsunade's eyes widen. "I need to be powerful enough to handle this organization. The leader of these is the possessor of the Rinnegan, the eyes of the sage of the 6 paths. Sooner or later they will come for me, and if that happens, my loved ones will be in danger," he said seriously. "I understand, very well. From today, Naruto Uzumaki, you are my apprentice. I expect only the best from you. I will make you as improved as possible in what we have left of time," he said with a smile. A year and a half had passed since Naruto became Tsunade's apprentice. The blonde had greatly improved his chakra control, and had learned a lot of medical ninjutsu. With his clones he was able to learn everything extremely quickly. In addition to that, after 7 months of training, Naruto told Tsunade about Shisui's eyes, and asked if he could do a transplant, to which Tsunade accepted, although at first she was a little reluctant because of her fear of blood, which with the help of the blonde, little by little were changing. As they had foreseen, the eyes were received and assimilated perfectly by the blonde's body. He could activate and deactivate the eyes whenever he wanted. They did not consume more chakra than any other Uchiha, and thanks to a small alteration the blonde was able to keep his blue eyes without problems. The blonde became a very good doctor. Knowledge was no problem for him, and with his new chakra control, he could easily do medical ninjutsu. He wasn't as good as Tsunade, but he was certainly very good at the art. He learned about all kinds of poisons, how to treat and make them. He also learned techniques like the chakra scalpel, which he altered and asked to create an alternative technique with his wind element. Only this one could cut practically anything, it could even cut some fire. Ninjutsus if enough chakra was infused, giving testimony to how powerful the technique was. Tsunade was very proud of Naruto, since he learned very quickly, and she was clear that in a short time he would surpass her. During this time the clone of the Leaf Village who pretended to be Naruto had a very bad time. Since Naruto left years ago on his training trip, the clone impersonated him. At first it was not difficult, but the poor clone had to suffer all the abuse, the stares of the people, being alone. On several occasions he tried to make friends with other children his age, although their parents always denied it, taking their children away from Naruto. On one occasion he almost died at the hands of 3 kunoichis of Taki for trying to make friends. He was only saved thanks to his teacher Irika Yumino, who treated him better than the other villagers. Although not everything was bad, he made some friends, who accompanied him in his pranks. Besides that, he had to take care of the emo Sasuke. He really did not understand that boy completely. He could understand that he did not want his brother for murdering his clan, but becoming an emo avenger, that was a lot, at least in Naruto's mind. He lost his parents because of the masked man on the day of Kyuubi attack, and he wasn't an emo avenger, and he didn't understand why he didn't want to get together with anyone, or make new ties. The people of the village practically worshipped the last Uchiha. They forgot that practically because of his rumors the Uchiha clan was increasingly alienated from the village, and the whole coup d'etat thing happened. But oh well. The boy was arrogant. He made fun of Naruto for being the last in his class. Naruto disliked him a lot, but he pretended to want to be the emo's rival so that no one would take him seriously. It served the clone that everyone thought he was weak, to catch everyone off guard when he was the original. Because it says, when it is the original, well, this is due to the technique. A blood clone, as long as it has chakra and the original is alive, the clone would remain alive indefinitely. That together with the seals of the original Naruto, the Bunshin would last for years until he decides to reveal himself to the people. Then, when the original returns, it will simply merge all of his experiences with those lived by the original, so it will be exactly as if the original had been the clone at all times. He would have the experiences of the clone as if he himself had lived them, not a simple memory exchanged from another point of view. Besides that, he met some girls who were kind to him. Although being small, 2 of them were easily carried away by rumors about him being a demon, but the third was not. She was shy. She always looked at him from afar, trying to gather the courage to talk to him once. If he remembered correctly, the clone had helped her a long time ago when some bullies tried to hurt her. From that moment on she became very strange. When he spoke to her she turned like a tomato or fainted. Naruto really didn't understand her behavior. He was still an innocent child, and very dense. The girl was a Hyuga. She had pearly eyes like her entire clan, except that hers had a lavender tint. Naruto thought she was pretty, with her blue hair and her shy attitude. Another of the girls had platinum blonde hair, and blue eyes. a shade much lighter than his. She was also pretty, the only thing was that she was easily carried away by rumors. He met her in a park, while he was playing with the flowers. She approached him and they talked about flowers, which were her favorites. While she told him the meaning of each flower, he looked at her in amazement since the girl knew a lot about it. That was one of the happiest days for the blonde because when he asked her if she wanted to be his friend she said yes, and he gave his biggest smile. With the third girl he met her in a similar way to the first. Some children were bothering her about her forehead, while she could only lower her head and look at the ground until the blonde arrived and defended her, then tell her that her forehead was very pretty, and that it matched very well with her green eyes and pink hair. At that time Naruto did not understand what she was saying. Because he was a clone with the mentality of a child with a non-existent social life, he said the first thing that came to his head to cheer up his friend. In the end the girl gave him a smile that made the blonde smile big, and they became friends, until the girl's mother told her to stay away from the blonde after they said goodbye, not before the blonde gave her a flower. Those three were what he could consider his friends. All three were kind to him, they were, because now two of them saw him as a loser. However he, clinging to their friendship, so as not to be alone again, continued to hold a special affection for each of them. The first of the three was still just as shy with him, however they could exchange a few words, mainly him telling the girl not to give up and to follow her dreams so that she would have more confidence. Besides that, he simply lived his days as a loser, trying not to attract attention, while little by little he stopped acting and adopted his lie as his personality. One thing to note was that the Sandaime slowly became his grandfather figure, taking him to eat ramen whenever he could, where he met Iam, a pretty young woman, a few years older than Naruto and his father Tuchi. These little by little became precious people to Naruto, the people he would protect without caring about himself. Little else had happened, although the clone suffered he was happy, always showing his characteristic smile. Returning to the original Naruto, he continued his training in medical ninjutsu with his sensei. She decided to teach him how to use his super strength, something that cost Naruto since he had a lot of chakra, and although his control of it was good, it was not perfect like Tsunade's was. However, his strength was extremely high, being able to create enormous craters with a single blow. Another thing that happened was that Tsunade decided to give him a seal on his forehead in the shape of a rhombus, where Naruto concentrated massive amounts of chakra, saving it for later use, along with Kurama's chakra. Since being basically an immortal being, the loss of vitality by the seal did not affect him, and his reserves were enormous, so there was no problem in giving him chakra for the seal, making it even more useful since the healing it provided was even better by the chakra of a Biju. With this seal, once released, it extends a sealing matrix throughout the user's body, being able to heal almost any wound and even reattach parts of the body. Naruto thanked Tsunade over and over for her gift, jumping up and down excitedly and showing it off to Shizune, like the child he was despite his maturity. After that he had a very important talk with Tsunade and Shizune. Flashback. Naruto stood in front of two of his precious people, looking a little nervous, while internally debating whether to tell them both about the life he had had. Looking up he saw both women looking at him, one with a little seriousness and the other with curiosity and concern, next to the pet pig Tun Tun, who was eating quietly, without noticing the slightly tense atmosphere at the table. "So, what did you want to talk about?" Tsunade said, getting to the point of the conversation. "I need to tell you both something important. You are both very important people to me," he said, a little embarrassed, since he hadn't told that to anyone else but Kurama. Unknowingly, he brought a small smile to both women. "So I want to tell you all about myself," he said nervously. Raising an eyebrow, Tsunade spoke up. "And what would that be exactly?" "You're very nervous, it has to be something important," she said, looking at him questioningly. Taking a breath, she decided not to drag things out any longer. "In fact, I'm going to tell you all about my life." She quickly began to go through hand signals at high speed, then touched the table and a sealing matrix spread out, creating an invisible barrier around it, surprising both women. "Perfect, with that no one will be able to eavesdrop on us. Okay, let's get started. First of all, please don't interrupt. I'll answer all your questions once I've finished telling my story. I was born in Konoha, on October 10th, the day of the Kyuubi's attack on the village. My full name is Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. I am the son of Minato Namikaze, Yondaime Hokage of the Leaf Village, and Kushina Uzumaki, Kunoichi of the village known as the Bloody Abanara. the day of my birth, a masked shinobi infiltrated the birthplace, killed the Sandame's wife who acted as midwife at my birth and took me hostage, threatened my father to stay away from my mother, was coming after the fox. They had a brief conversation, in which I ended up being thrown out of a window. My father, using his Hiration, was able to catch me in the air. However, the blanket covering me was full of explosive tags. He quickly removed the blanket and teleported away. I assume he did so to his home, since I do not know from my father's perspective. Meanwhile, with my mother, the shinobi masked man chained her to some rocks where he revealed that he would use the Kyubi to attack and destroy the village. After that, he released the fox from its seal, and using his Sharingan, he put it in an illusion, where he controlled it to destroy the village. After that, I do not have much information. My father was able to save my mother, and I know that my father faced the masked man, who apparently used a strange space-time technique. He could also become intangible. However, he was able to defeat him, taking away his control of the Kyubi, and forcing us to escape. Meanwhile, the Kyubi was destroying the village, until Gamabunta, the Toad Chief, my father's summon, contained him until my father could teleport him to the outskirts of the village. At that moment he decided to seal half of the fox in me. My mother refused, but there were not many options, so he used a Kenjutsu, summoning the Shinigami, to seal half of the fox in me and the other half in itself. While my mother held the fox with her chakra chains, the Kyubi did not want to be sealed once again, so he tried to kill me with his claws, but at the last moment my mother's intervened, both being pierced by the fox's claw, but not before my mother told me some words and advice that would serve me in the future. He spoke sadly, shedding a few tears as he did so, feeling sad at losing his parents. Meanwhile, Tsunade and Shizun tried to process everything. They were very surprised by Naruto's story. Both had heard about the fox's attack on the village, and the death of the Yondaime. However, they never expected things to have ended like this. Neither could articulate words as Naruto continued with his story. After that, the Sandaime picked me up and cared for me for a few days, before taking me to an orphanage. However, it seems that a rumor spread that I was the fox's container, so almost all civilians and shinobi began to theorize and spread rumors, that I was the reincarnation of the fox, that I was directly the fox transformed into a human to gather strength and destroy them. Stupid rumors, however people believed it. The looks began, the whispers. Parents took their children away from me, they tried to kill me. They condemned me to live my first years in complete solitude. I had no friends, no one to talk to. In fact, I had to teach myself to read and write, and I learned to speak thanks to imitating people in their daily lives. I learned little by little, and with time and thanks to Kurama, I learned to speak without complications. Despite everything, I continued. I did not give up, because I believed that one day I would find those people to whom I can tell my day, people who welcome me home, who celebrate my birthday with me. Not even that. I hoped to find someone who would at least be there when I needed them, and I swore to myself that I would protect those people with everything I have and more. That's why I did not give up. On my 4th birthday everything changed. That day the villagers and some shinobi decided to hunt me down like every year, so I ran and was able to hide from them in the forest of death. I hid in the trunk of a tree in complete silence, while I thought about the reasons the village to hate me. I was young, however I was intelligent for my age. I thought about everything I knew about the treatment of my life until then. In the looks of hatred, in the strange tattoo that appeared on my stomach if I channeled Chakra, in my grandfather, the Sandaime, and how he told me that my parents had perished in the Kyubi attack. I thought the whispers of some villagers calling me demon, brat fox and other nicknames. I tried to relate it all with my birth on October 10th, the same day of the attack. However, I couldn't. After thinking for a while, I thought it would be great to copy some cool jutsus from the Hokage's library. It sounded very good for a 4-year-old, a joker. I could learn many ass-kicking jutsus with which to protect my grandfather, so I infiltrated the Hokage tower, calculating the time it took the Umbu patrols and the squad relays. I noticed that there was a gap of a few seconds, so I slipped away and arrived at the Hokage's library, where I copied the techniques from the Forbidden Scroll and learned the Kage Bunshin. With that technique I trained for approximately a month, where I learned many things that appeared in the Shinobi library books. Also in that time I learned that I was a Jinchuriki, so I tried to talk to the Biju inside me, which, as you know, is the Kyubi. I decided to be neutral with him, since when I thought about it, the fox was also hated. And I didn't believe what the book said about the Bijus, about being masses of hate, so we had a talk, where I learned his name and we became friends, although it was a little tense, since Kurama didn't fully trust me at that time. he didn't have good experiences with the gen, he couldn't finish since he was interrupted. Wait, are you telling me that you became friends with the most powerful being, the one who is said to be a mass of hatred and who attacked the village? Tsunade asked, incredulous. Actually, he's a grumpy, lazy, furball, but he's my greatest friend, and I would do anything to protect him, the blonde said with a big smile, surprising both women, while she heard murmurs in her head about disrespectful blondes. Well, hee, shall I keep counting? Naruto asked, unsure of how to continue. I'll take that as a yes. Cough cough. Where was I? Yes, after that, I was training for a year in the Forest of Death. I learned everything I could with the help of my clones taijutsu, ninjutsu, kenjutsu, etc. After that I decided to leave the village, visit the other towns and learn more things. I left a blood clone, loaded with a lot of chakra. This clone is still in the village. I returned to the village when the Uchiha massacre began, approximately, a few weeks before perhaps, where he met Itachi Uchiha and Shisui Uchiha. Shisui was attacked by Danzo. That mummy wanted to steal his eyes, so I stopped him. Unfortunately Shisui was poisoned, and with the medical ninjutsu that I learned in the village I was not able to do anything, so I told them about the threats that are coming, and I convinced Shisui to let me use his eyes, activating Shisui's eyes that were implanted by Tsunade. I let everything happen normally, until my clones informed me about you in that village, and the rest you already know. My plan now that I have learned a lot from both of them is to continue training. No one said anything for a while. They were still processing everything he told them. It was too much important information too fast. I understand if you're mad at me for not telling you, I understand that you hate me now, he said sadly, making both of them react. I'm not going to hate you for something like that. I understand why you did it, and if I had been in your place I probably would have done the same. Now you have both of us, so you're not alone, Tsunade said with a smile. You must. Naruto shouted happily. Of course, you are very important to both of us, Shizun said softly. With his biggest smile, the blonde hugged them both. He stayed with them for a few more days, but then he had to say goodbye, promising to become even stronger to protect them. Shortly after returning to his training trip, Naruto made a discovery, his blood clone in the leaf. You could say that it evolved since he and Kurama noticed that the clone was essentially another Naruto, not a simple technique. It was another real Naruto made of chakra. They theorized that by sending so much chakra to the clone when they created it, they essentially made it a different Naruto, capable of doing almost everything the original Naruto can, and the moment Naruto wants to dissipate his clone, he should absorb or fuse with the clone, thus making them one entity. This was not a problem since both are essentially Naruto, the original Naruto, and therefore the one that predominates, would absorb the knowledge and experiences lived by the clone, seeing them as if they were his own, as if he had made and seen the clone's memories firsthand. Originally Naruto had planned to make the clone disappear once he finished his training and returned to the leaf to become a shinobi in the village. However, plans changed and Naruto had to change everything. He spoke with Kurama for a long time, coming to an agreement. The clone of the leaf would continue living in the village, would have Naruto's normal life, however he would continue to contain himself. The blonde could not afford to show the full extent of his power with people like Danzo and Akatsuki out there, who essentially wanted him for their plans. He was a shinobi. He trained from a young age to protect himself and all those who are important to him. He knew what he was afraid of doing. However, Kurama did not want him to spend his entire childhood training, so he convinced the blonde to take the place of his clone from time to time, so he could interact with more people besides Kurama, Tsunade and Shizun. So everything was decided. The only new thing would be that together with Kurama, using all his knowledge about space-time fuinjutsu, he was able to create an artificial dimension. In this dimension time passed slower. For example, if in the elemental nations 1 year passed, in the pocket dimension it would be a year and a half, maybe a little more. This might seem little but it was a big difference. He tried to make time even slower, however with his chakra he couldn't change it. Creating a pocket dimension was not easy at all. He had to use all his skills and knowledge in space-time fuinjutsu to achieve it, not counting the expenditure of chakra. Naruto at his current age had almost as much chakra as a Kage, however creating the dimension took all his chakra, and left it almost empty, so he wouldn't try to change time. He estimated that with years within the dimension would be enough to practice and polish all his skills, in addition to learning the techniques that he had not yet learned. 6. He still had 2.5 years left for his clone to finish the academy, so he would enter the dimension to train and would return approximately 2 weeks after his clone's graduation. Time skip. A strange portal opened inside a cave. Beneath this portal, lines with all sorts of symbols could be seen forming a strange pattern. From within the portal, a figure emerged. He wasn't very tall, at first glance. He looked to be between 12 and 13 years old, with blonde hair and blue eyes. His clothes were torn, showing off his well-built physique. Looking around, he hummed a little. So it's been 2.5 years here. I wonder how Tsunade and Shizun are. Naruto spoke calmly, smiling a little as he thought of 2 of his precious people. I have to go to Konoha to see what my clone is doing so she can tell me what happened while he was training. He quickly stretches a little and makes a crossed hand seal. Dash, Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, he thought, and then 5 copies of himself appeared. I want each of you to go to our bases and collect everything valuable, seal it and give it to me. I have an interesting idea so I can take it all with me, he said calmly. Leaving the cave he quickly began to jump between the trees in the direction of Konoha. Time skip. Our blonde reached the gates of the village only to remember that he could have teleported away with his Hiration in a second. Cursing under his breath he disappeared in a flash only to appear in his clone's apartment, which was messy and littered with instant ramen cups all over the floor, along with dirty clothes and scrolls. Plus his clone had been scared by his sudden appearance, so he jumped a little, throwing the instant ramen he was eating on the floor. Composing himself, the clone looked at his ramen scattered on the floor of his apartment. No. My ramen, the food of the gods, no, anything but that. He screamed dramatically with crocodile tears falling from his eyes, taking a drop from his creator. Hey, he called only to be ignored. Hey, he was ignored again by his clone, who was babbling about wasted ramen while still crying. Hey. He shouted, getting his clone's attention. You. The clone shouted, pointing an accusing finger. You threw away my ramen. He shouted before recognizing who he was talking to and opening his eyes wide. You're the original. No. I don't want to disappear. He shouted dramatically. Calm down, I'm not going to make you disappear. I'm just coming to relieve you for a while. He remained silent when he saw how his clone was dressed. Why are you dressed in bright orange? He asked with a blank face. Because orange is great. Date Bayo. He said with a little too much enthusiasm. Well. I can give you a bit of reason, he said, laughing a little at his clone's overly enthusiastic attitude. Looking at him closely, he didn't look very strong. Due to his attitude and his silly smile, he seemed like an airhead. He had to admit that his clone did an excellent job of acting like a fool, although it seems that he adopted that attitude as his daily personality. Listen carefully, you're going to be relieved for a while, about a month. Don't worry, once I leave again, I'll be able to pass on my memories and experiences to you, he spoke calmly. Huh? The clone asked, tilting his head. Sighing, he decided to explain it to her for the next 10 minutes, in a way she would understand. Ah, now I understand Date Bayo, he said, scratching his cheek, with a bright smile. Now, I need you to give me your hand. With this I will be able to see 2 months of your life before this moment. It is something called Ninshu. Kurama taught it to me, although it is a deteriorated version, he spoke looking at his clone, who seemed not to understand. Sai, just give me your hand. Hasai Naruto was able to see 2 months of the clone's life, just as the clone was able to see 2 months of the original's life. Well, for now you'll be staying here, you can't go out unless it's strictly necessary. I'll go meet with our team. I'll see if I can convince Grandpa and Kakashi-sensei to do a higher rank mission. D ranks really aren't that important. A C rank mission would be better, he said calmly. I understand, boss, don't worry, I'll stay here, he said with a big smile with his eyes closed, running a finger under his nose. When I get back from the missions I'm going to bring you ramen. In the meantime I want you to train your physique a little. You're weak, and if you die on a mission they'll discover that you were just a clone. It would be complete chaos, he said seriously. Well, take care, giving him a slight smile and ruffling his hair. He quickly made a hand seal, and in a puff of smoke the original was now identical to the clone. Examining himself to try to find errors, when he found none he smiled with satisfaction and opened the door to the clone's apartment. Time skip. Unknown location. Sasuke, I'm at Point B, said a young male voice. Sakura, I'm at point C, said a high-pitched female voice. Naruto, I'm at point A, you should, Naruto said. You're slow Naruto, said an adult male voice. Very well Team 7 The target has moved, while a figure jumped from between the trees to some bushes, looking at the scene. Behind 3 trees 3 hares appeared, a black-haired, a pink-haired and a blonde looking towards the bushes. Over there, Naruto spoke. A gray-haired man is seen, with his ninja headband covering his left eye, as well as a mask that covered his face from his nose down. What's your distance from the target? Polygra spoke through a headset that the other team members also had. -5 meters, I'm ready, just give us the signal, Naruto said. I'm ready too, said the dark-haired man. Same to me, the pink-haired girl spoke. Very well. Now, said the gray-haired man. So the 3 of them jumped on the target, which was caught by Naruto. The target turned out to be a brown cat with a red ribbon on its right ear, which at this moment was meowing very loudly and swiping in all directions. I got it. I got it, Naruto yelled as the cat scratched his face. Can you see the tape on your right ear? The gray-haired man asked. Affirmative, the identification was positive, said the black man. Correct, the lost pet Tora was captured, mission complete, said the gray-haired man. We can have a better mission. I hate cats, Naruto shouted into the headset, stunning the gray-haired boy. Time skip. Mission room. All my little Tora, Mom was worried about her little furball, said a woman hugging the cat very tightly, while it tried with all its might to escape from her arms. Ha ha ha, silly cat, that animal deserves to be crushed, Naruto said laughing. I'm not surprised he's gone, said the pink-haired woman, watching the woman who turned out to be Madame Shijimi, Daimyo's wife, whisper to her cat while it tried to escape. Now, the next mission for Team 7, we have several tasks available. The Sandaime spoke looking at some papers in his hands. Take care of the chief counselor's 3-year-old baby. Help his wife with shopping. Plant potatoes in the, he couldn't finish because of a scream. No. I want to be on a real mission. Something challenging and exciting, not this kid stuff. Naruto shouted, making an X with his arms. Come on man, Naruto said. Dash, he's right, Sasuke thought, but didn't say anything. Dash, but it's so unbearable, the pink-haired girl thought, irritated. Dash, og. I knew this would happen, the gray-haired man thought. How dare you? You're just a new genin with no experience. Just like the others, you'll start with simple missions to develop your skills and improve, shouted a Chunin with a scar on his nose. Are you serious? Taking care of a baby is not a mission, it's a huge stupidity, Naruto shouted angrily before receiving a blow to the head from his sensei. Ahg, he shouted in pain. Can you stop behaving like that? Kakashi asked. Naruto, it seems to me that you still do not understand the privilege that has been granted to you, said the Sandaime. Listen, every day different types of requests arrive at our village, from baby care to murders, he said, showing different scrolls with colors and letters D, C, B, and A. These requests are carefully recorded, analyzed and catalogued in ranks A, B, C or D depending on their difficulty. The ninja are also classified by their ability. Hokage is the highest, Jonin, Chunin and Genin down. At the highest level, we select the missions and assign the most appropriate ninja who has the necessary skill and experience, showing a paper that said that the Jonin had the A rank missions, the Chunin the B and C missions and the Genin the D missions. And if the mission is carried out successfully, we receive a pay with which the village and our work is maintained. Because you are genin without training, you must start from the beginning of the shinobi path. You will have D-rank tasks, of course. Showing the folded scroll with the letter D and the missions written on the paper, before looking to see Naruto and his team talking amongst themselves without paying attention to him. So yesterday I ate tonkatsu ramen and today I'm craving miso ramen, Naruto told his classmates and sensei. Silence, said the Hokage. Sorry, Kakashi said, scratching the back of his neck. There, you always lecture me as if you were my grandfather or something like that, but I'm not a little brat who spends time bothering. Now I'm a ninja and I want a ninja mission. Said Naruto, sitting on the floor with his arms crossed. Og. We'll talk about this later, said Kakashi. He, the Hokage chuckled. Naruto wants to show us that he is not a stupid boy. He was a stupid boy and now he wants a mission, and so it will be, he said, surprising Naruto and the others. Since you are so determined, I am going to give you a Category C mission. You will be a bodyguard on a trip. Really? Yes. Who? Are we protecting a princess or an important chancellor? Naruto asked excitedly. Don't be impatient, I'll bring him here soon. Bring our visitor, said the Hokage. Within seconds the door opened, revealing a visibly drunk man, holding a bottle of beer and his glasses slightly drooping, staring at Team 7. What the heck, a bunch of snotty kids, he said, then took several gulps from his bottle. Do you really want me to believe you're a ninja? He spoke of the little boy with a dumbfounded expression on his face. Ha ha ha, who's the little one with the idiot expression on his? He said, seeing that he was the shortest among his classmates, only to then try to launch himself at the client being stopped by his sensei. I'll finish you off. Take your hands off me. You'll see. You can't finish off the customer, Naruto, that's not how things work, Kakashi said, looking at the customer who continued drinking from his bottle without worrying about anything. I am Tsunade, a great bridge builder, and I must return to my country. I am building a bridge that will change our world, and I want you to take me there safely, even if you have to risk your lives. Team 7 and Tsunade are seen about to leave the village. Yes, Naruto shouted. What excites you so much, Naruto? Sakura asked. It's the first time I'm going to leave the village. I'm going to be a traveler. You should, he said enthusiastically. Time skip. Everything happens the same as in the anime until you see the puddles on the road. Naruto, who was leading the group, instantly noticed the puddle. HM. They are two presences, at least Chunin rank, they have many negative emotions, it's an ambush, although they don't seem very smart, a puddle on a sunny day, Naruto thought, looking discreetly towards his sensei, who looked back at him. They walked several meters before two figures emerged from the puddle, wrapping Kakashi in chains and pulling them apart, tearing his body into hundreds of pieces, scaring Sakura while Naruto stood on guard with kunai in hand. Both shinobi moved at a decent speed behind Naruto trying to wrap him with their chains, however he immediately jumped in the air and threw his kunai towards one of the links of the chain, trapping it against a tree, before falling, stepping on the metal arms of the enemies and kicking them in the head with force. However, both recovered quickly and tried to attack Sasuke and Tsunade, who was being protected by Sakura, who was scared. Naruto quickly created a clone and went after the ninja who was going for Tsunade, while his clone would help Sasuke if he needed it. He appeared in a burst of speed in front of Sakura with a kunai ready before Kakashi appeared, trapping both shinobi with his arms by their necks, without giving them a chance to escape, leaving them unconscious. Hello, he said as if nothing had happened. Kakashi-sensei, he's alive, Sakura thought happily. Show off, Sasuke thought before looking at Naruto. I react too quickly. Looking back at where Kakashi was killed, there were only pieces of log, showing that he used a substitution. I'm sorry I didn't help you before, Naruto, I didn't want you to get hurt, but I didn't think you would react the way you did, she said looking at Naruto. Good work, Sasuke, you too, Sakura. Naruto immediately narrowed his eyes, he was congratulating them and they had basically done nothing, and he was already scolding him for a small cut they made with one of the gloves, which was already healing. He shook his head, he really didn't think Kakashi thought badly of him, he just had the wrong idea that he was the worst in the class. Hey, said a voice, taking him out of his thoughts, you're not hurt, are you? Loser. Naruto hummed, looking calm on the outside while thinking about whether it would be good to kill the arrogant idiot. Did you say something? This angered Sasuke, who believed himself to be this dope to make fun of him. Naruto, said Kakashi, don't move, these guys' claws had poison, we have to get it out quickly. Naruto immediately returned to his role of idiot, looking scared. After that everything continued the same as the anime until the boat trip. Naruto was alert, he knew the next enemies would be Jonin rank, he couldn't be confident, he was stronger than a Jonin, but these were cunning, if he was confident he was dead, so using his sensory abilities, he dedicated himself to feeling everything around him. At the moment he didn't feel any source of chakra around him, so he was calmer. Once they got off the boat they continued on their way to the builder's house. On the way Naruto was with his guard up, prepared, until he felt a source of chakra in a bush to his left. It was at least a high-level Jonin, He quickly threw kunais at the bush alerting his team. At that moment he could feel how the presence appeared at a considerable distance and in its place there was another minuscule presence in comparison. He approached the bush and caught the tip they used for the replacement and said, "Sensei, a replacement jutsu," he said seriously, surprising his team. HM. Kakashi thought alertly. Hearing the whistling of something flying through the air long before his team, from the direction the enemy Jonin was running towards Tsunade and shouted. "Down!" Naruto shouted, throwing Tsunade to the ground, while his teammates threw themselves down and Kakashi opened his eyes wide for a second before throwing himself to the ground. I heard the projectile long before I did, he thought in amazement, but he couldn't think about it anymore since a giant blade passed over them before burying itself in a tree. On the handle of the huge blade was a tall man, with half of his face covered in bandages. He was facing away from them. Despite this, two of the team members recognized him instantly. Shit, it had to be one of the seven, none other than the demon hidden in the mist, Zabuza Momochi. It's a very good opportunity to get the Kobikurabocho, however if I fight against him the others will know of my true strength. I could use Koto Amatsukumi on them, and invent a believable story, but it would be a lot of effort for my eyes. I'm going to let things develop normally. Wait. There's another presence between the trees. It seems that I'm the only one who notices it. His emotions are so pure. This person has a very pure heart. There is no bad intention, only concern for Zabuza. Interesting. His entire thought process didn't last more than a second. With his guard up he looked towards the swordsman while he slowly approached Tsunade in case of an attack. It must be him, Kakashi thought. Well, apparently it's Zabuza Momochi, a renegade shinobi from Iwagakure. Kakashi spoke calmly, analyzing his opponent. Sasuke, thinking he could defeat him, tried to run towards Zabuza, before Kakashi put a hand in front of him stopping him. "You're in the way, get out of the way," Kakashi said seriously. "Why?" he answered angrily. "He's not like the other ninjas, he's on a completely different level. If he's our opponent, I'll need this," he said while taking his hand to his ninja band to move it upwards. "This is going to be dangerous." Kakashi of the Sharingan. "Am I right? It's very bad, huh? But you'll have to hand me over to the old man," Zabuza said. The tension was practically palpable as these two powerful shinobi prepared for combat. What is he saying? Does he have a special power? Sakura thought. Sharingan. Tsunade thought. Quick, battle formation Manji, protect Lord Tsunade, stay out of this fight, you know how to work as a team, it's time to prove it, he finished, raising his headband, revealing a mature Sharingan in his left eye. "I'm ready." There were rumors, but I didn't believe he really had a Sharingan. When he was in the village he was an Umbu. It makes sense that there was little information about him and his eye back then, Naruto thought. Wow, looks like I'll be seeing the Sharingan in action, this is an honor. Zabuza thought. Meanwhile Sasuke explained the Sharingan and its functions to Sakura and Tsunade who were confused. Out of nowhere, a thick fog begins to form. As for you Kakashi, in the Iwagakure assassination unit we had strict orders to destroy you as soon as you were seen. You're in the bingo book, they call you the man who has copied more than 1,000 jutsus, Kakashi the copy ninja, Zabuza said. Everything happens like in the anime until Kakashi is locked in the water prison. This prison is made of water, but it's stronger than steel, it's harder to fight when you can't move. Is it too much for the great Kakashi? I'll finish you off later, but first your little friends will have to be eliminated. Suetun, Mizu Bunshin no Jutsu, said Zabuza, and a clone made of water formed next to him. He's more skilled than I thought, Kakashi thought. Shit, if Kakashi hadn't been so confident I wouldn't have to face him. This is going to be annoying, Naruto thought irritated. Do you think wearing that headband makes you a ninja? When you've been between life and death so many times that it doesn't bother you anymore, then you can say you're a ninja. When your profile is so deadly that it appears in the bingo book, then maybe you'll earn the title of ninja, but being called a ninja is ridiculous, said the clone and then disappeared into the mist. Naruto stepped forward from his companions and with a cross seal said, Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, and 5 copies of it appeared that immediately moved behind Sakura and Sasuke in a blurry movement and next to Tsunade, hitting both genin in the back of the head, leaving them out of combat and carrying Tsunade who didn't know what to do. This surprised Zabuza and Kakashi, who did not understand what their student was doing. Very well, with them out of the way we can fight without problems, Naruto said as if it were nothing. Before you ask Sensei, I'm just going to take them to a safe place. Zabuza wants the old man, but he can't move from his position and his clone can't get too far away from him. That way they'll be safer, he said calmly. That was clever, however you stayed. Do you want to die? Zabuza asked, while Kakashi remained silent, trying to hold as much oxygen as possible in his lungs. Giving a chuckle, Naruto replied. I am a shinobi, death does not scare me. As long as I protect someone important to me, death is the least of my worries, and I guarantee you that this water clone will not be able to kill me. I have already killed Kiri-Jonins without blinking and their clones did not even scratch me, Naruto said, his face until now of fear, changed to one of complete coldness, without any emotion, surprising both of them with his words. You. A genin kills Jonins, what a joke is that brat, Zabuza said irritated. Believe what you want, no eyebrows, now I have to free my sensei, so prepare to die. He quickly shot out at a speed the water clone couldn't see and was decapitated by a wind chakra imbued kunai before exploding into water. Before Zabuza could say anything, from the water next to him, another Naruto came out with a tanto charged with wind release. He immediately released the water prison and jumped back, giving a kick to the Naruto that came out of the water, causing him to explode into smoke. The original Naruto was already running towards Kakashi at a great speed, unfazed when the ground ended and he stepped on water like it was nothing, catching Kakashi and using a quick shunshin to appear on a tree branch. Stay here Kakashi, this is not your fight anymore, he spoke coldly. Naruto? He asked, unable to believe that his problematic student had saved him by facing a jonin without fear. Let me solve things for you, if you had continued fighting you would have died without a doubt. Zabuza is not alone, the moment he arrived I felt another presence, and due to the amount of chakra he has it is powerful. Even if you had beaten Zabuza he would have killed you, he finished, before jumping into the clearing, without letting his sensei respond. He landed in a clearing and quickly had to duck to dodge a slash from Kubikurabocho, then rolled to the side, taking out a kunai to block another quick slash from the enormous sword that would split him in half. By force he was able to keep the mist demon in place before in a quick movement he jumped above the enormous sword and gave a devastating kick to Zabuza, who exploded into a pool of water, so he looked back to see the sword inches from his face so he could not dodge and was decapitated. Much to Kakashi's horror and Zabuza's huge smile, however, before he did anything else the decapitated Naruto exploded, sending Zabuza flying. Bunshin Daibakuha, Kakashi thought in shock. What's up with no eyebrows? Can't you handle a simple genin? I asked mockingly. Damn brat, you're not a simple genin, you have to be at least a chunin, he said angrily. I am a shinobi, it is stupid to show all your skills before they are necessary, that is why I am a genin, he said coldly, surprising Zabuza and Kakashi. Then maybe you are a true shinobi, Zabuza said with a little respect for the boy's power. You haven't seen anything, he said normally, however I have a personal secondary mission with you, he said looking at his sword. Do you want the Kubikurabocho? Zabuza said amusedly, you have to kill me to get it, he said with a smile. I wouldn't have it any other way, he said, smiling back. Before Zabuza could react, Naruto was at his side, punching him in the face with chakra, sending him flying into bollards at enormous speed before crashing into a tree. However, Zabuza burst into smoke and in his place was a destroyed log. Naruto quickly looked towards the lake to see Zabuza tracing many hand seals before finishing and shouting. Suetun, Suryuden no Jutsu, creating a large water dragon that went towards Naruto, who quickly drew hand seals and shouted. Doton, Dosakiryu no Jutsu, creating a huge earth dragon, which was a little bigger than Zabuza's water dragon. Both dragons collided with an enormous force before the earth dragon destroyed the water dragon, only to turn into mud and fall to the ground, dissolving. Both quickly drew another very different sequence of stamps. Suetun, Daibakufu no Jutsu, Zabuza shouted, creating a huge waterfall. Katan, Ryuka no Jutsu, he said, expelling a huge flame that collided with the wave of water, creating a thick cloud of steam that was cleared by a pulse of Naruto's Futon chakra. Both Ahinobi were on high guard, although Zabuza was panting heavily from using so many ninjutsus while Naruto had a little sweat running down his forehead. In a second both ran towards each other, Naruto summoning a black katana without a design to which he sent wind chakra, while Zabuza wielded Kubikurabocho, colliding in the middle sending a shockwave from the force of both, while struggling in the middle in which they were equal. They quickly separate with a jump while Naruto used a shunshin appearing some medros to the right of Zabuza, throwing kunais, while he used Kubikurabocho as a shield before receiving a huge fireball launched by the blonde who used the shunshin again in his blind spot, being sent flying crashing into a tree, immobilized by 2 shurikens that the blonde threw that tied him with ninja cable. Before he could try to escape, 3 senbon needles pierced his neck, leaving him immobile. A figure jumped out of the tree and appeared next to Zabuza. "You are a hunter of the mist," said Naruto, to which the person nodded and said, "Thank you for making my job easier. I've been hunting this ninja for months, now I'll take him so the secrets of his body don't fall into the wrong hands," he said calmly, although the blonde saw that his muscles were tense to act at any moment. Smiling a little, the blonde said, "Do you mind?" pointing at the body, to which the masked person denied, so the blonde approached and checked his pulse, seeing that he didn't have one, so he sighed and walked away. "Make sure he recovers. I really want that sword and I don't want to steal it while he can't defend himself," he said, making the person jump closer to Zabuza, taking out needles between his fingers. "Calm down. If I wanted you dead right now, you would be. Just take him," to which the masked man nodded and quickly picked up the body and left in a shunshin. Turning around, the blonde saw his sensei coming limping, and with a serious look on his face, so he gave him his best blank face and spoke without revealing emotions. "We'll talk about this later. I don't want anyone other than you to find out. Is that clear?" I asked, putting enormous pressure on the gray-haired man, making him take a step back. "Why yes," he said a little too quickly. "He's too powerful, and according to what he said he was holding back, I have to tell Hokage-sama," Kakashi thought. "Don't worry about the old Hokage. I'll tell him in due time, I prefer to tell him myself than for him to find out from someone else," said Naruto, guessing Kakashi's thoughts while lowering his killer instinct and relaxing his normal expression. "Let's go, I'll help you get to Tsunade's house. Our team is already resting there and my clones are protecting them. A few minutes ago one dissipated and I know how to get there." Receiving a nod from a thoughtful Kakashi as Naruto carried him on his back without difficulty and jumped through the trees at high speed towards a direction he didn't know, although without realizing it the blonde put a very curious seal on him the moment he helped him walk. This same one vanished a second after being placed. Time skip. It had been a few hours since they arrived at the house. Kakashi had fainted on the way. Apparently the Sharingan consumed a lot of chakra, and left him exhausted. Sasuke and Sakura had woken up and were confused. They did not know what had happened, so Naruto told them that they both fainted due to a genjutsu and that he had taken them along with Tsunade to his house while Kakashi took care of Zabuza. They both believed him. Sakura thanked him, and Sasuke just remained silent, although he felt a lot of anger and frustration come out of him, so he left them alone. At this moment they were gathered in the living room of the house, talking about what to do at this moment when Kakashi came down, with crutches, looking exhausted. "Hello," he said simply, smiling with his eye. "Sensei," Naruto said with a big smile, although Kakashi saw him with a little caution. "Sensei," Sakura shouted in relief, with a smile. Did he say Sasuke? I guess Naruto told you what happened," said Kakashi looking at his genins. "Yes sensei, I told them how I brought them to Tsunade's house while you took care of Zabuza," he said with a big smile. "I understand," he said with a smile. "Well, Zabuza is alive," he said as if nothing had happened. "What?" Sakura shouted in alarm. Meanwhile, the other three covered their ears trying to avoid going deaf. "What you heard, Zabuza is not actually dead. That masked ninja put him in a state of temporary death using senbons on pressure points of Zabuza's body. Hunter ninjas are usually trained to attack vital points, so it would not have been difficult to leave him like that. Also hunters have the obligation to destroy the body of the renegade shinobi on the spot, and he took it. Therefore I am completely sure that Zabuza is alive. For that reason I will train you for the next fight we have, which will be in approximately 1 week. Great, right?" he said with another eye smile. "Yes. When I get back I'll kick his ass, believe it," he said with a smile, while his fellow genin looked at him as if he was stupid, and Kakashi with caution. Yes. "Back to the topic, let's train," said Kakashi. After that they left Tsunade's house and went into the forest where Kakashi sent Sakura and Sasuke to climb trees, while he took Naruto to a more remote place to talk. On the way there no words were said, both were tense in case the other makes a move, neither trusted the other, they knew that the person next to them would not hesitate to kill them, that's why they were on high alert. Once they reached a clearing in the forest they started talking. Well, do you want to explain to me how you are so strong? Kakashi asked. I really had no intention of revealing my true strength to anyone in the short term, however, given the current situation, there is no other option, he sighed, looking at Kakashi and drawing seals at a speed he could barely see, making the masked shinobi tense. Once he finished drawing seals he created a barrier of silence around them to speak in more privacy. Well, first of all, you are in a barrier of silence, everything that is said here cannot be heard by anyone, this barrier is special, what is said here cannot be told to anyone else. Right now you have on your body an invisible seal that will not allow you to tell anyone what you hear here, along with a seal that will render any Yamanaka technique useless, so essentially no one else will know about this unless I want them to, he said, making Kakashi open his eye and try to leave the barrier before. Some earth chains held him in place. Calm down Kakashi, nothing will happen if you just listen, in this place only I have control, you don't have access to your chakra, so essentially if I want you to you're dead, he said, and then told him that he had been training since he was young and that in the village there was only a clone of himself, etc. What he didn't tell him is that if he tried to tell anyone the information or anything, the memories would be erased and supplanted from his mind, essentially creating new memories already programmed, so that he would forget whatever Naruto wanted. I understand, Kakashi said, looking at Naruto with a look that he couldn't understand. In that case I don't think I can teach you anything, you are already more powerful than me, and you know many techniques, so I will simply leave you alone, he said calmly. I have to tell this to Lord Hokage, this could endanger the village, he thought without changing his expression. 5. Well, in that case I'm leaving, he said, turning around, going into the forest, while Kakashi used a shunshin to get to the house and rest a little. Time skip. Kakashi was in a bed resting, until his 3 students entered his room followed by Tsunade and his daughter Tsunami. They talked for a while about the training they were doing, until a child entered the room, greeting his grandfather with a hug before looking at the shinobi and speaking. Things are not going to improve, they will only get worse, all of you will end up dead, Gato is too powerful, he said angrily. Inari, that was very rude, these ninja helped your grandfather and brought him here safe and sound, Tsunami scolded her son. Okay, I'm rude too, Tsunade tried to defend his grandson. Mom, don't you see it? These people are going to die. Gato will come with his men, they will find them and kill them. He spoke angrily. What are you saying, idiot? Listen to me carefully, you know what a super ninja is. It's me, just much better. I'm going to be Hokage. That plate or cat is no match for a real hero like me. Naruto shouted at the boy, who looked down with his hat covering his eyes. That's not true about heroes, you just have stupid ideas. He yelled, making Naruto get angry and try to throw himself at him, being stopped by Sakura. If you want to stay alive you have to go back where you came from, he said, turning around and walking towards the door. Inari, wait, where are you going? Tsunade said. I'll go see the ocean, I want to be alone, he said, leaving the room. Naruto, angry, decided to go to where Inari was to put him in his place, but when he got to his room he would find him crying with a photo in his hands looking at the ocean, so he decided to leave him alone. After a few hours Naruto, Sasuke and Sakura were in the forest trying to climb a tree using their chakra. This exercise was something Kakashi ordered them to work on, although the blonde already knew it, he simply pretended, sending less chakra than necessary to his feet. It was easy for Sakura due to her small chakra reserves, so in just a few attempts she had already climbed a branch of the tree using only her chakra, while Sasuke sent too much chakra to his feet, so the certainty of the tree exploded. Naruto, on the other hand, intentionally sent little chakra, so his feet slipped, hitting his head on the ground. Hey, this is fun, Sakura said, laughing happily, sitting on a tree branch. Yes. That's how it's done, Sakura, I always knew you were the best. Datebayo, Naruto shouted happily for Sakura while giving her a sincere smile, making Sakura blush a little before looking at Sasuke, hopeful for his reaction. Being disappointed in doing so, he saw Sasuke with a jealous look at his achievement, before huffing and trying again by himself. Good. Sakura not only understands chakra, she can now control it and maintain it calmly. We are talking about someone becoming Hokage someday, right? It seems that Sakura has the greatest opportunity for that, said Kakashi's voice, surprising two of the three genin, and as for the great Uchiha clan, maybe they are not so great after all, he said, trying to get both of them to try harder. Enough, sensei, you've already talked too much, Sakura yelled at him. While below, Sasuke and Naruto looked at each other defiantly, preparing to climb the tree. Perfect, I think they are motivated again. Of course Naruto and Sasuke have much more chakra, however Naruto is holding back. That boy is dangerous, I will have to inform Hokage-sama about him. My duty to the village is more important than a promise, Kakashi thought seriously. 1. Very well, first I must equal Sasuke, and then I must reach the top of the tree, Naruto said excitedly, absent-mindedly noticing Inari hiding behind a tree watching the scene. What a waste of time, they don't know what they're going to face. Naruto heard Inari with his enhanced hearing, as he left his hiding place. Unknown location. In a large room there were two people, one was lying on a bed and the other was sitting on a chair next to the bed. The door was opened, and three people entered through it, two thugs armed with katanas and a dwarf dressed in a suit with dark glasses, causing the person sitting to look sideways with caution. A Jonin, the invincible ninja, has just been defeated, limping home like a pathetic bully. The demon hidden in the mist. More like the coward hidden in the mist, said the dwarf with an arrogant tone, looking with contempt at the other two people in the room. His words made the person sitting in the chair stand up, making both thugs tense as they approached the dwarf ready to draw their katanas. Wait a minute, the dwarf spoke again, stopping the thugs as he approached the bed. Let's see. What do you have to tell me about this fiasco? And don't pretend to be asleep, I know you can talk, he said, reaching out with his hand to try to grab the person lying down, being stopped in his tracks by the hand of the person next to him. Take your filthy hands away from him, said the person with controlled anger. Ow! You're breaking my wrist, the dwarf shouted, causing his two thugs to rush at the person, drawing their katanas. In a movement too fast for both thugs, the person was already next to them, having disarmed them, while he had both katanas pointing at the thugs' necks. Don't force me. I'm in a terrible mood, said the person angrily, throwing the katanas away from the thugs. One more chance is all. If you fail this time I will kill you myself and there will be no one to protect you. Let's get out of here, said the furious dwarf. Haku, that wasn't necessary, Zabuza spoke for the first time, showing a kunai hidden between the sheets. I know, but it's too soon to get rid of Gato, he's still our best backup, think about it. He would draw the attention of the assassins and then they would come after us again, we must contain ourselves, he finished with a smile. Time skip. Everything would happen the same as in the anime, with Sakura taking care of Tsunade on the bridge and shopping at the market, seeing the situation in the town, Naruto and Sasuke with their rivalry to see who can climb their tree first. At dinner, Naruto and Sasuke ate like pigs, until they both vomited. They competed to see who ate the most, making Sakura angry and yell at them, and then after a while they talked about a photograph that Sakura found, with the image cut out. He was my husband, Tsunade spoke sadly. In this land they used to call him a hero, Tsunade said. As Inari stood up and left the room followed by Tsunade. Then Tsunade tells the story of the anime, about why Inari acted like that, telling about Kaisa's death, along with his feats and exploits. Since then Inari changed, just like Tsunade and all our people, we lost hope, Tsunade said, while Naruto remained silent thinking about the times Inari talked about heroes. I'm going to prove it to you, Naruto spoke, exhausted, but with determination. Prove that, Sakura asked confused. I'm going to prove that in this world, there are real heroes, he said with great determination as he went outside the house to train. Time skip. Naruto lay in the middle of a clearing, he had fallen asleep while training. Although he woke up feeling a familiar presence, it was the presence of that hunter ninja, he was still amazed by the purity of that person, there was no evil in his being, it was very strange to find someone with that aura. He decided to pretend to be asleep even when he felt the person next to him trying to grab him, apparently he had discovered him, but he remained calm. Meanwhile, at Tsunade's house, they were gathered around the table ready to have breakfast. Isn't Naruto here? It seems he was out last night too, Tsunade said, surprised by the blonde ninja's absence. He's already gone completely crazy, he's climbing trees in the dark, maybe he's already dead, logical for using so much of his chakra, we should see if he's okay. Sakura spoke with a little concern at the end. Well, I really hope he's okay. That a child spends the night alone in the forest, Tsunade spoke worriedly. There's nothing to worry about. Naruto is a dumb kid, but he's also a full-fledged ninja, he can take care of himself, Kakashi spoke disinterestedly. Naruto is a mediocre, maybe he's dead out there, the emotional one spoke indifferently, crossing his arms. With Naruto. I could feel the person kneeling beside me, out of curiosity I sharpened my senses, his breathing was calm, he smelled of flowers and medicinal plants. I couldn't hear any sound of metal against metal, so he's probably unarmed, although it's better not to trust him. I could feel how he brought his hand closer to my neck, ready to break it. I remained calm since I couldn't feel bad intentions, although when he was too close I prepared to react, however it seemed he regretted it, and decided to wake me up, pushing my shoulder a little. Her voice was soft, feminine. Who are you? I tried to sound half asleep as I looked at her. I could feel a little heat on my cheeks. The girl was very beautiful. Looking at her quickly I noticed that she was wearing a simple pink kimono, with a flower design. Her hair was loose, it wasn't very long but it suited her. She was smiling at me, her smile was so sincere, there was no bad intention in it, her smile was beautiful, I say. What are you doing here alone? I'm collecting herbs, they're to treat illnesses and heal wounds, I said without erasing my smile. Do you want me to help you? I know a little about medicinal herbs. I smiled back at her with my own. I felt really comfortable even though I'm wary of almost everyone, and I know she's a kunoichi. It would help me a lot, thank you, she said calmly. You start working early, friend, I really don't know much about socializing, I said the first thing that came to mind. To top it all off, Kurama is sleeping, he can't advise me, although I'm sure he doesn't know much either. I like the calm of the morning, but I didn't think I'd find someone sleeping here in the forest, she said. To which I could only laugh a little and scratch the back of my neck. I'm training, I answered sounding excited. I know there wouldn't be any problems if I show him my true self, but I think it's not good to suddenly change my personality in a conversation. So you were a ninja, I can tell by the band you wear on your head, she said. In fact, I am a shinobi, a genin of Konoha, the band I wear can only be worn by ninja, I said smiling. I see, it's very impressive, she said smiling a little, making him smile a little too, but does that mean you're training for something dangerous? He asked looking at the ground. I'm just training to get stronger, I said smiling a little sadly. But you already look very strong. Isn't that enough? She asked. No. I have to get stronger and stronger, I have to keep training, making her see me disappointed, which strangely I didn't like. Also, I don't really have many friends, but in the future, when I have them, I want to be strong enough to protect them, I said with a huge sincere smile, surprising her and making her have a slight blush on her cheeks. That is one of my goals, although my dream is to bring peace to this world. I may be young, but I saw firsthand how ruthless this world is, the hatred between villages, the resentment, I saw deaths, and I myself caused some. It wasn't right, and I didn't like doing it, but it was necessary. If I want to change this world I have to do it little by little, I said with a sad smile, surprising her again. So you do all this for those people? Is there anyone you care about? I asked with a smile. In fact, I have my precious people, and thanks to them I am strong, I said with a smile. She was lost in thought for a moment. I noticed her sadness, apparently she was remembering something, and then she smiled again. You know, when a person has someone they want to protect, then they become genuinely strong, she said smiling. I agree with you, I said smiling. You will become strong, very strong, he said smiling. See you later, we will see each other someday, he spoke looking at me out of the corner of his eye. By the way, I am a boy. Ha 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 ha, I couldn't help myself and laughed, making her turn around and look at me confused. I'm sorry, it seems you don't realize. I'm a shinobi, I knew you were in this clearing the moment you stepped on it, even asleep I analyzed you with my senses, and you are definitely not a man. I'm sorry to say it like this but your smell and essence are those of a woman, besides that your figure is not that of a man, really that kimono does not hide that fact. By the way, it looks very good on you, I said with a smile at the end. She looked at me surprised and with a little blush at the compliment. By the way, I spoke again, maybe you'd like to stay a little longer. I'd like to talk to you about your partner Zabuza. I immediately felt it, the atmosphere became tense in a second, her expression changed from a little embarrassed and confused to a completely blank one. From her basket she took out 3 senbon needles that she had apparently hidden and was on guard in case of hostile movements. I'm really curious about you, your aura, it feels so pure, I commented. It's something really strange in any country, there aren't many people with as much purity as you, that gives you an extra attractiveness. However, it also makes me feel more relaxed in your presence. You see, I'm an empathic sensor. I can sense bad intentions, and seeing you, who have none, is really comforting. I want you to know that everything I told you is serious. I really have no desire to attack you, you can relax, I spoke calmly, to which she relaxed a little and approached cautiously, slowly sitting in front of me in a seiza position while I am sitting cross-legged. It's surprising, I've never heard of an empathic sensor, it's an interesting ability. By the way, she paused and looked at the ground, finding the grass very interesting. Thanks for the compliments, she said, a little blushed. Hee, I laughed, scratching the back of my neck. By the way, I'm sorry I didn't introduce myself, miss. My name is Naruto, Uzumaki Naruto, I said with a smile. My name is Haku, Haku Yuki, he said, making my eyes widen. Yuki, as in the Yuki clan? I asked, surprised. Do you know them? She asked, equally surprised. Actually, I was in Kirigakure for a while, but they were in a civil war, so I decided to leave. However, I heard a lot about the Yuki clan, they were formidable in handling ice, I said, telling a little about my travels. I understand, now. I would like to know why you don't attack me. You know that I am Zabuza's subordinate. I don't understand why you want to chat instead of attacking, she said, confused. I don't know your reasons for being with someone like Zabuza, besides that I really don't have anything against you, I just want to know why you're with someone like Zabuza, I said seriously. After that, Haku told her about her life, how Zabuza found her and trained her, so now she was his tool, so he could achieve his dreams. She really didn't understand how she could trust this boy so quickly. He was her enemy and yet he was telling her story, and he didn't hate or repudiate her, he was listening to her and wanted to understand her. This boy was strange, he was intelligent, but from what she saw, he acted like an idiot with his teammates. She didn't understand it, but it wasn't her place to ask. She was confused when he easily discovered her gender. She knew she wasn't very masculine really, but he gave her very valid reasons on how he knew her gender. Also, his compliments made her feel weird. She didn't receive many compliments on her beauty since she was always doing missions, using her mask, or else, most believed the lie about being a man, so sincere compliments like this boy's weren't common. It really confused her. I understand. I can't judge you, however I don't think it's right that you feel like a tool, he said very seriously. Every person has to have their dreams and goals, no one should be a tool for another person, that's why. I, Uzumaki Naruto, promise you that if I win our battle I will give you a reason to live, I said with a huge smile, so that you can smile at your achievements and be happy when fulfilling your own dreams, in which I want to help make them come true, he said with a smile, although a little embarrassed by his words. After that he stood up and turned towards the path that led to Tsunade's hut. See you soon, Haku, he said, waving over his shoulder with a smile. By turning his back on him, he missed the girl's facial expression that showed disbelief at the words of the boy she met today, along with a huge blush at his words. See you later, she greeted a little nervously, to pick up her things and leave with many thoughts in her head, although she had a small smile that she couldn't erase. After the talk with Haku, Naruto returned to the clearing where they were training chakra control, where he met Sasuke, who was covered in scratches on his body and dirt on his clothes. Apparently he had been training for a while. Team, don't get ahead of me, I'm going to climb that tree long before you. You should. He shouted, running towards a tree and climbing a large part of it before losing control of his chakra and falling, only to flip over in the air and land on his feet on the ground, surprising Sasuke since he was only a few centimeters above him. The black-haired man replied, looking at the Uzumaki. Emotional bastard, Naruto muttered, being heard by Sasuke, who got upset. What did you say, loser? He asked, annoyed, to which the blonde smiled mockingly, making him angrier. Oh, are you deaf as well as emotional? Emosuk, he said with clear mockery, trying to make his partner angry, achieving it without difficulty. To his mockery Sasuke responded by throwing a kunai, making the blonde duck pretending to pick something up from the ground. Oh. A coin, said the blonde, mocking his partner even more, who began to insult him. Did you say something? He asked after focusing his gaze on his friend. It's just that this coin is much more interesting than your pass. He couldn't finish because Sasuke threw a fireball at him that consumed him completely. This was the scene that greeted Sakura, who was bringing water for her companions, but she was scared when she saw that the fireball swallowed the blonde, and that Sasuke had a look of pure anger seeing the fire with great intensity. Sasuke, what are you doing? Naruto, she shouted worriedly with some tears when she saw the death of her partner. What's wrong, Sakura? The blonde asked next to his partner, scaring her. Kyaa, the pink-haired girl shouted so loudly that the birds flew away from the place. Oi! I'm by your side, don't shout so loud, said the blonde, rubbing his ears. But you! The fire! She screamed, scared, shedding a few tears, to which the blonde just approached and hugged her gently. Yeah, it was just a shadow clone, it's nothing, she said, trying to calm her partner while Sasuke looked at the scene without understanding what had happened at all. You idiot, Sakura said once she calmed down, to analyze the situation, only to hit the blonde on the head. Ow, the blonde cried in pain. Sakura, why are you hitting me? Idiot, I thought you were dead, she said, and then calmed down a little. I'm glad you're okay. Just, don't do it again, she said more calmly. Okay, he said with a silly smile. After that they were training until nightfall. Naruto told Sakura that since she was good at chakra control, if she couldn't give her any advice to make it easier to climb, to which Sakura advised him to keep his emotions calm so that his chakra is calm and it doesn't be difficult for him to climb. This was seen by Sasuke, who also wanted some advice from Sakura, but his pride wouldn't allow it. So he continued as he did until now, while he saw Naruto, who had already passed him and was close to reaching the top of the tree. This frustrated him, but he kept trying, making progress. Once it was completely dark, they decided to go back home. Sakura was mentally tired, explaining chakra control to Naruto until he understood, along with the scare she had earlier today exhausted her, so Naruto offered to carry her on his back, to which she accepted a little reluctantly, warning her that if he did something weird she would beat him to death, to which the blonde nodded scared. After that Naruto carried a half-asleep Sakura on his back. He wasn't tired, his stamina was enormous compared to his companions, but he had to act like he was exhausted. On the way they remained silent, Sasuke with his usual distant look. Sakura was too tired to start a conversation, and Naruto really wasn't good at socializing. Surprisingly, it was Sasuke who broke the silence. Dobe, he spoke, getting Naruto's attention. I saw that you asked Sakura for some advice. Can you tell me what she told you? He asked, looking away while Naruto was surprised for a moment only to smile with a huge mocking smile, and Sakura, who was listening to everything, was surprised by the question. I won't tell you, Naruto said, holding back his laughter. To which Sasuke stopped walking to look at Naruto angrily, who looked back at him with amusement, while Sakura on his back was watching the situation with amusement. After that they continued walking until they reached the house. They had dinner and went to sleep. The next day everyone got up and noticed that Naruto and Sasuke were no longer there, coming to the conclusion that they had gone to train, to which they decided that Sakura and Kakashi would protect Tsunade today, while the others trained. Time skip. The day had passed without anything strange. The night was already settling in the sky, while two silhouettes were seen on top of a tree. One was a jet black man with his face covered in scratches and his clothes dirty, while the other was a blonde man who looked the same or worse than the other. I think it's time to go back, the black man spoke. Yes, I'm dying of hunger, said the blonde, rubbing his stomach, although with a smile for having managed to climb the tree. After that they got down from the tree and walked slowly to Tsunade's house, leaning on each other so as not to fall to the ground from exhaustion. Meanwhile at Tsunade's house, they were all sitting at the table while Tsunade carried some plates with dinner. Now you're both late, Sakura spoke worriedly. After that everyone heard the door of the house being opened, seeing Naruto and Sasuke exhausted walking slowly towards the table. What were you doing? It seems like a cat caught you and scratched you, Tsunade said upon seeing the boy's appearance. We both made it to the top, Naruto said, proud of his achievement. Good. Now let's move on, you'll start tomorrow, both of you will be Tsunade's bodyguards, Kakashi said. This made Naruto smile while Sasuke had a small smile, to which Naruto started to dance, but tripped so they both fell to the ground, making everyone laugh. After dinner, they were all at the table talking. In a few more days, we will finish the bridge and I must thank you for that, Tsunade said. They did well but they still have to be careful, Tsunade said worriedly. I wanted to show this to you but I hadn't had the chance, Tsunade said. Why did you stay to protect me even though I tricked you by bringing you here? Those who stray from the path of justice are cowards, but under the command of a great leader, cowardice does not survive, said Kakashi. That was a quote from the first Hokage. No one noticed that Inari was thoughtful as he looked at a sleeping Naruto, and then started to cry. But, why? She said, shedding tears, waking Naruto up. What did you say? Said the blonde. Inari stood up and slammed his hands on the table as he glared at the blonde. All those stupid trainings are a waste of time. Gato has an entire army, he's going to defeat them and then destroy them. All those pretty things you say mean nothing. No matter what you do, the strong always wins and the weak always loses. He shouted frustrated and angry, letting tears come out. This only got a cold glare from Naruto. And you, what would you know? He said coldly, did you have to fight against the strong yourself? Or are you just content with being the weak one and letting them pass you by? He said coldly, surprising everyone with the change in his voice, although it angered Inari even more. Why don't you just shut up? Just seeing you makes me sick. You don't know anything about this land, you're just a busybody, always laughing and playing for everything, you don't know what it's like to suffer and be treated like garbage. He shouted, making Naruto's expression darken. What would you know about me, brat? Said the blonde, his eyes as cold as ice, looking directly at Inari who froze in place. Look at you whining, cowardly child. You don't know what it is to suffer. At least you have your grandfather and your mother with you, you have hot food every day, you have her to tell your day, he said, looking sideways at Tsunade, who was a little scared by the cold eyes of the blonde, although she was amazed like everyone at the table by his words. You think you are the only one who suffers in the world. There are people like me who would give everything to have what you have, to have someone waiting for you at home, to have a mother or a father with you, and yet I decided not to cry like you and I faced my situation. I decided to stop crying years ago. When they kicked me out of the orphanage and left me in the streets looking for something to eat, when I had to steal to put some food in my mouth, when I had to escape from the mobs of villagers and shinobi who were looking for my head, he said, making everyone's eyes open, while Kakashi just looked at everything with sadness. Naruto, Sakura thought with sadness and astonishment. Sasuke remained silent watching the blonde vent. After that, the blonde stood up and left with his hands in his pockets, leaving the house and going to the forest, leaving the room silent except for Inari's sobs, which was seen by Kakashi. Later that night, Inari was sitting on the dock of his house, looking out at the ocean, when he heard footsteps approaching behind him. Can I talk to you? Kakashi asked. Naruto can be a little stern at times, but he doesn't hate you. Your grandfather told us what happened with your father, you probably already know this, but Naruto grew up without a father too. In fact, he never knew either of his parents, and he didn't even have any friends in our village, yet, I've never seen him cry, sulk or give up. He's always eager to move on, he wants to be respected, that's his dream and he'd risk his life for it. Without a doubt, I think he got tired of crying, and decided to do something about it, and even though he's young and still learning, he knows what it means to be strong, like your father was. I think he knows better than any of us what you're going through. What Naruto told you a while ago, as cruel as it sounded, he's probably said it to himself 1,000 times, he finished with a smile. The next morning at Tsunade's house. I'm leaving Naruto in your hands, I'm pushing his body to the limit, overdoing it as usual, he probably won't be able to move today, Kakashi told Tsunade before leaving for the bridge, leaving the blonde sleeping. Time skip. Tsunade was in the kitchen until she heard loud noises at the door of the house that alerted her and woke up a blonde man who felt two unknown presences full of evil intentions at the door of the house. While on the bridge everything continues as in the anime. Back to the blonde, he heard screams from downstairs so he quickly got out of bed and in a burst of smoke he was already dressed in his clothes. He quickly went downstairs and found a scene he didn't like at all. There were two men armed with katanas threatening to kill Inari, but Tsunade didn't allow them. When they were about to leave with a tied-up Inari, who was crying, remembered Naruto's words, so she gathered her courage and stopped the thugs. "Stop," Inari shouted. "Wow, wow, he's the tough guy," said one of the bullies. "How nice of him to come and save his mommy." "Get away from my mom," he shouted, launching himself at both thugs. "Inari, no," Tsunade shouted, scared. "Haha, this kid is a little stupid, don't you think?" said one of them. "Let's finish him off," said the other, to which both of them prepared to unsheath their katana. However, before anyone could react, an orange blur passed by them, kicking one of them in the head, sending her crashing to the ground, while the other turned around only to see that Tsunade was no longer at his side but was in the arms of a blonde. "Calm down, Tsunade. I'm not going to let these guys hurt you or your son," said calmly the blonde who had Tsunade in his arms and stood in front of Inari protectively. "You brat. You better get rid of us or we'll cut you to pieces," said one of the thugs, angry at losing his hostage. As if you, a pathetic bully, could even scratch me," said the blonde, looking coldly at both men. "Why you, that hit hurt, bastard," he shouted, another one, hurt by the kick. "I'm sorry, next time I'll kill you with one blow," he said coldly. Then he left a scared Tsunade next to Inari, although she was a little embarrassed by the words the boy had said before. The blonde stood firm in front of both men, looking at them as if they were garbage, only to launch himself into a race towards both, who prepared themselves. One of them launched a horizontal cut with his katana that was dodged by the blonde, who jumped over the cut and then kicked the guy in the face, and with the momentum he turned backwards. However, in the middle of the maneuver the other attacked him with a vertical cut that was blocked by a kunai that he quickly took out of his bag, and then he dropped the weapon and moved to the side, making the guy lose his balance to receive him with a knee. He then gave a small jump back, creating distance to take out 3 shurikens that he threw towards both guys. The shuriken spun around both of them, and then with a tug of the blonde's hand an almost invisible steel thread tied to the throwing weapons tightened, tying both of them together in the middle of the small dock of Tsunade's house. Unfortunately for both of them, the blonde had the thread in his mouth and was making signs with his hands, only to then say, "Katan, Ryukan no Jutsu," spitting a flame of fire that traveled through the thread at great speed, impacting both guys, killing them instantly, although it did not break the mill since the blonde lowered the power of the jutsu. Seeing that both thugs were dead, he turned in the direction of Tsunade and Inari. Both were scared but also impressed by the blonde's technique. It was incredible. Seeing someone spit fire was something you don't see every day in a fishing village. "Are you okay?" the blonde asked with concern. Tsunade looked at him stunned for a second before putting on a face of relief. "We're fine, they didn't hurt me, and they couldn't hit Inari," I spoke, still a little confused by the situation. Everything had happened very fast. "That was great," Inari shouted, looking with admiration at the blonde who was scratching the back of his neck, a little embarrassed. "I'm glad you're both okay," showing his smile. "I'm proud of you, Inari. You found the strength to protect what's precious to you. That's what a hero does," he said while caressing her head, making Inari cry a little with happiness, while Tsunade was happy watching the scene. "I admire your bravery very much, Tsunade. You chose to suffer to prevent your son from suffering. I admire that very much," he said, smiling, making Tsunade get embarrassed and look away, with a small smile. After that, Naruto approached to check Tsunade's wrists, since they were a little hurt by the ropes the thugs tied her with. "And, ready?" he said, smiling as he gently applied an ointment to Tsunade's skin. "In a few seconds the pain will go away. It's an ointment that I created myself," he said proudly, making mother and son smile. "Well, I think I should." He didn't finish as he felt the presence of his team on the bridge, along with several civilian presences and 2 chakras known to him, so he spoke seriously. "I must go right now. My team is being attacked, now. Tsunade, I will leave 10 clones with you. They will take care of you and will do everything you order. They will take care of the house while you rest and repair the dock, while you, Inari, will go with 2 of my clones to the town. I want you to encourage them to fight, like a hero would," he said, smiling. "Gato will not sit idly by. It is better to be prepared. That's all. Take care of yourselves," he said, jumping into the trees. The blonde jumped from tree to tree at an enormous speed. He was just a blur for anyone on the ground. While passing through a clearing he saw a murdered animal. This bothered him a little. Apparently the thugs killed it for no reason. He didn't give it much importance and increased his speed. A couple of minutes later he found himself on the bridge watching Sasuke finish off several Zabuza clones, so he hid and decided to watch how the fight developed, hoping to see an opportunity to attack by surprise. Change of scene. Sasuke felt confident. He had finished off Zabuza's clones without difficulty. a feat that before his training would have cost him much more. Now apparently he had to face Zabuza's partner. As he heard his name was Haku, they faced each other in a small high-speed taijutsu combat for a genin. Then his opponent used a water ninjutsu with one hand while both clashed kunais. This forced him to retreat. That's where everything got complicated. His opponent revealed to be the possessor of a bloodline, the ice element, with which he was able to lock him in a prison of mirrors made of extremely resistant ice. To top it off, Haku could move at great speed within these ice mirrors, all while throwing senbon needles at him with extreme precision, which he had a hard time dodging. Right now he was cursing his luck. His opponent had immobilized him, throwing senbons at pressure points on his body while ordering him to surrender, but his pride would never allow him to give up to this person. He was a Uchiha, an elite shinobi, wasn't going to give up to this, or any other opponent, so with great effort he stood firm, looking directly at one of the projections of his opponent in the mirrors. The one he believed to be the original. He saw it throw 2 needles aiming for his neck. He tried to move, but he couldn't do it fast enough. However, a few centimeters before the needles hit him, he could see them slowed down in the air. Then everything went black. Change of scene. Naruto watched his teammates fight. He wasn't impressed. His partner was too slow for Haku's fighting style. Sooner or later he would immobilize him, just as it happened, and leave him unconscious. Naruto knew that Haku was holding back. He could see how the needles missed Sasuke's vital points by centimeters. He could keep up with Haku's speed, and it was quite surprising. He could easily reach the speed of a Jonin. With his Sharingan he could see all the details of the fight, as well as copy Haku's jutsu, and in the end he could see Sasuke's Sharingan. Deciding that was enough anticipation, he disappeared in a shunshin, appearing next to his fallen comrade, quickly grabbing him and disappearing again in another shunshin, surprising Haku by the sudden appearance and disappearance of the blonde. This same appeared next to his teammate, who upon seeing him was relieved, only to see Sasuke and show a worried face. "Naruto," she shouted in relief, but when she saw Sasuke she got very scared. "What happened to Sasuke?" she asked, looking at the blonde. "He lost his fight against Haku. He's not dead, just in a state similar to death. I can treat him easily, however he has to wait. I must take care of Haku," he said seriously, then disappearing in another shunshin without giving Sakura time to respond. Appearing in the ice prison, he looked directly at the original Haku and said, "I come to fulfill my promise," he said confidently. "I understand," she said sadly. "In that case I will have to kill you. My duty as a tool is to make Zabuza fulfill his dreams. I will not let you get in the way," she said, trying to appear strong in the situation. To which Naruto just smiled. Haku quickly threw needles that were blocked by a kunai from Naruto, who instantly threw 3 shurikens towards Haku, who was currently changing mirrors, causing him to dodge the throwing weapons but not before receiving a light cut from them. "So you've already discovered how my technique works. Impressive," he said in amazement. "However, it won't work for you." Then he threw more needles at the blonde, who dodged and blocked the ones he could. The ones he couldn't, he simply let them hit him to quickly remove them and let the wounds heal. After several minutes of fighting in which Haku tried in every way to hit the blonde with her needles, she was tired, maintaining the ice prison, and throwing needles while jumping from mirror to mirror at an enormous speed exhausted her little by little. At this moment the blonde was preparing to strike. He had charged a bit of chakra in his fist, so the plan was to destroy some mirrors. He quickly jumped towards one of the mirrors and hit it, immediately destroying it. Then with a kick he destroyed another one, and continued like this all the mirrors until he forced Haku to get out of them. They quickly drew seals and shouted, "Hayatan, Hayaraitan no Jutsu," Haku shouted, deciding to use what chakra he had left to finish off the blonde. "Katan, Cho Karyu Enden no Jutsu," he said, launching a huge fire bullet in the shape of a dragon that advanced at full speed towards the ice dragon, both colliding in the center, causing pieces of ice to fly in several directions along with a lot of steam. Once the steam dissipated, it could be seen that both dragons had neutralized each other, while Haku was on his knees looking at the ground, while his mask cracked and fell to the ground, revealing his blank face, broken. Coming closer, the blonde knelt in front of the girl, and with his hand he caressed her cheek, lifting her head so she could see him. "Haku," he said, looking at her, getting her attention. "Are you hurt?" he asked worriedly. I am broken," she said without any emotion, just a little sadness. "I'm a broken tool. I'm of no use to Zabuza," she said with some tears that the blonde dried. You're not a tool, I haven't known you for long, but in you I see a great girl. You have a pure soul, practically without evil, your own aura is calming, you are powerful and intelligent," he said smiling at her. "You're pretty, like a snowflake," he said embarrassed to admit his thoughts. "I refuse to let a girl as special as you refuse to find her own dreams, I refuse to let you be a tool, I refuse to let you waste your life without having achieved what you wanted," he said with determination. "I made you a promise, and I always keep my promises." 1. At this point Haku was already crying, watching how this person she met a few days ago was so willing to give her a reason to live. He made her feel special, more than just a tool, he made her feel beautiful in his own way. He told her she was pretty, powerful, intelligent. This boy in just a few days turned her world upside down. He started out as her enemy and now he's a friend, a precious person. She would make sure to live her life without regrets, for this boy who entered her life so suddenly. She would fulfill his dreams to make this person happy. She would be sad for Zabuza, but she was sure he would understand. She came to see him as a father, the one to go to when she wanted to become stronger, the one who took care of her. She would be eternally grateful to him, but he failed as his tool. That's why now she would fulfill her own dreams. She was no longer of use to Zabuza. Smiling, she raised her hand caressing the boy's cheek, making him unconsciously approach her, touch and purr a little. Before he noticed her reaction and blushed in embarrassment, letting out a giggle, she approached without waiting a second and kissed the boy who was stunned by the sudden action. "Wo," he said, still stunned when the kiss ended. "Hey," he shouted as he came out of his daze, looking at Haku in disbelief, although a huge blush appeared on his face. Without taking his gaze off the girl, "Why was that?" he shouted embarrassed. 1. That was a reward for giving me a reason to live," she spoke looking away. Also, it was for your compliments," she said embarrassed. I understand," he murmured looking at the girl's blushing face. She really is beautiful." Shaking his head he became serious. "Haku, do I need you to touch my shoulder? I'll take you to a base I built in a forest. I want you to stay there until I arrive. There are storage seals with food and everything you need, just don't leave the forest until I arrive," he said, receiving a nod from her. "Good, hold on." Both disappeared in a flash, appearing at the blonde's base inside the Forest of Death. This base was created by the blonde's clones while he was not in the village for the mission to the waves. It was basically an underground bunker, where there were some rooms and recreation rooms. He quickly created a clone that would be in charge of explaining everything relevant to Haku, while he disappeared to reappear on the bridge, seeing how Kakashi was cut in the chest although superficially by Kobikurabocho, so he quickly launched himself towards Zabuza, kicking him in the groins, making him move away, but before he could react he was kicked by Zabuza, who had recovered from his kick and shot towards the blonde, being sent flying and crashing into the bridge, making a cloud of smoke. While in the cloud of smoke, the blonde created a blood clone, which transformed into Haku, pretending to be unconscious, while the original Naruto emerged from the smoke looking directly at Zabuza. "Brat, what did you do with Haku?" the fog demon spoke, sounding indifferent, but he was slightly worried. Was the only response from the blonde, who looked at Kobikurabocho fixedly. "Your sword," he spoke, gaining the shinobi's attention. "What does my sword have, brat?" "I asked you about Haku, answer," he said, sending murderous intent to the blonde, because although he knew the blonde was powerful, he had to make sure Haku was okay. He said, surprising Zabuza because this boy knew Haku's gender. "She is unconscious. She didn't deserve to die. She is a person too pure for this world," said the blonde, making Zabuza nod relieved. "Now, what do you want with my sword?" he asked, on guard, because he was in a bad situation. The shinobi he was fighting with are powerful, so he shouldn't get too confident. "I want your sword, Jojo. Seriously, I'm going to take over the 7 swords of the fog, and I'll start with one of my favorites, Kobikurabocho, so I'll defeat you and I'll be its new bearer." You are strong, but you will never be able to handle Kobikurabocho, brat," he said, mocking the blonde. At that moment the blonde appeared in front of Zabuza, giving him a hook with chakra concentrated in his fist, sending him against one of the columns of the bridge. "Zabuza, don't underestimate me. I didn't fight you with all my might last time," he said seriously to a Zabuza who was getting up with difficulty. That hit hurt a lot," he said with difficulty, being seen with indifference by Naruto, and astonishment by Kakashi, who reacted quickly trying to nail a Chidori to Zabuza, but Haku's clone got in the way, receiving the attack, making Zabuza look astonished for a second only to try to attack Kakashi without caring if Haku's body was in the way. However, Kakashi quickly moved out of the way, dropping Haku's body to the ground and preventing it from being split in half. Stupid without eyebrows, I'll kill you. The blonde didn't continue speaking since he felt many presences on the other side of the bridge. Gato is approaching the bridge with hundreds of thugs, he said, looking in that direction where only fog and several silhouettes approaching could be seen. Both older ninjas stopped their fight and looked to see the dwarf smirking while behind him were hundreds of thugs armed with all kinds of weapons. At that moment he approached the body of Haku that was on that side of the bridge, and kicked him, causing Naruto's eyes to change from blue to red for a second with a slit pupil. This brat gave me a lot of trouble. I'm glad he's dead. Now it's your turn, he said, smiling arrogantly, before looking at Zabuza, the demon of the mist, pathetic, defeated by an average ninja and a brat dressed in orange. Besides, you were too expensive. These guys here are much cheaper and they do the job. But hey, you won't be worth anything dead anymore. At that moment Zabuza said, looks like we're not enemies anymore. Everything happens like in the anime, Naruto's words, Zabuza's crying, Gato's death. At this moment Kakashi was carrying Zabuza to place him next to Haku. Once he put him on the ground, the blonde approached and said a few words that relieved him. She's alive, I'm going to give her a reason to live, she'll be happy, don't worry, he said, making Zabuza have a slight smile. Brat, I want you to use MIS sword, after all you defeated me, he said with difficulty, to which the blonde accepted. After that, the blonde approached Kubikurabocho, and lifted her without difficulty. He made some test swings and then prepared to hang her on his shoulder. He looked at the thugs who looked at them with pure anger and listened to the words of some. Now that Gato is dead, let's loot the village, steal everything they have, said one maliciously. Kakashi was worried, there were too many thugs and he had little chakra. Naruto looked fresh as a cucumber, that amazed him. He had just fought with a Jonin and he didn't look tired at all. He saw that he had lifted Kubikurabocho without problems, testing it and then hanging it over his shoulder. Looking at the thugs he thought about what to do. He had little chakra and was exhausted. He quickly came to a conclusion. If he fought they would die, but if he ordered Naruto to take charge they would survive. Naruto, he said, panting a little from exhaustion, I need you to take care of them. I'm exhausted, if I fight I'll just get in the way. Okay, stay aside sensei, he said, preparing himself, making the bandits see him and laugh. Ha ha ha, a brat dressed in orange is our opponent, ha 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 ha, said one of them. Then he was beheaded by Kubikurabocho. After finishing off the first one, he used a shunshin to appear behind three others, which he cut in half with his enormous sword, only to disappear again in the blink of an eye, and continue the slaughter. Taking distance, I make hand seals and shout. Katan, Bukakyu no Jutsu, spitting out an abysmal fireball that traveled at high speed towards the thugs, incinerating some who were unlucky. He traced seals again and shouted. Doton, Dosakiryu no Jutsu, summoning a huge earth dragon that attacked mercilessly the remaining thugs. This was the scene that greeted the townspeople, armed with weapons, sticks, metal pipes. They had prepared to throw Gato out once and for all, but they saw the massacre and were astonished. 1. There were only a dozen thugs left. They were scared. In minutes the boy had finished off hundreds of thugs, without mercy. Now it was their turn. Lowering his hand pointing to the ground, he concentrated his lightning chakra and molded it into a Chidori. This amazed Kakashi, for seeing the boy using his own technique. Quickly the blonde disappeared in a burst of speed, appearing next to one of the bullies, passing cleanly through to disappear again behind another and repeat the procedure with his companions, leaving a trail of electricity in his wake. All in the span of a second. Once the massacre was over, the blonde appeared next to Kakashi, still holding the Chidori, which was slowly stopping making noise and disappearing. Turning towards the village he braced himself and shouted. This marks the beginning of a new time for the village of Nami, a time of joy. The tyrant Gato is dead, along with most of the thugs he hired. I am proud of all of you for going out to defend your village. I am happy to announce that from today Nami no Kuni is free. His shout received ovations from all the villagers who cheered for the words of the shinobi who gave them back their village. Tazuna watched all this with tears. His beloved village would now prosper and his grandson could be happy without worrying about anything. At that moment he saw the blonde approaching. Old drunk. I took the liberty of sending clones to Gato's house. they looted everything and finished off the bandits there. This is what they got, he said, giving him a scroll, confusing the old man. Seeing this, the blonde understood and decided to explain. It's a storage scroll. Inside the seal is everything I got at Goto's house. To open it you just have to put a few drops of blood. I trust you'll do the right thing, lead Nami to greatness, old man, he said, earning tears from the old man. Well, I think I'm going to faint now, he said before fainting in front of everyone, being seen by Sakura, who got worried. Naruto, she said, scared. Calm down, Sakura, he's just tired, said Kakashi with his ninja headband already lowered, and then together they took their teammates to Tsunade's house. Time skip. Naruto slowly opened his eyes, finding the ceiling of a familiar room. He slowly sat up in bed and looked around to find his clothes on a chair. Looking down he saw he was in his underwear, so he walked towards his clothes. While he was going to his clothes he heard two female voices coming in his direction. He didn't take it too seriously, thinking they were probably heading to another room. When he finished putting on his pants, Sakura and Tsunade entered the room, finding him shirtless. Looking at both of them with curiosity. Slowly their gaze traveled from his eyes to the south, seeing his body trained for years. He didn't have exaggerated muscles, he had a perfect mix between powerful and agile muscles. Both stared at each other for several seconds with a blush on their cheeks and in Sakura's case a trickle of blood running down her nose, while Naruto looked at them amused. Take a picture, it will last longer, said the blonde with amusement, taking both of them out of their daydream. 1. They both looked at him in panic, stuttering incoherently to explain themselves. Ha ha ha, it's okay, no problem, haha, he said, laughing at both of them, getting the same reaction, a pout, and both of them looking away. This amused him, but he decided to leave the joke there. He quickly put on his clothes to the disappointment of both of them, and asked them how long he was asleep. You were asleep for a day, I'm surprised you woke up so quickly after that fight, Sakura said, because she saw a part of the fight against Zabuza, but the moment Zabuza killed those thugs she decided to look away since she was disgusted by corpses, so she missed everything that followed that. Well, how are Kakashi and Sasuke? Asked the blonde. Both are resting, let's bandage Sasuke since he was full of needles, but we can't do much more, said Sakura. Fine, I'll take care of it, no problem, he said, missing both of them. Seeing this, Naruto decided to explain, I'm a ninja doctor. This surprised Sakura a lot since she thought that Naruto was never interested in learning anything other than destructive jutsus. Really? Sakura asked. Yes, I decided to learn a few years ago after seeing someone die in front of me, he said, remembering Shisui and how he couldn't cure him, but I don't want you to tell anyone, he said seriously. For a long time I kept my skills. Since I am a shinobi, the more skills I have unknown to the enemy, the more chances of surviving I have. I tell you this because, I trust you, he said, smiling at both women who blushed a little at his trust in them and his smile. Whoa, Sakura murmured, that makes a lot of sense, that means you're very smart. You could say that, said the blonde, due to circumstances beyond my control I had to become powerful quickly. I've been training almost non-stop since I was 4 years old. I'm sorry, they both said sadly, remembering what the blonde said about their life. Don't worry, I became strong to protect my precious people, my friends, and my family. Maybe until recently I didn't have anyone important. Now I do, Kakashi, you Sakura, he said, smiling at her, making her blush a lot at his words. The old Hokage, Kurama, you Tsunade, he said, smiling at her, who was pouting for not being mentioned before, but that was erased by a blush along with a cute smile. For all those people I will continue to become strong, he finished with a smile, receiving a hug from both of them that surprised him a little. Seeing what they did, they separated from him, and looked the other way. Okay girls, I'm going to go with Sasuke and Kakashi, she said, and left the room, without noticing how both women looked at each other. He's going to be mine, Tsunade said confidently, he has everything, he's strong, handsome, he fights for what matters to him, he's brave. He's also many years younger than you, Sakura said mockingly. I'm the same age as him, she said arrogantly. But you don't have my charms, he said, pointing at his chest, making Sakura have a vein on her forehead. And regarding age, he's a shinobi, technically an adult, he said, smiling. Sakura left the room frustrated, although soon after she became confused. She liked Sasuke, not Naruto. Right? Time skip. Team 7 was on the already built bridge. 2 weeks had passed since the battle against Zabuza, and in this time and with the help of the village and Naruto clones, the bridge was finished very quickly. The team was ready to leave. They were being seen off by Nami's village, who were cheering for their heroes, especially Naruto. At that moment Tsunade and his family were saying goodbye to the shinobi. Inari was shedding tears, while Tsunade was crying a little and Tsunade had a treacherous tear. Naruto and I don't want you to go, Inari shouted crying while hugging Naruto who was holding back his tears. Silly little brother, he said hitting him on the forehead with two of his fingers making Sasuke's eyes open when he recognized the scene. You shouldn't cry if it's not for happiness, you will become powerful to protect your people with both arms, don't forget it, said the blonde to an Inari who stopped rubbing his sore forehead to hug the blonde. Naruto and he shouted through tears. When they separated, the blonde approached Tsunade and Tsunade, who gave him a hug, while shedding some tears. Thank you very much for everything brat, said Tsunade. I hope you fulfill your dream of becoming Hokage soon. Don't worry, old drunk, he said smiling at him while raising his thumb, I will become Hokage without a doubt. Then he looked at Tsunade who was looking at him with a huge blush, with one hand on her chest and seemed nervous. Hey, are you okay Tsunade? The blonde asked worriedly, you don't have a fever or anything, right? He said approaching and touching the woman's forehead, while she blushed even more. The others just looked at him as if he were stupid, even Sasuke, he couldn't be that dense, right? I think if you have phi, he couldn't finish speaking as the woman in front of him was giving him a kiss. This left him speechless with his eyes wide open. Once he came to, he had a huge blush on his face as he looked at Tsunade in disbelief. Ha! He sounded confused. That's for everything you did for this town, and as a farewell, I hope you come visit us again, she said looking away embarrassed. Yes, I'll see come often d-date Bayo, he said still blushing. Sakura watched all this in silence, confused and thoughtful about why she didn't like seeing the blonde so close to Tsunade. Kakashi noticed this, and she unconsciously clenched her fist very tightly. It seems that Sensei's son has the women after him, just like his father, only he doesn't have an angry Kushina howling at them, but Sakura, with her character she could do it without problems. Kakashi thought with a smile of eyes, well my adorable Genin, now that you said goodbye, I think it's time we left for the leaf, he said smiling with his little eyes, while he took out his classic book and they began to walk. Pervert, whispered the blonde while reading a little of his sensei's book. You don't appreciate good reading, I replied, not paying attention. When they were far from the bridge, Tsunade asked a question. What will we call the bridge? He asked, thinking while the villagers murmured ideas. The Great Tsunade Bridge, he said puffing out his chest with pride. No, they all shouted, making him feel depressed. How about Naruto's Great Bridge? Tsunade asked, receiving cheers from everyone. The Great Naruto Bridge will be then, said Tsunade watching Team 7 slowly disappear in the distance. Upon returning to the village, the members of Team 7 went their separate ways. Sasuke left without saying anything, probably to train. Sakura said something about bragging about her mission to Ino, and talking about girl stuff. Kakashi told them that he would be in charge of delivering the mission report to the Hokage, and although he didn't say it verbatim, Naruto understood the meaning of those words. He was going to tell him everything he said about Naruto, and about his abilities. This made the blonde sigh internally. Kakashi himself carried without noticing a seal that would act the moment he tried to say something about him. The seal would erase and alter the memories from the depths of the victim's psyche, related to a topic already selected. For example, if Kakashi tried to tell something about Naruto's abilities, his memories would be erased, supplanted by memories of him Naruto clone, and his skills in battle. Basically, instead of watching Naruto's fight against Zabuza, you would see the events of the anime. This was something that Naruto created with a lot of work and his knowledge of Fuinjutsu and the arts of the Yamanaka clan. Combining these abilities he obtained something similar to Kotoama Tsukumi, however it would be much weaker. Seeing this, the blonde decided to go see Haku, so he started walking towards an empty alley from which he disappeared in a yellow flash. Change of scene. Haku was bored. She had been inside the bunker for 2 weeks and the only thing she could do to entertain herself was train, so she was upset, so she decided to do one of her hobbies. Just think. She thought about Naruto, that boy who helped her without asking for anything in return, who offered to give her a dream to live for, who in her moment of difficulty was there to tell her what she needed to hear, that boy with blue eyes. She remembered every time she got lost in his gaze. It was so deep, it was like seeing the sea. she remembered how strong his aura was, and at the same time so warm. It was strange, she was a kunoichi, so from his body language she could see that. Naruto was unsociable at best. She noticed that many times he was left without an answer, or was embarrassed. That made her think. She saw a lot of pain in those blue eyes. Along with that warmth she saw pain, loneliness. Naruto, he murmured weakly, lost in his thoughts. Yes, a familiar voice answered next to him, making him turn around with fear on his face at the sudden appearance of the boy. Kia, he shouted, jumping back and kicking the blonde squarely, sending him to the ceiling. Ow, he complained of pain. He wasn't prepared to receive such a blow. Oi. Why are you hitting me? He shouted angrily while rubbing the lump on his head. Idiot, don't suddenly appear again, she shouted angrily, while around them things began to freeze, making Naruto turn pale upon witnessing the righteous female fury. W8. I'm sorry. He shouted, confused and scared, but he saw that didn't calm Haku down, so he risked a move that could go very well or very badly for him. Closing his eyes he lunged forward and connected their lips in an attempt to appease the angry girl, which worked immediately. Haku froze the moment their lips touched, pure disbelief on her face, while a massive blush made its way to her cheeks. She slowly separated from the blonde, seeing that he was frozen in front of her, with his eyes closed tightly and with his muscles tense, waiting for his punishment that never came. I idiot, the blonde heard in a whisper that he almost didn't hear. I quickly look up to see the girl, who was completely embarrassed, looking down at the floor with a huge blush on her cheeks. After calming down a bit, they both decided to put the little scene aside and sat down on an armchair in the room. Taking the floor, the blonde decided to explain a few things to the girl. Very well, right now we are in an underground bunker inside the Forest of Death, in the Village of Leaves, he said, receiving a nod. I offered you a dream, a reason for you to live your life, but besides that, I want to offer you something, he said seriously. This world is in grave danger, a threat that no village can defeat is approaching, but for that I must show you something. He quickly activates his Sharingan, putting Haku in a genjutsu, showing her his life so far, leaving her speechless. I want you to fight by my side from now on, not as a tool. I want you to be my partner, he said, smiling at her. The girl hummed, if I accept, I can become stronger, but I would be in a lot of danger. Naruto would be my partner, we would fight all our battles together. If Naruto and Kurama-san's assumptions are correct, no village could face the threat, many people would die. If I can do something, I won't let them die. Right now I'm weak, any member of Akatsuki could defeat me without difficulty, but if I trained with Naruto I would become much more powerful. She thought about the pros and cons. Very well. I will be your partner, with one condition, she said, looking at him seriously. I'm listening to you, he said with equal seriousness. I don't want you to leave me, ever, she said, looking at him sadly, remembering her life in Kiri, how she lost everything twice already. I'll never abandon you, and that's a promise, he said while his eyes showed her determination and warmth. She was very happy, she had this boy in her life. She didn't need anything else. Slowly she began to cry a little, being looked at tenderly by the blonde. He slowly lifted her up and placed her on his lap, hugging her tightly, making her release all the sadness she still held in her heart, releasing the pain of the wounds that did not heal with time. They both stayed there, simply, hugging each other while little by little they both cried and released some of their pain in the presence of someone important to them, and so they fell asleep, hugging each other with identical smiles on their faces. Time skip. Naruto was slowly waking up. He could feel a weight on him. It wasn't uncomfortable, so he hugged him closer, his senses slowly sharpened, feeling the purity in the aura of the person in his arms, feeling the happiness that emanated now. Opening his eyes he looked at Haku's sleeping face beside him. He didn't know how, but they had both ended up lying on the couch with her on top of him while he hugged her waist. He decided to stay that way. Looking at her, he saw how she breathed calmly, how her hair covered part of her eyes, how from time to time she smiled a little and hugged him closer to her. He slowly caressed her straight hair, reaching the middle of her back. With rhythmic movements he caressed her hair, watching how she slowly woke up. Haku had a great dream. She was dreaming happily until she felt someone caressing her back and hair. She slowly opened her eyes, finding the blue eyes of the blonde she was currently hugging. He smiled at her without worries, while he continued caressing her. Good morning, he said to her. Gee, good morning, she answered a little dazed. How did you sleep? She asked looking at her. I slept well, she answered, a little nervous. I think we should get up, although if it were up to me I'd stay right here all day, he replied with a foxy smile. Haku blushed a little but decided to get up, so she gently stood up, stretching a little, and then lightly arranging her hair. I'll go take a bath, she said calmly. Oh, and if you think about spying, she said looking at him coldly while a needle appeared in her hand, which was pointed at the family jewels. Hi, he immediately shouted in fear. Women can be very scary. Very well, he said returning to his attitude, then went to the bathroom. Ugh, the blonde sighed in relief. Time skip. The blonde was looking seriously at the person in front of him. Haku had recently finished showering, so the blonde asked him to sit in front of him at a table, while he sat on the other side, in the kitchen, which was not far away. You could hear someone cooking, but neither of them paid attention to it. Very well, said the blonde, serious, we will both go to train in my pocket dimension for approximately a month here in Konoha. More than anything it will be so that you get used to the dimension, since it is a complicated experience. We are going to become very powerful over time. My goal is that you, in approximately 3 years outside the dimension, become strong enough to defeat a member of Akatsuki. Perhaps face 2 of them. We must not underestimate them equally. Although at 100%. I am powerful. If I were to face the leader, I do not know if I would be able to defeat him, or against the masked man. My father could force him to retreat, but I do not know if I can. Regarding the other members, individually I could defeat most, in duos I could perhaps defeat with great difficulty the immortal duo, or Sasori and Deidara, said the blonde thoughtfully while Haku looked at him, remembering when the blonde showed him what he knew about Akatsuki within the genjutsu. Right now I would only be a burden to you if you fought with Akatsuki, he said sadly. Hey, cheer up, said the blonde. When we finish our training you will probably be the most powerful kunoichi, even stronger than Tsunade, said the blonde, raising the girl's spirits. It will still be an extensive process. You will have to train a lot, you will take your body to the limit, you will break your bones, and you will get very frustrated, he said, already knowing what the training would entail. I understand, I won't give up, said the girl with determination. Very well, now I want to talk about a topic that I avoided until now, said the blonde seriously. At that moment he stretched his hand a little and in a cloud of smoke he had Kubikurabocho. Haku looked at the sword and opened his eyes, knowing what it meant. Little by little tears began to flow from her eyes, while the blonde put the sword aside and approached the girl, hugging her tightly, while she clung to him very tightly, crying into his chest. Yeah, the blonde murmured while caressing the girl's back. He left like a true shinobi. He fought until the end, said the blonde, comforting the girl although with admiration in his words. He knows that you are fine. I promised him that I would make you happy, and that is what I will do, he said with determination. Haku looked at the blonde only to shed even more tears before hugging him and continuing to cry into his chest while shaking a little. I'll leave, he asked, still not believing it completely. Yes, he left, killing Gato. The men he hired attacked him and he couldn't do much, the blonde said sadly. I understand, she said with a trembling voice. Come, said the blonde, taking her by the hand, leading her to the armchair where they both sat hugging while she was still crying. Little by little she stopped shaking and her sobs could no longer be heard. She had fallen asleep, so the blonde gently took her in his arms and took her to her room, letting her sleep peacefully. Change of scene. The blonde appeared in a yellow flash in the living room of an apartment, concentrating on his surroundings. He could feel his clone, still sleeping. This made the blonde have a drop behind his head since it was noon and the clone was still sleeping spread out on his bed with his pajamas and his nightcap, while drool fell from his mouth and he mumbled something. Sakura, the clone murmured, making the blonde blink. It seems he likes Sakura. I don't blame him, she's cute, thought the blonde. Oi, the blonde shouted to his clone, who only started snoring even louder than before, making a vein pop out on the blonde's forehead. He quickly drew 2 seals and said in a whisper. Suetun, Miserapa, spitting out a jet of water that hit the clone directly in the face, causing him to wake up startled. Oi! Stop that, shouted the clone while Naruto finished his jutsu. What's wrong with you? He shouted with several veins on his forehead. You didn't wake up, said the blonde calmly. And that's why you got my face all wet. The blonde shouted. I should kick your ass, Datebeo, he shouted again. You could try, although I can't guarantee that you'll come out unscathed, said the blonde, looking mockingly at his clone, who, already fed up, jumped to hit him. In a second the clone was on the floor with the original Naruto on top of him, subduing him while pointing a kunai at his neck. "Calm down," said the blonde, who had reacted by pure instinct, because he didn't want to hit his clone. "Okay, calm down, I don't want to hurt you, just let's talk," said the blonde to the clone, who was a little scared by the ease with which the blonde subdued him. "Why yes," said the clone. "Very well, give me your hand," Naruto ordered. The moment they both shook hands, everything that had happened since the original blonde took his place flashed through the clone's mind. "Hey! How did you get kisses from those beauties?" the clone shouted with jealousy. "Really?" asked the blonde with a poker face. "The only thing that mattered to you were the kisses?" asked this one. "Well yes, I was never kissed. Well, I kissed Sasuke once. But it was because of him," the clone shouted, making Naruto look at him without understanding. "Did you kiss Sasuke?" "Well, it's all a matter of taste, but I thought you would like women like me since you're my clone," said the blonde without really caring about that. "Wait. I don't like team. It was an accident," the clone shouted. "I understand," Naruto said, returning to our conversation. "You will take your place again for a month, after that I will take your place again for a while, then I will let you take control until I deem it necessary, okay?" the blonde asked, receiving a nod from his clone, so he made a hand sign and said, "Kai," making a cloud of smoke surround him, returning to his true form. It really was not very different. Just his clothes, and he was a little taller than his clone. 1. Time skip. A month and a half, almost 2 months had passed. The blonde in this time continued with his training, further increasing his gravity seals and learning some ninjutsus. Besides that, he tried to use Haku's ice release. It cost him a lot, along with hundreds of clones, but he was able to use the ice release without much difficulty. Together with Haku they learned jutsus of all kinds. She taught him her ice ninjutsus and he taught her wind and water ninjutsus. Haku in this time became quite powerful, with extremely good chakra control. She had no problems, so the blonde taught her the shadow clones. She could only do 20, but that was very good for her training. The blonde helped her increase her chakra reserves, making her and her clones use it all and then let it replenish, making their reserves grow. Together they created some ice ninjutsus. The blonde learned to do some ninjutsus without hand seals. He tried to do it with most of his techniques, but only succeeded with some. With the most powerful he still had to do 2 or 3 seals, a great advance really. The fireball could be made just by thinking about it and blowing air from his lungs. He could also use other fire, water, earth, lightning and wind ninjutsus without seals. In addition to that, he taught Haku how to use a tanto along with his speed. In his mirrors he could pass between his trapped rivals and with his tanto cut them easily. He trained with Kobikurabocho, learning how to use it and the art of silent assassination. He knew how to handle the enormous weapon using Shunshin, and using the Kirigakure no Jutsu he was very good at. Little by little he was approaching Zabuza's level, although he was still far from it. Zabuza was a true master in handling the enormous weapon, and he was too good at silent assassination, so he knew he had a long way to go. It was time to leave the dimension, but the blonde told Haku to stay and train here, with a blood clone, while he took care of impersonating his clone. Change of scene. The blonde had left his pocket dimension and was now in his clone's apartment, finding him eating ramen, although he was rubbing the side of his neck in pain. "Hey, are you okay?" the blonde said to his clone, who turned to him scared before seeing who it was. "No, that pedophile bastard gave me a hickey on my neck," said the clone angrily, showing the mark on his neck. "A cursed seal," Naruto said, surprised. It was a good seal. He could see that there was a matrix that used a little of nature energy, although it was corrupted, transferring it to the user, making him strong. There were also several control matrices, along with one that would make you seek more of that power little by little. He could also see a special matrix. It contained something. It contained part of the soul of the creator of the mark. The blonde saw this. He could remove the mark without difficulty. He was a seal master. He was probably the best seal master in the world, at least alive, so he would have no problems removing the mark. However, this mark could make someone very powerful. It was a tool. It could change the seal, leaving its positive functions and erasing the negative ones. "Okay, now I want you to give me your hand," the blonde ordered. When shaking hands, the blonde saw what the clone had experienced. Apparently he entered the Chunin exams. He met the one-tailed Jinchuriki. Naruto remembered him. "Gaara, he had met him when he went to Suna, although apparently the redhead did not remember him. He also saw Gaara's brothers. The one with makeup was an idiot, but he wasn't that bad. The girl, a little arrogant, but she didn't have any evil feelings inside her. He also thought she was a very pretty girl. He also saw the exams, the first test, made by Ibiki. He had to admit that the guy was good. Then he saw the second examiner. She gave him a strange feeling. He could feel her pain. It was a lot. She also had a lot of hate. She smelled like snakes and dangos, although not at a level that bothered him. For a second he could see a cursed seal on her neck, although apparently this one was not as advanced as the clones. Apparently her seal influenced her a lot. It influenced her with a very sadistic behavior. It greatly increased her negative emotions. Hatred and anger would cloud her judgment much more. It did a lot of damage to her body. The blonde didn't know exactly what to do in his case. With the clone it was easy. He would simply absorb the seal into his own body and then alter it, but with her, it was a problem. He had to alter a seal that he had only seen fleetingly. He could do it, but it would be more complicated. He also had to think about how to approach her. He couldn't just approach her and say that he could remove her seal, or could he? Back to the topic, the original saw the fight of his clone with a Sannin. He was a little impressed. The clone had trained while he was in his apartment, so he faced the Sannin for a few minutes. Although it was obvious that the Sannin was holding back a lot, he did not take credit from the clone. He also saw how Orochimaru put his cursed seal on Sasuke. He would have to inform Itachi about that. His brother was a risk. But for now he would do nothing. Then he saw the preliminary fights. He was surprised by Gaara's sand manipulation. It was an incredible type of jutsu. He was also surprised by the performance of Rock Lee, the self-proclaimed most handsome man in Konoha. He was very good at taijutsu. He was also very fast without his weights. His skill with Goken was extraordinary. The blonde knew that taijutsu, and he had to admit that Lee did not do it badly at all. He was very surprised by the kenjutsu that the boy used. The inner gates, I definitely had to learn that kenjutsu. It wasn't in the forbidden scroll, so it was probably a technique passed from master to student, not in a scroll. The blonde was going to learn that kenjutsu no matter what, so he was going to copy the technique with his Sharingan. It wasn't the most noble way, but with that and the explanation the senseis gave, he could use the technique. He continued watching the fights. Everything is like the anime, and then looked at his clone and said, "Very well, I want you to train while I take your place. I'm going to see Kakashi-sensei to see how he's going to train me for the finals," the blonde said to his clone, who nodded. Change of scene. Naruto was going to the hospital where he felt the presence of his sensei, finding him in the lobby. As always he was reading his book without worries, although the blonde could see that he was a little tense. "Oi Kakashi-sensei," the blonde greeted, running towards his sensei who only raised his hand in greeting. "Naruto," I greeted lazily, looking at him without caution, as I did before the blonde told me about his abilities. It seems that he tried to tell the Hokage about my abilities. He forgot everything. The blonde thought a little relieved that Kakashi doesn't know anything about him, but he put that aside to tell him what he came for. "I came to ask you how you are going to train me for the finals," Naruto said with emotion. Yeah, about that," Kakashi said, putting away his book. "I won't be able to train you," Kakashi said, making Naruto look at him in disbelief. "What?" the blonde shouted. "It's just. I'm going to train Sasuke," Kakashi said. "But what about me?" the blonde shouted at the silver-haired boy who just looked at him and said. "Sasuke needs more training. He will face Gaara," he said as if it was the most obvious thing in the world. "And I face Neji, a prodigy of the Hyuga clan," the blonde shouted angrily. "But Sasuke needs it more. He's like me," Kakashi said without retracting. "How? With talent?" the blonde asked, completely furious. Well yes," Kakashi said. Very well," said the blonde coldly. He had grown tired of this conversation. "Then I won't bother you. Go train your Uchiha-sama, bastard," said the blonde, muttering the last part as he walked to the exit of the hospital. Kakashi could easily hear everything. Thinking things through, he couldn't help but look sadly at Naruto's back. I can't. I owe it to Obito," Kakashi thought, hardening his thoughts. 4. "Naruto," said Kakashi before the blonde left, turning to look at him with eyes colder than ice, making Kakashi's skin crawl. "What do you want?" he said coldly. "I won't be able to train you, but I asked a favor from an expert teacher. I'm sure he will be a much better teacher than me, he said smiling with his eye. You don't have to try hard, you're a horrible teacher, said the cold blonde looking at Kakashi. Hey! I'm not that bad, Kakashi said dejectedly. The only thing you taught me since I graduated was to climb trees with my feet, and not to abandon your classmates, yet you abandoned me to train that emo with an Avenger complex, leaving me to my fate against a prodigy from a Shinobi clan, said the blonde angrily. Kakashi thought about what the blonde said. He was right, he was playing favorites, but he wasn't going to back down now, so he continued looking at his student. You don't care. I understand, said the blonde disappointed in Kakashi. Kakashi, I'm here, said another voice from the hospital door. Really, Kakashi? Did you choose this guy for me to train? The blonde asked, looking at his sensei. In fact, Ebisu is one of the best shinobi masters. He is the master of the third's grandson. He is very good. He couldn't continue speaking since the blonde said. I don't care, he's a closet pervert, said the bored blonde, besides. He looks at me like the other villagers, said the blonde making Kakashi blink, who looked at Ebisu and indeed looked at the blonde with hatred. I understand, sorry Nar he said before being interrupted. Save it Hataki, he said coldly before leaving the hospital, leaving a surprised Kakashi by how the blonde called him and an angry Ebisu since the demon brat thought he was not a good teacher. The blonde had decided to go to some hot springs to relax. Ever since he met Kakashi his anger was at a very high level, and he didn't feel like training, so he decided to go to some hot springs. Being there the blonde felt an enormous chakra. It was as big as the Hokage's, although it was not as big as his chakra was powerful, and he felt at peace with his surroundings. He could also feel another chakra, much smaller. It felt like an animal, so the person had an animal near him. As he approached the hot springs he saw a man, tall with long white hair, and he was standing on a huge red toad with blue-green markings that had a pearl necklace with a kanji on it. The man was dressed in a green outfit with a red blanket with 2 yellow circles and sandals of the same red color. On his forehead he wore a ninja band with the kanji for oil, and on his back he carried a large scroll, and on his face he had 2 red marks. This man was currently spying inside the women's restroom, laughing pervertedly and writing down his discoveries in a book. Yeah, like that, let's see, give me a better angle, the pervert laughed while writing in his notebook. Oh look at that Before he could continue writing his instinct screamed at him to jump to the side, and he didn't live that long for ignoring his instinct, so he jumped to the side taking out a kunai preparing for an attack. When he saw his attacker he saw a blonde boy who looked at him with a poker face. It seems that the slight dose of killing intent was enough to put him on alert. Quite impressive, this guy, looks familiar, besides, that toad is too big, it must be a summon, in that case this guy is... Naruto thought as his eyes turned cold. Jiraiya of the Sannin. The toad sage, said the blonde calmly, while Jiraiya looked at him analyzing him. Messy blonde hair, blue eyes, monstrous chakra, it has to be him. Slowly Jiraiya relaxed, putting away his kunai. This was a bad idea as a second later the blonde was in front of him charging a punch. Opening his eyes wide he tried to dodge, but it was too late, receiving the blow and being sent flying hundreds of meters since the blow was charged with chakra. Fortunately for him, the blonde had aimed so that he would fly towards the outskirts of the village without colliding with any house in his flight. In a few moments the wise toad crashed to the ground, creating a furrow where he landed, still stunned. Raising his head he saw Gamma jumping at great speed towards him. Looking ahead he saw a whirlwind of leaves and there was the blonde. Both were in a clearing. He could not feel any presences around them. Putting himself on guard he spoke. May I know why you are attacking me, boy? He asked with complete seriousness because the blow from a while ago had hurt him a lot. The blonde just looked at him blankly while he was getting ready. In a second they were both in the center of the clearing, clashing their forearms as they applied pressure to try to subdue their rival. Jiraiya was surprised. This boy was very fast as an elite Jonin. And his strength was not far behind. He was stronger than any Jonin he knew, perhaps with the exception of Guy, but that guy was on another level. They quickly separated as Jiraiya filled his lungs with air before thinking. Katan Enden, expelling a fire bullet. The blonde was not far behind, so the moment he saw the Sannin breathe he mimicked his action by releasing his jutsu. Suetun, Tepidama, spitting out a huge bullet of water. Both jutsus repelled each other, creating a thick fog that the blonde took advantage of. In a second Kubikurabocho was in his hand as it moved in the mist without making a sound. Jiraiya was alert, he couldn't hear the blonde, or smell him, he was on high guard when his instinct screamed at him, he quickly ducked dodging a slash from a huge sword that he could recognize instantly. Kubikurabocho. He thought surprised. He quickly jumped back, making hand seals while inhaling a lot of air into his lungs. Futon, de Tapa, he said, blowing a huge wave of air that cleared all the fog, but the blonde was nowhere to be seen. Standing in the center of the clearing, Jiraiya looked around, he couldn't see or feel his opponent, he was good at hiding. You're good, brat, he spoke in Sannin. However, I would like to know why he attacked me. He couldn't continue since he had to dodge 3 shurikens imbued with chakra, lengthening their blades that almost cut him in half. In a second he was surrounded by 3 blondes armed with kunai, tanto and ninjato. He tried to use a substitution, but when it appeared he had to dodge an earth dragon. He was really amazed, this boy was powerful, he was making him retreat. Since the beginning of the fight he couldn't see Gamma, so probably the blonde had defeated him and forced him to disappear to return to Mount Mayaboku. The blonde appeared in front of him, he didn't seem tired, he was on guard with Kubikurabocho on his back. They both looked at each other and this time the blonde decided to speak. You are powerful, however you are old and slow. I could have killed you on several occasions, said the blonde coldly while Jiraiya was enraged. Hey brat, who are you calling old? He growled with several veins on his forehead while clenching his fist in front of his face. Oh, said the blonde, remembering when he fought with Tsunade, he was going to play the same joke on him. I don't see any other old man around here, he said mockingly. At that moment Jiraiya got angry and created a Rasengan in his hand, surprising the blonde. He quickly launched himself at him trying to hit the boy with the Rasengan. Naruto, too impressed to dodge, received the Rasengan full on, becoming embedded in the ground while Jiraiya looked at him with an arrogant smile. Ha, you call me old, but who's on the ground? Jiraiya said boastfully. He, Naruto laughed, missing Jiraiya, while the blonde firmly grabbed his foot. At that moment the blonde began to shine and exploded, sending Jiraiya flying against a tree. But at that moment the Jiraiya who was in the tree exploded into smoke, revealing that he had been replaced with a shadow clone. Tisk, both fighters muttered, jumping from their hiding places into the clearing. They both looked at each other, neither of them seemed tired, they weren't too beaten up, it was obvious that they were both sizing each other up. You. Ero-sanin, said the blonde smiling mockingly, infuriating Jiraiya, you are powerful. I want you to train me, you owe me, he said seriously. Why should I train you, brat? He thought, internally surprised and a little scared that the blonde knows who he is. Don't pretend. I know you know who I am, said the blonde seriously. You owe me the training, you were never there for me, it's the least you can do, said the blonde, to which Jiraiya sighed. Fine, he said resignedly, but a moment later he smiled. But I want you to give me something that I want, he said smiling. What do you want? Said the blonde. I want a pretty girl, with huge breasts and a nice ass, he said, laughing a little while moving his fingers in a creepy way. Good, said the blonde before approaching the wise man while making a hand seal. Oiroke no jutsu, he shouted as a cloud of smoke surrounded him. Now where Naruto was, there was now a petite blonde, with 2 blonde pigtails and the same whisker marks. The girl smiled seductively at Jiraiya while the only thing covering her body were small, scattered clouds of smoke. Jiraiya was barely conscious, writing everything he could in his notebook, while he saw the female form of his student as blood came out of his nose. 1. Time skip. Jiraiya had already recovered, at this moment he was looking at Naruto seriously. How are you so strong, brat? You could stand up to a Kage, from what I saw you also held back a lot, said the Sannin looking at the blonde. I had to grow up very fast, and I became strong to protect what is precious to me, and to fulfill my dream, said the blonde looking at the sage, showing his determination. I understand that your dream is to be Hokage, or you pretended that too, Jiraiya said. No, my dream is not to be Hokage, my dream is something much bigger, he said seriously. I will bring peace to this world, for that I must unify it, I will rule with power and understanding, that will be the way, he said seriously. Explain, Jiraiya ordered. He didn't want to train a madman with desires for world domination. Peace was not an option until now, since the nations do not understand each other, they do not comprehend each other, they hate each other, and that will continue until someone stops it. I have to unify the nations first. That will probably happen when Akatsuki becomes a global threat, he said, leaving the Sannin surprised. Once the nations unite to fight Akatsuki, all that remains is to deal with the threat and govern. I will take charge of the 5 main nations, making them one, a single monarchy. Those who oppose I will treat, while those who follow me I will take care of, thus I will reach a balance, said the blonde to the Sannin. You've thought a lot about this, brat, however there are still gaps in your plans. What's happening with the Bijus? The Sannin asked. With Kurama's help I will free them from their Jinchurikis, and I will try to convince them to help me. They will no longer be treated as weapons, they will be protectors. Within a few generations the Bijus will stop being seen as beasts, they will be seen as protectors, they will fight on par with humans, he said seriously. I don't think it's possible, the Bijus are masses of ODI, he couldn't finish since he had Kubikurabocho on his neck making a slight cut. The Bijus are not masses of hate, they are thinking beings, they are powerful, and that is why they are feared. I will not allow you to speak of them like that, he said with a deadly cold tone. I understand, Jiraiya said as he pushed the great sword with the kunai he had taken out to protect himself. It will be difficult, but I can convince them. I will help them. Kurama, inside the blonde, heard the conversation and smiled. He was very happy that his jailer was a great person. He had grown fond of the blonde, although he would never admit it. My dream will be difficult to achieve, but with effort I will make it come true, he said determinedly. Sigh, very well brat, now. I'm going to teach you something, said the wise man. I'm going to teach you how to summon, he said proudly. The blonde began to think about the wise man's words. It was obvious that he wanted him to sign the toad contract. He really wasn't against it. The toads were powerful, and they could teach him senjutsu if what the books say is true, so looking at the Sannin he nodded. Quickly the wise man took out and unrolled the parchment on his back, showing several names and signatures. Then he explained to the blonde what he should do, and so he did. Tracing hand seals, the blonde said while hitting the ground his slightly bloody hand after having smeared the blood that he got from his thumb when he bit it. Ninpo, Kuchios no Jutsu, he said, creating a ball of smoke. As it dispersed it revealed a dark red toad with orange stripes and a small blue vest. Hello, said the toad, simply looking at the blonde. Hello, said the blonde. Are you a new summoner? Asked the toad. Yes, I am the new toad summoner, Uzumaki Naruto, he said. Well, I'm Gamakichi. Hey, do you have any candy? I asked hopefully, to which the blonde nodded, searching for something in his jacket, taking out a bag of candy that he gave to the toad. Great, thanks brother. Well, if you don't have anything to tell me I'll go back to Mayaboku. Gamakichi said goodbye, disappearing in a cloud of smoke. Well, that went well, said the blonde, smiling while Jiraiya looked at him surprised. He summoned Bunta's son on his first attempt. Cough, okay. Now I want you to put more chakra into the technique, he said seriously. If he can summon Bunta he would be ready for more serious training. Good, said the blonde before tracing hand seals, not without first biting his thumb to draw blood. Ninpo, Kuchios no Jutsu, he exclaimed, hitting his hand against the ground. A second later the whole area was filled with smoke. Jiraiya, why do you summon me, you old pervert? Said a huge toad similar to Gamakichi, only this one had a pipe, a scar on his eye, and on his back he carried a tanto, but of massive size. Jiraiya immediately hid among the trees, trying to avoid being seen by the toad. Oi, Naruto shouted on top of the toad, getting its attention. I'm Uzumaki Naruto, the new toad summoner. Ero Sennin is hiding among the trees, shouted the blonde while the enormous toad analyzed him with his gaze. Sitting down, the toad decided to speak. So you're the one I'm talking about, Kichi. Interesting, said the toad thoughtfully. He looks a lot like you, Minato. You're not a toad summoner yet, you haven't passed my test, so get off my back, ordered the huge toad. That's understandable. Can you give me the test now? The blonde asked. Very well, you have until sunset. Your task is to stay on my back until then, Gamabunta said, smiling a little. Well, what are you waiting for? Let's begin, Naruto shouted excitedly. Time skipped 4 hours. Gamabunta jumped and jumped very high, shaking, crashing and destroying many trees while the blonde clung to his back with everything he could. They had been at this for hours and Gamabunta was already getting tired. Very well, brat, you did it, Gamabunta said breathlessly. I'm not at my best anymore, thought the huge toad. Jumping off his back, the blonde looked directly at Bunta. Thank you very much, boss, I hope we get along. I will try to be the best summoner possible, said the blonde, tired but determined. Smiling a little, Gamabunta looked at the boy and nodded. Well, your partner will be my son, Gamakichi. I hope you get along. He is still too young for him to fight, so you can summon the other toads, but I want you to spend time together, understood? Said the toad, catching his breath. I understand, boss, said the blonde. Brat, I don't want you to summon me unless it's an emergency, he said seriously. I'm the head of the Toad clan, I can't be coming and going all the time, am I clear? Sounds good to me, boss, I won't bother you unless necessary, said the blonde. Good, said the toad before looking at the trees that remained in the clearing. Jiraiya, train the brat well, he has a good future ahead of him, said the toad, watching the pervert come out from between the trees. As you wish, old friend, said Jiraiya, smiling. Well, I'm off, and with that he disappeared in a huge ball of smoke. Ero-sanin, I think with that I'm already a toad summoner, said the tired blonde. You surprise me, brat, not everyone can summon a summoning boss and survive Bunta's test. I have no right to say this, but I'm proud of you, Jiraiya said, smiling. The blonde smiled a little at that. He didn't hate the pervert, but he wasn't going to forgive him so easily. I have to go see the old Hokage, it's time he knew how things really are, said the blonde seriously. If you want to join us, follow me. Fine, he said reluctantly, still wanting to do some research for his book. Change of scene. Naruto and Jiraiya arrived at the Hokage tower, walking towards his office. Once they were in front of his door, the blonde knocked twice, receiving a pass from inside. They both entered, surprising the old man, who was sitting doing paperwork, although he was a little more surprised to see that Jiraiya entered through the door and not through the window as he usually did. Putting a warm grandfatherly smile on both of them, Hiruzen spoke. It seems that they already know each other. Naruto, Jiraiya, said the Hokage. Old man, Naruto smiled. Sensei. Old man, I came to talk to you about something serious, said the blonde, getting to the point. Don't be alarmed, asked the blonde. In a second he had taken out 3 shurikens and threw them at a corner near a small library. The umbus reacted immediately, attacking the blonde with their ninjados. One of the weapons was blocked by a kunai from the blonde, and the other 2 that came from a blind spot were blocked by Jiraiya. Umbu, said the sandame seriously. In a second the umbus had withdrawn and the old man looked seriously at the blonde. Before anyone could speak, a gurgle was heard in the corner where the blonde attacked, and from there fell a person dressed like the Hokage's umbus, only wearing a completely white mask with the root symbol. Well, with the garbage out of the conversation we can continue. By the way, old man, you should train more. You had a ninja in your office all this time and you didn't feel it. He could have killed you. And regarding your umbus, I'm a little disappointed, said the blonde calmly, looking at the sandame, who returned his gaze seriously, nodding a little at his words. I understand that this situation is strange, Hokage-sama, but I must ask you to order your umbus to leave the room to soundproof it, asked the blonde seriously, feeling the hostility of the Hokage's umbus and of the same one who looked at him seriously. With a wave of their hands the umbus had left the room. Don't be alarmed, the blonde asked, slowly tracing seals so the old man could see them. When he touched the wall, a sealing matrix spread across it, isolating the room completely. Explain, now, with his deadly serious tone the sandame ordered. The blonde could feel the full weight of the man's experience. He was tense. The old man was very dangerous. Well, starting, I am Uzumaki Naruto, but not the one you know. The Naruto that was in the village, approximately since the age of 7, was a blood clone, said the blonde. The sandame only showed a slight enlargement of his eyes but nothing more. Since my 4th birthday I have been training myself. I taught myself to read and write. While showing a mask to the villagers, I knew that standing out would be my death. Over time I learned to save all my skills. I traveled through the nations, leaving a clone in my place. This clone is special. Once I dispel it, its memories and experiences will return to me as if I had lived them. Something similar to the Kage Bunshin but at a higher level, informed the blonde. Both adults looked at him seriously, inwardly amazed. This boy had been able to deceive his entire village, the Hokage himself, for years. I trained and lived in the different nations. I learned everything I could, I saw people suffer and I saw the hatred in them, I learned and grew, training in everything I could, while my clone lived his life here in the village, said the blonde. I returned for a while, impersonating my clone. I was the one who was on the Waves mission, I defeated Zabuza and I am currently the bearer of Kobikurabocho. Hiruzen hummed. You have no real ties to the leaf, said the old man. No, I don't have them, my clone on the other hand, has them, so you don't have to worry about some stupidity against the village or something like that on my part, said the blonde. Tell me. Is your dream to be Hokage? Or was that a lie too? The old man said, gauging the blonde's loyalty to the village. No, I don't want to become Hokage, like I told Jiraiya, my dream is much bigger, informed the blonde. I'm going to unify the nations and bring peace to this world, he said seriously. The old man was surprised by his answer but just looked at him and said. Explain, ordered. The villages face a greater threat, which none can face on their own. Akatsuki, saying that name both older shinobis became more serious. They are after the Jinchurikis, and from what my clones could find out, their leader is the bearer of the legendary Rinnegan. At this both men were very surprised, those eyes, and the 9 bijus. There is only one thing that can come out of there. And believe me, it is not anything good, said seriously blonde. With that they can bring back the Jubi, an extremely powerful being, the fusion of the 9 bijus, an almost invincible being, with almost infinite chakra. This being lives only to destroy. Unlike the 9 bijus, this being has no conscience, it is only destruction, said the blonde seriously. No village could do anything against that beast. It would simply destroy everything. The only person who could defeat the Jubi was the Rikudu Sennin, and from what I understand, not even all the nations together they could stand up to that man, said the blonde. That's one of the reasons why I trained. I have to be strong enough to prevent the Jubi from coming back, and to defeat Akatsuki, said the blonde. That, said the old man very surprised. Do you think you can against S-rank shinobis? He said without believing him. I could defeat you without much difficulty really. I have many seals in my body that limit me. I could face 2 S-classes if I go all out, informed the blonde, leaving both in shock. He was too powerful and he only had 12. Both shinobi looked at him and the old man asked. And why are you telling us all this? I asked without understanding what the blonde wanted. You two are powerful shinobis in your own right, both are legends, so I want to ask you to train me in your specialties, he asked bowing. Both were surprised by the blonde's request. The 2 shinobi looked at each other and then looked back at the blonde. I would like to train you but the duties of the village prevent me, said the old man. I will train you, the best I can, said Jiraiya. This boy must be the one from the prophecy, there is no doubt. Why don't you use shadow clones? The blonde asked the old man, who looked at him for a few seconds before hitting his head against his desk. Very well, the old man murmured dejectedly, I will train you, I will teach you everything I can, we will use as many clones as possible, you will not sleep much, get used to it, the old man said seriously. Good, said the blonde. We'll start tomorrow, come prepared, he ordered, dismissing the blonde from his office. The blonde woke up sleepy the next day. He was exhausted from his training in the Gamabunta test, but he had to get up to see the Sandaime and Jiraiya, so he got out of bed and did his routine. Once he was ready and having eaten his breakfast he left for the training field, finding both men standing in the center of the clearing, Jiraiya looking like always while Hiruzen was dressed in a black battle outfit. Once he was in front of both, Hiruzen spoke. You're 5 minutes late, he said looking at the blonde. Sorry, there was this old woman on the road carrying big bags with her purchases, and I had to help her, he said smiling at both shinobis who looked irritated. Perfect, I suppose that because of your kindness you won't mind training even harder than planned, right? Said the old monkey. At this Naruto smiled excitedly at becoming stronger. What are we waiting for? Are you going to teach me a cool jutsu? Said the blonde excitedly. No, you will face me and Jiraiya together until you can't stand, he said smiling grimly. At this Naruto smiled. It bothered him a little to have to show more strength than he had already shown to these shinobi, but it was worth it. He would see how he compared to 2 S-class shinobi, who could probably defeat most shinobi of the same rank. Hardening his expression he looked at both shinobi, completely on guard. In a second he had taken a smoke bomb from his kunai holder and threw it to the ground, generating a smoke screen that he used to disappear from the clearing, trying to get away from the area since it was certain that both shinobi had set traps, since he had arrived at the exact time. He jumped at enormous speed between the trees, dodging strategically placed traps, which was a bit difficult since they were not the simple traps of a Chunin, they were perfectly hidden traps. Creating 5 clones, he sent them to make a perimeter around him. Just before falling into a clearing, looking around and using his senses, he could not locate either of the 2 shinobi, so he remained on guard. A second later his instincts screamed at him, so he ducked, narrowly avoiding a bow staff, quickly jumped back, taking distance, and inhaled air, then thought. Katan, Ryuka no Jutsu, he thought, spitting out a large flame that caught the old shinobi, who burst into smoke, leaving only a log in his place. He quickly summoned Kubikurabocho and with it blocked some needles made of hair that were coming from between the trees. Disappearing in a flash, he appeared in a crouching position behind Jiraiya, who reacted quickly by jumping and moving away with kunai in hand, narrowly dodging a slash from the greatsword. Quickly the blonde made a small jump, dodging a bunch of hands that came out of the ground. Putting Kubikurabocho on his back, he prepared his fist and hit the ground, creating a huge crater. From there came out Hiruzen, who was very surprised. Quickly the blonde threw 3 shurikens at him before channeling chakra and thinking. Ninpo, Shuriken Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, multiplying the throwing weapons, making the Hokage put his staff in front of him and begin to spin it at extreme speeds, blocking all the throwing weapons before seeing that the blonde had disappeared. Naruto was in a taijutsu fight with Jiraiya. He was trying to block some of the man's tenketsu with his taijutsu style, but it was very complicated. Jiraiya was very good in taijutsu and had a lot of experience against the soft fist, so it was complicated to hit him. In a moment of carelessness, the blonde received a blow that sent him flying, and before he could react completely, he heard a scream. Rasengan, Jiraiya shouted, hitting the chakra sphere in the blonde's stomach. The latter was thrown, crashing into 3 trees with injuries that were not very serious but painful. He quickly got up in pain and jumped between the trees, moving a little away from the area. Falling into a clearing, he looked around. He could feel his wounds healing thanks to Kurama. Thanks Kurama, the blonde thought. No problem, said the fox calmly. He could feel both shinobi among the trees, as well as their clones who were still hiding. At one point he was surrounded by both shinobi who attacked him with kunai and wa staff, so he quickly used Kubikurabocho to block the staff and took out a kunai to block Jiraiya's. In a second the blonde had been replaced by a clone that slowly swelled before exploding, sending both adults flying. Bunshin Daibakuha, they thought in unison. They quickly stopped with their guard up, seeing the blonde who was watching them from a distance. He quickly pulled out a 3-pronged kunai, causing both of their eyes to widen greatly. Running towards them with both kunais in hand, he threw a slash at Jiraiya, who was prepared and blocked it, only for the blonde to use that as support, jumping and doing a somersault, hitting Jiraiya with a stop while throwing the second kunai behind Hiruzen, who saw it, but before reacting the blonde was on his back, giving a palm strike to his back. Both shinobi jumped back and regrouped before drawing seals at high speed. Katan, Karyu Enden no Jutsu, shouted the old man while Jiraiya screamed. Gamayudan, throwing a lot of oil towards the blonde. The oil and fire combined, creating a huge flame that headed towards the blonde, who, seeing the danger, began to spin on his own axis, expelling chakra from all his tenketsu. Hekshukaten, said the blonde, creating a dome around him. Upon finishing the technique, the 2 older shinobi were amazed because they were able to recognize the technique of the Hyuga clan. Naruto, how do you know that technique? The Hokage asked, deadly serious. That is a secret technique of the Hyuga clan, he said, losing all warmth in his voice. I stole it, said the blonde calmly. I needed to become strong very quickly, and in the books I read it says that the Hyuga clan has excellent taijutsu, so I stole what I could and I am very competent in the soft fist, said the blonde seriously. However, my style is one invented by me. It is made up of multiple styles of taijutsu, balanced in every way, said the blonde. That is a crime against the village, said Sarutobi. You can be exiled and treated as a criminal. And, he asked, since he really didn't care about the village, only some of the people who live in it, you could exile me, but you could never kill me. I am too powerful for any shinobi in this village to defeat me, at least without dying in the attempt, he said. As a matter of fact, you haven't really seen much yet. I am a shinobi, I wouldn't reveal all my abilities to potential enemies, said the blonde. Both men squinted, only to sigh. Well, there will be no consequences for this, simply because you are a valuable person to me, said the old man. The blonde nodded. I think this was enough. If we raised the level any further we would alert the village and that would not be good, said Sarutobi. Now I want you to create many clones, as many as you can, ordered the Hokage. Good, he said, making the hand seal, creating approximately 1,000 Narutos. This will be enough. If I create more then my head will hurt a lot when dissipating. Jiraiya, I want you to teach the Rasengan to his clones, Sarutobi ordered. I think he can complete it. Good, said Jiraiya, taking 500 clones with him. Meanwhile, do you know how to use a Bua staff? He said curiously. I know how to use it, but I don't have a style, so I can't get the true potential out of the weapon, said the blonde, a little frustrated. Well, I'm going to teach you my own style. It's a family style. I hope you use it to defend whoever needs it and take care of the leaf, he said seriously to the blonde, who nodded. Follow me, he ordered, moving away from the other 500 clones who decided to continue perfecting the techniques they already knew. Time skip. The blonde was returning exhausted from his training, and remembered that his clone had run out of fertilizer for his plants, a hobby that the clone had developed during the years he was alone. He needed something to take his mind off his problems, so sighing he took out Gamachan and became a little discouraged since he had little money left. This will be enough for a medium bag, the blonde thought as he headed towards the shopping district, coming across a flower shop that seemed to be about to close. He quickly ran to the entrance and looked around, where he saw Ino, who was preparing to leave the store as it was already late. Ino, the blonde said to the girl, who turned to look at him in surprise. Naruto, what happened to you? She asked with a little concern because the blonde had cuts all over his clothes along with some bruises on his face with cuts that still hadn't healed from his training. He, the blonde laughed, scratching his neck. I was training, he said with a little pride. Oh, I see, you have to face Niji in the finals. It must be complicated, she said, remembering the table with the final fights of the Chunin exam. Not really, I trained for something else, said the blonde, smiling. I must become strong to protect my precious people, he said with determination. Oh, would those beautiful people be your team? I asked curiously because I had never seen the blonde with any friends or anything. Yes, besides them there is the old Hokage, Ero-sanin, old Tuchi, and his daughter I am. My teammates, you too, he said with a big smile. Me, she said in surprise. Of course, you are a precious person to me, the blonde smiled at the girl, who had a slight blush at his words. 1. Ino said nervously. Ah, now I remember what I came for, said the blonde without noticing the girl's nervousness. I came to buy a bag of fertilizer. I don't have any more and I still have my plants in my apartment, said the blonde. Regaining her composure, the girl saw where they kept the fertilizer bags. It was too high for her. The blonde, seeing where he was looking, quickly understood, so he approached and with Chakra climbed the wall to the shelf where the bags were, to take a medium one and jump down. Okay, this is the one I need, said the blonde happily. Wow, that's incredible. Was it chakra control, right? Said the blonde, because she had been taught that exercise when she was younger so she could do her clan jutsu without difficulties. Actually, I learned it when I was younger. It's a useful skill, said the blonde without realizing his slip. Wait, if you knew how to do that exercise, because it was hard for you to do the leaf exercise on your forehead when we were at the academy, it should be easier for you since you have more control, said the blonde, looking suspiciously at the blonde. Yeah, he said, realizing his mistake. He only sighed. I guess it wouldn't be bad to tell you. However, the blonde looked at the girl with total seriousness while he expelled a little chakra, making the store shake a little. I want you to keep it to yourself. I'm telling you because I trust you. Don't throw that trust away, he said seriously while Ino only nodded. The blonde stopped emanating chakra and relaxed his gaze. Oh, okay, she said, scared. She never thought the blonde could be so scary. Since I was 4 years old I started training very hard. I saved all my progress. I was training to be a shinobi, so I decided to hide my abilities, he said, surprising the girl. How strong are you? She said curiously. I could defeat most of the Jonin in the village, he said as if nothing had happened. The blonde was very surprised because the blonde was very powerful. She did not doubt his words because of the demonstration a moment ago. Also, I'm a shinobi as complete as possible. I'm a medical ninja, a ninjutsu specialist. I'm pretty good at genjutsu. I don't consider myself a taijutsu specialist, but I'm not bad. I'm a seal master. I can use many types of ninja weapons and... I think that's all, he said, leaving the girl with her mouth open. What? How? She said incredulously with a surprised face. He, laughed the blonde, but changing the subject, I saw that you really like flowers, said the blonde to the girl who nodded, regaining her composure. Me too, since I was little I really liked plants and flowers, and on my training trip I studied all the plants and flowers I could, he said smiling as he remembered one of his hobbies. That's amazing, she said with an excited face looking at the blonde with stars in her eyes. Did you see very pretty flowers? Can you tell me about them? Please, she said like a little girl looking at the blonde pleadingly. He, the blonde laughed through his teeth, looking at the girl with a smile. You look adorable, he said mockingly to the girl who was embarrassed. Idiot, she said looking away blushing. He, fine, I'll tell you. And so they spent an hour talking about the world's travels and the flowers he found in it. At that moment the girl looked out of the store seeing that it was already night and that she was going home late. Oh no, she said worriedly. What's going on? Asked the blonde. I should have already closed the store and gone home, said the girl. Don't worry, I'll help you close the store, he said with a smile, to which the girl thanked him, and together they finished closing and organizing everything. Well, I think I should go home, said the girl. I'll go with you then, after all it's my fault you're late, said the blonde smiling at him. Okay, the girl smiled. Both walked calmly. While they chatted, the blonde felt a presence watching them, so he discreetly approached the girl a little closer and became alert, having a kunai in his sleeve ready for anything, although he did not feel hostile intentions from the presence. They walked until they reached the girl's house, who knocked on the door, and the blonde could feel that whoever was watching them entered the house and was going to open the door. He quickly took the girl and placed her behind him. By the blonde's action Ino was confused, and when she was going to speak the door opened, revealing a tall blonde man, very similar to Ino, looking at Naruto seriously. Daddy, said Ino, this is Naruto, he's a friend from the academy, he walked me home since it was late. I understand, Inoichi said without taking his gaze off the blonde, who returned it without being intimidated. Uzumaki Naruto, it's a pleasure sir, said the blonde smiling a little, extending his hand to the older blonde. Yamanaka Inoichi, said the older blonde shaking Naruto's hand, although with a little too much force, however the blonde endured without problems, matching the man's strength. Before anyone spoke, footsteps were heard heading towards the door. Inoichi, called a female voice, revealing to be a woman very similar to Ino, only older. Oh, Ino, my girl, you brought someone home, tell me. Is he your boyfriend? The woman said mockingly, trying to embarrass her daughter, but she succeeded. No, mom, Ino said very red, trying to silence her mother. It's a pleasure Mrs. Yamanaka, I'm Naruto Uzumaki, a friend of your daughter, said the blonde smiling. It's a pleasure Naruto-san, I'm Ino's mother, the woman introduced herself. Well, I think I better go, I'm a little tired from my training, said the blonde before saying goodbye and walking down the street, being stared at by Ino. So, do you like it? The mother asked her daughter. Mom, I don't like him, Ino defended herself, it's just that he's nice. I remember he was my first friend. I don't remember why we stopped talking, she said sadly at the end. Oh, so that's the blonde boy you talked so much about when you were younger, Ino's mother nodded, embarrassing her even more, who ran off to her room with a red face. Time skip. A week had passed since that day. The blonde was training with the Sandame, while his clones tried to make an Otama Rasengan with one hand. They had managed to do it with the normal Rasengan, so he was trying it with the larger one. During that time he was visiting the flower shop just to talk to Ino. He had really liked spending time with the girl, so he continued doing so. He also communicated with Haku. They had a fight and the blonde noticed that the girl was much more powerful than the last time. She could fight Zabuza without problems. That was a feat. She improved enormously in a short time. He also noticed strange movements in the village, and everything pointed to one person, the boy Kabuto, who saw in the memories of his clone. He was very intrigued because Kabuto, despite being a Genin, had a chakra compared to a Jonin, and he also smelled a lot like snakes for his taste. So one day he decided to follow him. He was dressed in a suit similar to the Umbus, and he blended into the shadows very easily. He saw him talking to the sensei of the sand team. Before they killed a leaf Jonin who was spying on them, the blonde lamented because he couldn't let himself be caught. He would have liked to save the Jonin, but oh well. He discovered that an invasion was being planned. Orochimaru had managed to convince the Kazekage to attack the leaf on the day of the final Chunin exams. The sand village along with the sound village would face the leaf. He quickly communicated this to his senseis. Sarutobi said that he would discreetly organize his troops with the help of the Jonin captain Shikaku Nara. Naruto was rewarded with an A-ranked mission in his record and the payment for the mission plus a jutsu from Jiraiya. The jutsu is called Hari Jizo. To use it you must concentrate chakra in your hair which makes it grow, and hardens it so that each hair is like a needle, making it a good shield against melee attacks, makes hair as hard as steel, so it can protect from weapons like kunais or even arrows. The blonde was excited to learn a new jutsu, so he decided to learn it by himself, without clones. This took him much longer, but in the end he did it and was very happy to show it to his senseis who were happy for their student giving him a day off. The blonde took advantage of that to go see his friends in the hospital, since some had ended up there after the second test. Upon arriving he did a quick check of his senses. He could feel Choji, he was low on chakra, he could also feel Shikamaru, he felt Rock Lee. That boy really intrigued him. He had earned his respect, based on hard work he had become very powerful. He was eccentric but that only made him more interesting. Deciding that he had nothing to lose by doing him a favor, he approached the reception receiving unpleasant looks from people in the hospital and asked for Rock Lee's room. Reluctantly they gave him the information and he headed there. As he was getting closer he paid attention and he could feel Shikamaru's chakra approaching him, and he felt a huge chakra heading towards Lee's room. He quickly ran and was seen by Shikamaru, who upon seeing the blonde like that decided to follow him, muttering things about problematic blondes. Once they arrived at Lee's room, they found him lying down, surrounded by sand and Gaara coldly looking at the injured boy, while the sand swirled around him. Shikamaru entered right behind the blonde, seeing how in a second he was next to Gaara, giving him a blow that made him crash against the wall. Gaara, surprised by the sudden blow, and because someone had been able to hit him without the sand reacting, looked up seeing the same blonde he had met when he arrived at the village, the one who seemed so familiar to him. "Can you explain why you are trying to kill an injured shinobi of the leaf?" Naruto asked with his expression colder than ice and his blue eyes staring at the redhead. "I was going to kill him," he answered coldly. "You already defeated him. Doesn't that seem enough to you?" Shikamaru said, analyzing the boy in front of him. "No, I just want to kill him," Gaara answered still coldly. "I want to see you try it. One movement and your head will roll, and not even Shikaku will be able to help you," said the blonde coldly while Gaara's eyes opened. "You will not erase my existence. I was born a monster, my father tried to kill me hundreds of times, you will not be able to do it," said the redhead. "Oh, you think so?" Gaara heard behind him. Turning around he saw the blonde brushing his neck with a massive sword, preventing him from moving. "Go now," the blonde ordered, putting away his sword and returning to his place. "Next time I won't stop, I'll kill you on the spot," he said coldly. The other two shinobi were in complete shock looking at the blonde in disbelief. I could have ended up like him. He is alone, he has no one to show him why to fight, the blonde thought seriously. As Gaara left the room, not without saying a few words. "Uzumaki, you will prove my existence," he said and left. Seconds later Mado Guy appeared, with a serious expression on his face. "What happened here?" asked the shinobi with large eyebrows. Just a little argument, nothing serious," said the blonde, downplaying it while Shikamaru continued to look at him surprised. What was that speed? Not even Lee could move at that speed, and what was that sword? It was massive, yet he lifted it with ease, the lazy Nara thought, very surprised. "I understand," said the big eyebrows relaxing. "Hey Shikamaru, it's time for lunch. Shouldn't they be waiting for you at your house?" The blonde asked Shikamaru, who came out of his surprise and just nodded lazily. "Troublesome," he muttered as he left the room, leaving the blonde and the big eyebrows alone. "Guy-sensei," said the blonde seriously. "Yes," Guy answered. "I have a proposal to make you," said the Uzumaki. "I'm listening. I can cure Lee." He couldn't continue because he was interrupted. "I hope this isn't one of your jokes," Guy said, deadly serious. "No, I can cure Lee, but I want two things in return," said the blonde. Speak," he said without his usual attitude. "I want what happens in this room to remain a secret. I don't want you to tell anyone," said the blonde, receiving a nod from Guy after thinking about it for a few seconds. "And the second condition is that I want to learn how to open the inner doors," he said seriously, surprising Guy a lot. "Before you refuse, my body is strong enough to withstand the physical load, probably only you surpass me physically in the entire village. I have a much more resistant body than all the other shinobi, and I have someone who helps me recover and can treat my wounds. he said, feeling his stomach receiving a look of understanding. I understand, however I don't know if what you say about your physique is true, so once you cure Lee, we're going to have a fight so you can prove it to me, Guy said, looking seriously at the blonde.